Boston get in for a second. The break from behind. Over to Real again. Brought down at an open hard point with 20 to go.
It's not so bad for Heretics. They will get the better of the majority of the points here. Super wouldn't mind having another little look, but you can already see now running away with their tail between their legs after that break comes through for Boston. Again, just to reiterate, over the last 60 days, Boston have not won a single map one out of the 7 series they've played.
Ay, Dios mio. What a rock hard point. Early rotation for the Heretics. Not worked out at all. Snoopy and Cammy get their respective kills. Trophies now in play. Boston, what a rotation that was. You might have broken the back of the Heretics here on the hold here on Hacienda.
Crucial moments. Boston starting to flirt with the idea of 200 points. They're going to get themselves over that line. Heretics so far behind, and really it's just been a case of not being able to hold. When Boston have had their opportunities, they have done so and picked up some massive points, but Heretics, as I said, it's kind of like a wet paper bag at the moment. They are folding far too easily, but can they find the break here?
Here we go. A couple of kills going the way. Metals manages to slide through into the kill zone. 2 dead. And the hold now for the Heretics is on. Identify the next wave. Super throws the Hail Mary. Perfect bank off of the rock. No connection just yet. On the outside now, here come Boston. Sneak on through the contest. Lovely shots from Rencor. That's 3 dead in the feed. All down for Boston.
5 seconds to go over towards P4. They can now get the side of the map they really do want over towards P2. But can they start to hold? You can get some good time over towards P1 if you can get a nice setup, but it's really about the rotation that's coming up in 55. But time is of the essence here for Heretics. Boston within 40.
Holding it together, Heretics. We've seen some comebacks on Hacienda this year. Could this be another 3 dead for the Heretics? Metals keeping the play alive upstairs. 3 spree. Whoa! The 4th as well. Can they hold on to the P2 dream?
And that's huge as well because Boston smell blood in the water. They start to move forward, but Metals to shut them down. It's 5 in a row from the young Spaniard. Looking to keep things up. Heretics now starting to threaten this comeback.
He's still holding that hard point though. Boston are in. Anyone able to get on top of it? No, good coverage. Not able to get the man out of time. You cannot win the game here, but you'll get very, very close. Boston breach. Real looking towards noon. 3 dead. Last man on time. Are they going to give it up? No. A few more seconds to be grabbed here. The P2 firmly in control.
They've been so resolute over towards P1. Honestly, it's been back and forth all the way through. The breaks have come so easily for Boston, but Heretics have kept them at bay. They've kept a hold of the spawns for P2. Problem they've got though, Boston are only 18 away. You need to be perfect from here.
3 now making their way through rock. Purge on the water route as well. Here comes the big hit. This is for the game. Boston can get in there and possibly win it here. Super reads him like a book. Next man up is going to be Cammy. Super brought down, caught unaware. Oh, Boston are inside. Real on a 6 spree on the flank. A nade! Oh. A team nade! No! Metals down, and Snoopy and Co are in.
They've managed to find a way through, but Real was in a great position to try and get the pinch. That should be the game.
Purge on the backline gone. Final few seconds, and Boston breach. Strike first. Sometimes we throw the stats out the window, and sometimes they tell you a story you've already been told. 1-0, Boston breach over the Heretics.
And it just comes down to those final moments there where a slight mistake, the grenade over the top, there's a lot of action going on over towards the rock hard point as they try to find the break towards Garage. We'll see it in the highlights over towards the end. But Real from side door through mid-map is slowing Boston down. He's peeking around, they know he's there, they have to deal with him before they can make the push along water side. And in the end, it's Metals who deals with Real. A mistake comes through, but realistically, Heretics were quite far behind. That isn't one who's going to make or break their game. But there was an opportunity there, and it just felt as if Heretics maybe a little soft on some of these holds, but on Boston just that little bit sharper. Incredible work from them every single time they seemed to need to find a break. It wasn't just a trade fest, it was a 4 dead, 3 dead, and they'd get control. Heretics, a valiant effort to try and bring this one back. You thought it could have been happening over towards P1 there. Metals Super holding it down, but ultimately too far behind. Boston, first time in a long time, draw first blood.
Yeah, that first blood. You're not wrong, mate. About time. Boston fans the world over rejoicing there as a sigh of relief. And a fast fist bump to celebrate that is exactly what they were looking for. Whether it was a weakness in the holds there from the Heretics or just absolute dominance in the kills department, that was fantastic work. And look at that purge, 17-25. The scoreline, tremendous difference though.
Yeah, I mean,
tremendous.
What from 3 and 11 he's went even. So really good job from him from then on out. That's when Boston really did start to stretch their legs. It was a relatively close game till that point, but everybody else doing their job. Cammy, 23-20. We love to see that from him. Big game. But to be honest, I mean, the slaying from Heretics was kind of there, but again, it's just a case of not being able to hold on to a hill, which isn't usually too much of an issue.
I mean, looking back at that, a really efficient game of Hacienda. Not a lot of kills. 4 dead, 3 dead at a time, really capitalizing on big team, well, you know, big holds, longer holds. Heretics really unable to get anything going. And that is a wonderful place to be right now for Boston. Support still there, but going into the search and destroy, again, statistical dominance. Boston absolutely holding them in the game mode. And now with a win on the first map ton, I mean, are we looking at a 3-0?
I mean, it's one of those scenarios where if you're Heretics, you're going in, not presuming you're going to win map number 1, but it will be a nice, comfortable one to get a hold of. With the records that both these two teams have up against each other in search and destroy, we are yet to see Heretics take one off Boston. I mean, that's going to be a bad feeling heading into map number 2, 1-0 down.
At the day of inverses, though, Boston finally find their first map one win in a long time. Would be the first time we see the Heretics get an S&D off them. I think the chances are good. But Boston, a very well-prepared team, and again, a fantastic performance at their previous tournament. They're closing out their year with a very, very solid finish. I think they were disappointed to lose the way they did to Optic in such a, we say DoorDash fashion, it was rapid, El Rapido. But for the Heretics as well, a wonderful turn of events for this all-Spanish roster. They closed their season out a little slower. They can right the wrongs here at the Esports World Cup. Out here in Riyadh, they can find something. We love Purge too. Not the king.
No.
Or will change his allegiance to nearly anyone who's on stage. A true COD fan through and through. We thank you for coming. Cammy, another man who's been around the block more times than I think he cares to admit, but a brilliant player nonetheless. Here we go into Rewind. Search and destroy. Heretics on attack first. Oh my goodness. Snoopy lands a doozy.
I mean, that is just a killer blow. I think time and time again we see you coming off a loss, you want to try and get things going straight away, but that is a big nade to come over from Snoopy to immediately get things rolling here for the side of Boston.
Here come the Boston Breach Boys. They are running. Metal's fanning at least one out of this. They roam this map together. Look at those orange arrows on the inside of the map. That is Boston. And they are glued to the hip. Purge and Snoopy roaming together. Cammy going to be the outlier here, but you're looking for anything. They haven't managed to find the bomb on any of the bodies on the inside of the players, but here come all 3 of them. Metals, good luck, mate. You are going to run into a world of hurt. Or are you gifted the perfect timing? Oh, my.
Oh, my word. How on earth has this happened? The thing is, you just don't realize how clear they are. They have the opportunity to get it down, and they will do so. The rechild coming through from Boston. He's going to get it down, but is he going to get out? I'm not too sure. They're dipping and diving. They don't know what's going on, but Metals is going to survive. He needs help quickly.
Here comes the body of Boston players. He spots one. Metals down. Cammy, what a win. Renkor's now going to move forward, and again, easy reads at this point in time. There's number 1. The second man, Cammy, not going to be a problem whatsoever. Boston start the round strong. Close it out just as well.
I mean, as soon as they have the numbers, just start to Wolfpack and feel confident in their ability to be able to just find those trades, and find them they did. Really nice job from the side of Boston, but it all comes down to that opening blood from Snoopy. The nade over the top puts them in that good position. The rest is history. Really good job, but I just love to see that. It really reminds me of old school COD, but there's the nade over the top. Catch you that one, no problem whatsoever. Boink. Straight over the top and taking that super straight away as well. Nice one to do.
Perfect call, though. I mean, we heard Enigma on the desk talking about the way Boston Breach like to turtle up. They'll roam this one together. A wolf pack, he described them as. And they were howling in that first round. The 3 of them stuck together. No clue who the alpha was. It might have been Cammy with the 2 kills. We'll give him that. Nice defensive posture here from Heretics on the inside of the A bomb site. That employees-only door, you will see many battles there. And here by what we call Elephant. Some of our players call it DVD, but that is just actually wrong. It's not a DVD to be found.
Long time ago since we had DVDs, really, isn't it, Miles? I think we remember VHS, but irrelevant to the point of how old we are. This bomb's going down over towards the B side.
Fast plant from Boston as well. Trophy's working. Here we go. Game on. Purge doesn't see the man on the hop. He's let a man through, and he's dodged 2 of them. Trades now going down on the site, and Awakening to the pistol. He swaps, doesn't get a soul there. Over to Cammy, 1v1. Super, spotted out. And Cameron McGilligan down and out, 20 seconds. Super the search and destroy hero for the Heretics.
I mean, that's such a crucial round to find as well. You have the number advantage, you have the bomb down. And if you're Boston, you're a little disappointed with that one, but really nice retake coming through from Heretics. They find so many of the kills on the outside you wouldn't have expected. The Chal comes through rather quickly, but it's the pinch setup that really does hurt. But Purge was unfortunate, to be honest with you.
Purge, the most unlucky player at the start. Yeah. Purge missing 2 players on his watch, allowing that man to get through towards the bomb site, starts the trade battle, and then getting caught by a player on the inside of the VHS store. It's called Fast Forward. Man, unbelievable. A little bit of magic there gets the Heretics on the board. Here we go into the 3rd round.
Something to be wary of for Heretics of the Nades, and yeah, you can already see they're kind of stepping off that. Oof. In different places, though, they were definitely tagged up there.
Yeah, Super down to 35 HP. On the outside of Generators now, that is where Boston have set up their wall. The Boston Bastion now on the move. And watch out, Purge finally gets one back. Cammy joining him there in the feed as well. A lovely first blood.
Kind of just left Real out to dry there, did Heretics. He was stepping over back towards Blue, but I mean, it's a tough spot to be in. Purge is now hunting. So the rest of Boston here, they're getting aggressive. Metals is there to pick up the pieces. Purge now he finds a spin, 3v3.
Oh, he's trying. Snoopy down to 6 HP. If somebody coughs on him, he's out. But a 3v3 at this point in time, and Awakening stalwart now over towards the site and backed up enough. To the streets we now go, and Boston looking to retake the A-bomb site, and I love this out of the Heretics. Make all that noise, get to B ASAP.
Look at Boston doing the same again. They're going to be here rather quickly as well, and I think if you're Renko, you need to find something. He finds one, Dipsa finds the second. Big plays from Renko, and that might be the round.
You've got the bomb planted as well, so Awakening 1v3 now. Demon Joseph gets him through the hedge. Pressure now on. Can he get away with his life? He cannot. Great instincts there from Awakening to run for it. But the Heretics together as one.
Incredible from Renko. I mean, they know they would have studied the video on both these two, specifically on Boston. You see how they're moving around together. They've done it a couple of times already. He's ready for the push to come through. The fact that he finds 1, brilliant. 2, unfathomable. Incredible work in the Heretics boys, getting very excited in the crowd now. If they can find a search, they are well and truly back into the series.
Yeah, definitely back in this one. There's one thing about, when you got a team running as a sort of 2-man, 3-man unit, if they're going to be aping it, as the kids say, even if you know, doesn't necessarily mean that you do much about it. It does give you space on the map to play with, but finding the kills is hard. You got to win some dirty gunfights and trade effectively. A-bomb site loaded, full of players. Couple of now for the Heretics making their way outside through these long lines of sight, and Awakening's concussion. Oh boy, they are pushing him. Bomb still in the hand though of Snoopy as he is holding firm. Generators, it is about to go down.
Yeah, Purge just ready for the push to come through. When that stun lands, you maybe get a little concerned for Awakening. Purge there to cover the cross. 55 remaining, they have to make a move relatively shortly.
Breach and clear, quite literally, lads. The first man, Metals, gets his. Oh, an unfortunate turn. Purge trying to do what he can to level this up. Not going to happen. Metals again makes it a 1v3.
Really, really good cover. As soon as the push comes through, the fight originally over towards the blue side, where Metals finds that kill, they know they're going to be looking for him. And they just peek their heads through over towards the Shells, who double doors. Cammy, the last on the chopping block, he will fall. Incredible work from Heretics so far, working so well as a unit in command of the search and destroy.
They're not letting any advantages go. As soon as you get the man advantage, they run it all the way home to the bank. Super doing exactly what you put him on the roster for. But Metals over here by the Elephant, he gets himself 2 on the round. And that certainly helps. Getting away with your life after the opening trade, we call it a pick here in the COD world. Hey, it really, really makes a difference. And a squad like the Heretics now, Metals is 4 spree, 6-2 overall. Ideal.
It's not even getting the pick and get away. I think for me it was the fact that the rest of the team were there for the cover immediately. Blink of an eye. Shows the cohesion. Playing well. Again, the search and destroy win would just kind of turn the series immediately back on its head. Just to remind you, Boston have not lost a search against Heretics all season.
Well, it's the inverse day. The backwards men. And they can push the A-bomb site as fast as you can. B-bomb site is going to get a bit of love, and Cammy, atop his 18-wheeler. Shots are there. Glorious work from Cammy, and a couple of bullets left in that magazine would have been ideal. But regardless, Metals recovers bomb, 5 spree. hunt is on. Real. Gorgeous shots. Metal's trying to keep the spree going.
I mean, Heretics actually getting out of that situation down B Street, even just at 3 against 3, was incredible. Cammy must have put 2 or 3 different players up there to one shot. They couldn't seal the deal. All of a sudden, a 2v2.
Yeah, big damage, no kills. Metal's now going to get the plant. Starting to think about his scoreline as well.
Yeah.
RCXD guaranteed. Real nearly as well. Here come Boston. Opening tags. Metals is there for the pickup. Trying to turn it into a 1v1. And that is that. Ooh, Real managed to pick up the final kill there somehow. And Heretics running away with this.
And it's just the fact that Real gets out of that situation. Again, Boston playing together, trying to find the pick. The fact that Real does not die in that situation is fantastic, but the fact that he gets out and is then able to turn that back, give that information, and make them chase him, right? If they find that kill, they're immediately towards the bomb site, and Metals is in a lot of trouble. But the fact that he survives solidifies the round.
He does have 2 or 3 instances there where he really should have died. So Metals, 6 spree. This cat's got 9 lives. Snoopy with a bomb. Boston, I mean, fellas, you've got the odds on them all year long. And 4-1 here on Rewind. Upside down here in Riyadh, slowly but surely over towards the A-bomb site. Real has made entry.
Setup there for Boston was really expecting some aggression and maybe expecting this. RC coming out will be dealt with. The Heretics kind of just give up the A site there. We'll be happy to go for a retake as this bomb goes down. That nade looks good.
Oh, another RC. And allowing the bomb to get down, though. I was loving the move from Super there. He got a little bit ambitious through the street with Cammy. Lovely hold. Rencor takes care of purging the other side. So even Stevens. Oh, dear. I take it all back. Cammy now. 1v3.
They just take their time. They cut them down. And that's such good patience from Heretics. Hellstorm now available for Metals as well. Best case scenario, they're 1 round away. But incredible work. Honestly, when we've seen them set back and allow Boston that little bit of room over towards it, Boston were actually waiting for the push to come through. It doesn't. Boston probably waiting for the RC too. That comes late, slows them down. Bit of panic as far as getting the bomb down. And then the nades, the utility was held. Gets thrown in. Boston already butted up before Heretics even get in, and the guns finish them off. Metals on an 8 spree. He's 10-2, having an absolute world star of a game for Heretics.
Unbelievable. All right, here we go, Boston. All right, guys, let's do something totally different. All 4 of them running this together. And look at the Heretics. They've backed on up. We're waiting for the streak. And here we go. Will it connect? No problem. Real has taken space.
As I said, doesn't connect, but the space is being given. Had to. Hellstorm in the air, but it is going to be the first blood here for Cammy. Turtle up inside of A, but the hands allow B to be wide open, and Real will walk through that door and find everything he needs to. Metals with another. It's 9 in a row. 3 versus 2 for Heretics.
What a masterclass from Metals. Here comes number 10, fiending for it. Fiending. Could he get 11? Surely not. Metals! Vamos! Hey, yo, my man was twerking for the win there. Heretics find the equalizer.
Their first S&D map against Boston all year long. And you see what it means to the fans.
It meant a lot to that guy.
Meant a lot.
it meant so much to the fans. Heretics finally finding the win in Search and Destroy. All tied up going into control after the break.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
In a league dominated by English-speaking teams, one squad defied the odds. The Heretics, hailing from Spain. Their secret weapon? Familia. This team wins together as brothers. The Heretics' journey from underdogs to fan favourites is a story still being written. What will their next chapter say? I'm Enigma, and I am joined by two players from Team Heretics. It's going to be Rencor, and it's going to be Super. Gentlemen, welcome in. Hoping you are both fantastic. Your Spanish roster, one of the only Spanish-speaking rosters that we've ever had. I mean, the culture that must come with. How does that help differentiate you from other teams? How does that help you do better than them?
Spanish people especially is really different from another countries maybe, because we are really friends and very emotional, and that's the key for the success, I think.
Rencor, as a rookie, you've already separated yourself from the pack. How has the support of players like Super and the Heretics organization, of course, that you wear proudly on your chest, helped you get to that point?
They helped me a lot to be a better player and a better person as well. I grew a lot this year in terms of mature and in-game and off-game, especially when you are a main AR, so yeah, it's so easy to play with them, to be honest.
What is next for Heretics?
First step will be reaching that grand final, breaking that wall, and winning a tournament after that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been Enigma. This has been Team Heretics with Super and with Rencor. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you in the next one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup. 1-1, all tied up for Boston Breach and the Heretics, as our players will take back to the stage and get things going as we descend into control. And Ton, everything's backwards. Heretics should have won the first map. Boston should have won the second. Not what we saw.
Well, ultimately, I suppose we did expect it to be one apiece, didn't we, after the first two? So we got there, well, not necessarily the right route, but it should be interesting heading into control especially, though. I mean, as we kind of mentioned, this is really being all about Boston over this majority of the year, up against Miami. But the control is something contentious. A 2-1 record for the side of Boston when it does come down specifically to this map. But something I kind of want to touch on is that Hacienda was the map last time around. We know that Boston loved themselves from Hacienda. We're moving over towards Vault now, and that could be a potential different story. You think about how this game has gone so far, though, and who has really caused problems. Well, based on that last one, it was all about medals. Over the entirety of that map, utter domination, and now find themselves on a very close quarters map. The SMGs on the side of Boston are going to have to be strong.
Metals indeed. Well, Vault Control will be our third map in our series. We go to Skyline, guaranteed now, and between these two squads, Skyline will be a lot of fun. Hacienda Search Destroy if we have to go the distance. And both of our teams fiending for success here in Riyadh, absolutely gunning for the win. And after the surprise steal there in the 6-1 rewind, thank you Metals, Heretics fans all over, having a good time now. As far as the control goes, Ton, it does feel like anyone's game.
Yeah, it really is. It's going to be a close one, but I really do like the ban coming out from Heretics. Get rid of that Hacienda, take it out of the equation, and go to a map that, well, I mean, do you mind? I think it's hard because you went so even across the board, typically with Boston. But the ones that have mattered have been that search and destroy. And if you feel as if you can get that off them now, that gives you a couple of different routes to success. But the same can be said for Boston. They won map number 1. That gives them such a better setup for the entirety of the series. Albeit, they would have thought they would have won the search.
But there's something about believing now. You're okay, cool, we can take the searches. We're back. We got this. You got that. Whatever that was. The ball control.
The heck was that?
Pressure now starting to mount here for the Boston boys. You want to get this one done in 4. Don't necessarily want to have to all the way get to that Hacienda. Even though Search and Destroy against this squad's been so great, I mean, if the last one was anything to go by, I would rather not load into another round-based mode if I were Boston, but that's not up to me. Here we go, folks. Map number 3, Boston Breach, Team Heretics. Let's get it on.
Attacking side for Heretics to try and get themselves up and running. A B hit to come out. Not too much of a surprise, but looking at the overall records of both these two teams, it is probably more of a favored map for the side of Heretics, but both teams struggling generally over the control side. So a bit of a bit-off in a certain sense, but they sometimes do make the best games.
They do make the best games, absolutely. Well, like, a bit of an attack here towards A, and that's going to be the Heretics in there first and foremost. First segment all the way done. Now, ladies and gentlemen, go for a quick Bravo listen in with Team Heretics.
Tengo conector con Money. Money lo único. Nada acá. Está abierto por la derecha o algo. Sí, han abierto todo.
Hay uno en palmeras conmigo.
Intenta colarte por izquierda.
Palmeras uno conmigo, chale. ¿Me lleváis palmeras?
Steam Ball, si me das un tiempo. Tomar bolso. Arriba P4 Gami. Arriba P4 Gami.
Ve. La van tocado.
Está la hago, chaval.
¿Te puseo? No lo veo,
Está la pava muerto.
Buena, ¿no?
Tiene tiro.
Estoy mirando el pincho.
Tú puedes tocar.
Un tiro. No sé qué te ha petado.
Sí, es Kami. Me ha ido por medio.
Te chisea, Chema.
Está apuntándole. No hace chale, está apuntándole al gol, tío.
Hago chale.
Tenemos que pillar Dior también, ¿no?
Está en el lobby.
Vale, y ya de a la derecha el doble, muerto. Punto bien,
Vale, para atrás, lobby.
Está en su lado de mejor. Vamos a echar Chema tuyo. Voy. Kami muerto, Kami una bala.
Fantastic attack towards A and O, towards B, and we are holding it together. Real's on a force free. Yet to drop here in the round. No, the stats aren't broken, boys and girls. It's just one of those games.
And honestly, they've done sensationally. Heretics are just keeping a hold of mid-map. They've always had somebody in and amongst the point, and Real has been someone who's just dipping and diving and continue to survive. Boston have not been able to clear them out once.
Mate, he's going for a hellstorm here. If he gets this segment capture, he's going to get even closer. Still alive. Oh, come on, son. You could have get that one for the fans. Well, either way, 2 segments in the bag. You'll take it.
But that's the first time that Boston have really got some sort of map control over the first minute and a half or so that we did manage to see there. The quick A capture in towards B and plenty of real estate behind the side of Heretics, and that's what they want. Flank was never really coming through, and it did eventually shut it down, but Purge now slowing them down on this outside. Boston in the lead as far as the lives remain. Heretics not in a bad spot to find a push.
Whoa, Purge, what a life that was. The 2 line up, now feeding Snoopy the next couple. Cammy's got a couple of deals in the middle of the map. Oh, can't dance around the pillar. The isolation would have been sweet there. Purge from spawn, looking for another perfect read on the metals, and a gunny there too.
And there you go, those kills in the middle of the map kind of just force Heretics to find their way forward. Redcore, however you won that one.
Oh, wait.
Continues to survive, but doesn't have any backup. They will clear him out, but it's allowed the rest of Heretics to push through the middle of the map as well. That pressure is still there.
And it's 8-8 in the life count. 7-7. And we just keep spinning the slots, and it's still going, mate. We're on the zone. Super's on the capture, and that is that. Heretics shut the door on round 1.
Just a very aggressive attack. As soon as they get a hold of A, they get a chokehold on Boston and force them back consistently. They never really give up control of the map. And that's what they did so well there. I think there's so many teams that you get a hold of it, you maybe get a little bit excited, pushing on to B, let's stack it, let's go for it. They were kind of dipping and diving in and out of vault. Real will find the kill, he'll back up, somebody else will take over. Let's keep it going, let's keep that progress going. Then when they get those 2 ticks in, it takes one final good push. Boston may well have been lully for the majority of it, but they lose a couple of gunfights through the middle of the map, allows Heretics to then push through, get that final tick, and that's all she wrote for round number 1.
Oh, what a wonderful round. Damn, amazing to see again. The control, love it or hate it. And again, I know it's a lot of discourse here in the COD world. It's just great to know that the game is never over until it is over. And that ability to pull a victory out of seemingly nothing.
I think that's what some people hate.
Not wrong, brother. Not wrong. Real's first blood here in the round, trying to get his boys out of trouble. It's a nice bit of pressure here from the Boston team. And Snoop's going to get himself one. Not a stair glitch. Loved his work for that life. Trades done again, trades again. Purge on trades. And we are still going over to B.
Open door over towards B. They'll take that all day long. They can then try and get the cutoffs if anybody comes back through. I like this positioning from Purge. Keeping Metals at bay, but really well played from Real. He'll find two over towards the point. Renko will find another. Now you've got to be careful if you're Boston. Last alive is Cammy momentarily. Big kill.
That's basically 3 dead. That's a lot of space now to play with for Heretics. You love that. Super. Down the vault he goes. Teammates are upstairs, no problem. Looking for the next wave of player. Oh, wow. Love to see that. Those kills not easy to do. The players can hit the contest from down low as well. So a 5-life lead for the Heretics.
Very solid. I think, they're doing a better job at what than Boston did to just getting themselves into that mid-map, to keeping them away. But they have the luxury of still having a hold of A, right? They don't have to concentrate all their efforts on keeping a hold of B. They have a little more freedom and have a little more time.
Ooh, can't get the second. Opportunity for the spawn trap was there for about a minute or two. Not a lot of gains there. Still 16-22 Heretics. You got the attacking round sweet. Defense looks to be in the bag. B attack on.
Adels trying to hold the middle of the map and does. Heretics are fine with that. They're happy to just keep that middle map controlled. They know they can pivot where they need to, but progress being made at B. But Boston pretty much have to be perfect now.
Oh, a couple of good uns. 1v1 over by the zone. It was pistols and a team kill, but not a problem. 8.5. Stopped on A. You managed to save the B zone attack. It's essentially a one and done over here. 8.5 seconds, not enough time, but a wonderful attack right now. Closing out the first segment. Boston have dug their heels in, and they are nearly holding Purge down. Can you get to B in time? Snoopy dive down and out. 2-0 to the Heretics.
Well played from Heretics. Honestly, again, I just prefer what they were doing on the defensive side. Boston did kind of get forced back to their spawn initially after losing A pretty early. But the fact that Heretics have that control in the middle of the map just means they can pivot, and it's just a constant stream of cracked out Spaniards who are just going to deal with you time and time again. Real just doing the work as per usual, and honestly, I just feel like it's Real and Metals running this show. Renko's had a quiet game by his standards, but he's doing what he needs to do. Real is the star of the show right now, 14-6.
Yeah, he's having a really good map. It's a fluid gameplay. He's putting himself in the right place to pick up those pinch kills, to find the flanks nearly every single time. Looking back to where that first round played out as well, Ton, single-digit kills for everyone. Not a soul made it up there. But now map point for the Heretics. And it's a battle of A. Here we go. That stun's going to connect. You've pushed Boston right out. No casualties yet. But a lot of space gained. And as far as I'm concerned, I mean, that's the zone nearly captured. Halfway.
They just seem to be much better off these initials, and that's really hurting Boston. The middle of the map belongs to Heretics time and time again. Boston really never really had much of a toehold on it. It's always been sat towards the back or on the flanking side, and as you mentioned, the kills are just not falling their way.
I also think that nade that I think Real threw from the A zone, I think that hit Purge coming out of spawn. Real's spree comes to a close at 18-8. I mean, he's having a lovely game. Whew. Awakening battling out. That is what you want, but problem, Rencor still there. Able to find that space and keep the spawn as safe as you can. It's now Snoop doing laps.
Well, that's the thing, though. You can see Heretics are concentrating on getting rid of Snoopy, but they have the time. They got a hold of A within about 3 seconds. So they have so much time to clear out their flank. They have the time to take their time to force their way up the map, and now Heretics forcing their way through. Boston backs against the wall.
Oh, Purge, uh-oh, you are down. Uh-oh. That's 2 players now making their way forward. A man down, you are going to get yourself into a perfect spot. Are we going to go for the spawners, or are we going to go for the zone? Lovely trophy placement there as well. That should save them. The B zone, 1 segment gone.
Real up top, causing so many problems, 20-9. Cammy finds 2 big kills on the point. Real just the only one to stay alive here. I mean, he just cannot be gunned right now. 21-9 from Real.
There's Awakening finally catches him. And that's a window now to work with. Cammy in this forward position. Play it slow, play it steady. Both he and Rencor. A pair of missionary missions. We're going to slow this down. You've still got time, Heretics.
I think Heretics just knowing that they have to take their time here. Lost a few gunfights quite quickly, and it's allowed Boston to set themselves up. Trades are plenty coming on through. Can they find a way in?
Oh, Purge. The damage there. The dance is on, but Snoopy, the last line there, holds it together. He's got to get his health back ASAP. The Heretics are still incredibly close here, and they are still itching to get onto the zone. A minute to play.
Close spawns come through for Heretics. waltz their way up, and they've got the cuts as well. One more final roll of the dice, you think. 11 to 10 in terms of the lives. There's nothing to split them. They're on the point to Tixeric.
That's big. 2 players now on it. Oh my word, the kills. Awakening now descends to the first floor, to the ground floor, and he might be in the earth in a moment, forcing Super out of the play. And what a decision. Boston survive.
Real's still here though. Heretics doing a good job at just keeping somebody alive in and around the middle of the map. Even if Boston kill him though, like Kami is going to find, they have to turn around, they have to, concentrate resources on those moments. Can't set themselves up much further, and once again, Heretics are here, 7v7.
7v7, Purge with a sweet nade, no trophies to be found. Raincore down, out, gone, blown to smithereens. The crossfire there on the Metals, but wait, they don't kill him. Metals down, no lives left for the Heretics.
One last roll, 20 seconds to go. They will take their time here as long as they need to, as long as they possibly can, to try and find this break.
Boston don't have the numbers here on the zone. They're going to hold it as best they can. Metals, what an angle, opens the party. And there we go. The capture begins. Snoopy's nade eaten alive by a trophy. The slide chow, no good. Last lives. The contest is there. Kami down. Oh my! The Heretics have done it! 3-0 in control. What a masterful performance in the final round. Their takeover from Metals in the Search and Destroy, and Real runs rampant on Vault.
Bro,
Heretics looking sensational.
Heretics are on a roll.
Just so much patience from them. Time and time again, they will maybe find a few players on their team dying. They will sort of set themselves up in a good spot to then keep that pressure on. And when Real is putting up numbers and kills like this, it just becomes a little bit easier for Heretics to find their way through. But it's 7v7. They have that 20 seconds, but that's the benefit of finding it so quick. They then have the time to take their time. They pick Boston apart, and a 3-0 scoreline on the control after finding a dominant search and destroy. Heretics in the ascendancy.
It ain't over until it's over, and it's nearly complete, folks. 24 and 13, Real, wonderful work from him. The 18 non-traders certainly help. But I'm going to tip my cap to Raincore there. Not a huge amount of damage, but 10 assists. Wonderful involvement there across the board. Unreal stuff. Well, things are starting to look good for the Heretics. 6-1, 3-0. It's the round-based modes that are paying dividends for them right now, Ton. They have yet to defeat Boston. And what a time to put yourselves there. The boat is rocking. One more map is all they need.
And that one more map is going to be Skyline, I believe.
Yes, indeed.
And we're going to head to, and it has typically been a ban for Boston. It's the one they've been getting rid of for the most part over the last 60 days or so. It really has been that concentration. It's not been in their series, it's only been in once over the last 7 times. It's not typically a map that they're enjoying as of recent. Heretics, same could have been said though of map number 1. Was that a favorite for you? Did you think of map number 2? Boston were usually typically feeling good on that one. Hasn't went their way. You're heading into a Skyline. Your back's against the wall. You must win this to stay in Riyadh. It's Heretics' game to lose yet.
It really is. I mean, the respawns, we've seen them outside of the vault, obviously, but that first hard point, massive, massive disparity in the score. It was a great map out of Boston Breach. I think I saw a meme on Reddit when they announced that coaches were going to be involved on stage. Something about Shawnee, doing the absolute classic, give them Steel Boys. But this is that moment. You took the fort in map 1, but they're coming, lads. And they've taken 2 maps off you since then. Methods is sick. The one true Methods. The rightful owner of the name. What a bit of... Yeah, no, it's true. I know Zinni's watching. It's true, mate.
Yep, no argument from me.
No argument from there. The internet remembers. The boys now getting their last words of encouragement in before it comes into the in-game comms. And I don't think... as far as the weekend has gone, I know Clace has been chirping, or at least he was when the Falcons were playing. I don't think we've had too much involvement from the coaches. The last thing you would want to do, especially at this stage of the year, is step on your players while they're talking.
Yeah. You don't want to step on their toes, absolutely not. And we know how fast and frantic the comms are from Heretics. I don't think you need much more in there, but Methods, if he's just there for the vibes or whatever, then hey, he's doing a good job so far. 2-1 up in this series, and again, just to give the lay of the land here, a 14-4 record on the season for Heretics on Skyline Hardpoint.
Ay, Dios mío.
It does not give good reading, if you like, for a Boston Breach fan, but they managed to take map number 1. Can they manage to squeeze another hard point out and force us to their favorite map in Hacienda Search and Destroy?
Come on, Boston. This is it. This is do or die. Your last chance here at the Esports World Cup. A battle to get out of groups. Both our squads are going to leave it all on the line here. This is for the win, Heretics. And Boston, can you get us to that game 5? Into the hard point we go for Metals, and once again, the opening exchange of madness here on Skyline. Shattered glass and ejected brass. Snoopy's on time.
And really for them, I think getting some good time to kick things off. They need to get some confidence behind them again, don't they? It's been a bit of a slog over the last 2 months. They've been blown out of the water. And they need to bring more to the table here. Again, just to remind, single elimination, and if Kami has anything to do with it, maybe they're looking to keep Boston in this one. It's a huge map. Obviously, Heretics find it, they win the series, but if we go to a last map, Hacienda is a huge one for Boston.
Yeah, great one for Boston. Well, Heretics, good news for them. They've got the left-hand side of the minimap covered. The opening time didn't exactly work out. 3-man hit there through the white steps is enough to break the line of those Boston players. And this is a good look for the Heretics now. Snoopy trying to be the difference maker here. Caught out. Lovely work from Super. Again, the two-piece. The diligent play on the back line.
Purge trying to find a way through. He has done momentarily. It's a big kill. He can continue to survive. Purge doing better than that. Forcing them back and now allowing Boston to find a way up the map. Big players coming through from Purge to find another as well. It's a wonderful rotation out of Purge. Incredible work. 3 in a row. And there's the hill for Boston.
It's the pistol that finds the picks to take care of it. Quick look at the zip. It definitely saw a shadow or two down there. He knows. A little bit more than Spidey senses tingling as Renkor bangs his way through the front. Metals on the stairs as well. Over to Awakening. Oh, and covered by the smoke. The concealment certainly hurt him there. Young Snoopy down in the kitchen. Purge on the trades. And what a back and forth moment. Here we go, folks. Let's go for a Bravia listen in with Boston Breach.
I can't lie.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in.
I'm trying to look.
He's left on me. Back up you. Back up super. Absolute friend. Absolute friend.
I'm dead, bro. I can't watch you, bro. They can't do it.
One's trying me though. One's trying me. Could be.
Their side, yeah, deep. Their side, super friend.
We're on Metal's weak.
Time, one shot. We're gonna deep left.
Yeah,
he's deep left on me. Real dead. Yeah, okay. He's back time. Yo, super on time. Super on time.
Side in there.
Yes, I have all mid. I will. Deep their side. No, top left, guys.
He didn't have enough there.
Rank up top, guys. Rank up top.
Bottom bed to wood wall. One guy stop by. 3 mid. 2 left.
Okay, yeah.
Behind the wood.
I'm going under, guys. Wood wall, guys. Wood wall. I went under. Side time, we trust out. Let's grab the bar metals, okay?
Okay,
missing super.
Strong tones there. Captain Kami trying to keep the boys absolutely in firm control. And they've lost it. Heretics, they managed to squeeze as much time out of that kitchen hill as possible. And now they've got bedroom.
Awakening should be dead to rights here. If you can find anything, it would be wonderful here for Boston. Can't find a way through, but Purge can get to. Absolutely can't find a way through. He's been the one that's been the catalyst. Finds 3. Metal's now running away with his tail between his legs, and that is a wonderful break from Purge. He did some really good business over towards P2. Boston couldn't hold on. Can they do it here at P4?
Metals is doing it. Oh, they're sneaky, but there's Kami lying in wait. Whoa! Renkor, 13-5 on the approach towards time. Can he break it alone? No need. Real there for the trade, and you are in, Heretics.
25 seconds to go here over towards P4, and you'd like every single one if you can. Managed to find a way through, and honestly, it feels like some heroics coming through from Purge. They haven't been able to hold whatsoever, but neither of Heretics. 15 to play for. Boston will soak that up.
Back-to-back breaks, and a nice 13-second gain there for Boston Breach. Once again, folks, the first set, is it indicative of how the map will go? Close as you like going into the second set.
I mean, it's really been back and forth, but it feels like this solo play is happening to try and find some breaks, and they have been working mostly for the side of Boston. Heretics have been steady, but Purge twice in a row now has found 3 to try and find the break. You'll need to keep it up here. Boston seem to be relying on those kind of breaks. Heretics just been solid across the board.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Real's waiting for this one. Real read Snoopy the whole way. And this is a play to try to break spawns. It's not going to happen. I mean, that is a 30-second investment that goes absolutely nowhere for the Boston boys. Heretics battling for time, and Rencor, God, he's shooting hot right now, but so is Cammy, and it is a war on P1. Demon Joseph. We're starting to wake up.
I mean, that all came from Awakening, finding two with the pistol in the middle of the map, and then all of a sudden, Heretics have to then start over-committing, and this allowed a lot of space to come through here for Boston. They're finding a way through over towards P2.
And these are ridiculous kills, man. These are ridiculous fights. They are fighting. Snoopy now through the back. Only man left alive here is Rencor, and he's now doing a bit of a lap. Super identified, but there's Rencor, the man from Helipad. He's going to take a couple of shots at range. Awakening on a 3 now. Can he stay alive? Sure can.
That's all he needed to do. Waiting for the rest of his team to find a way in. Awakening gets taken down. The hold is there for Heretics. Oh, is it? Purge has found a way through once again. He has been that guy over and over again. Spawns coming now for the side of Boston.
Oh, LA, once again, Purge on time. The trades are beautiful. Heretics with 30 seconds here on P2. Neither team really able to make much of this hard point. But there we go. Lead change. Heretics in control.
And they're now going to have to go the slow, methodical way. One going through Piano, one towards the backside. Snoopy and Kami working well. There's nobody able to hold on to anything here, Miles. Both teams finding breaks, but can Real shut it down? Doesn't find the second. The trade would have been there, undoubtedly. But again, that just puts more pressure on the guys who are left. Big kills coming through. Heretics find a break at the end.
This is such a lovely... Oh! God. Scrappy hard point. Another lead change. Boston back in control. Heretics to Kitchen. We're seeing the lineup now for Boston Breach on the attempted break. Purge taking the low route. He's looking for the deep flank. We'll see him in a moment. But in the meantime, it's great time for the Heretics.
With Purge taking his time, it does allow Heretics just to pick up some free time and then some free kills.
4.
Everybody dead.
Hold the line. Keep it all together. Rencor on a spree. Purge turns him inside out, no problem. We'll see you later. Over to Metals trying to step forward. And it's another absolutely glorious break. Boston are in. Here comes Real trying to step up. But again, the staggered kills. There are 3 members of the Heretics ready to dive in. Ole from Super finds another.
Finds 2. Needs finds the 3rd as well. Looking for number 4, and Snoopy wipes them all. And Heretics now find themselves 30 in the lead. Rotation to P4. Big plays from Super.
Super looking to get himself streaks as well. It can be very dangerous here on Skyline. A small map, a lot of splash damage from those Hellstorms. Into the bedroom, and it is no foreplay at all. Right through you go. Awakening still holding the hard point together. Here comes the time, and Demon Joe is on it.
And just find a way through. Awakening, he's been that guy. He's finding these breaks for Boston, but he needs the rest of the guys alongside of him.
Wow. 3 dead again. Another break. 4 dead. Back to the drawing board we go. Heretics, as this hard point, end-to-end gameplay. Purge, good for 2. Indeedy, the 3rd man down low. You can have that as well. A 4 spree, a 5 spree. No way he gets the 6th man.
Not going to happen. Real will shut him down, but he has done the damage for Boston. Have a very good hold here over towards P4. Metal's trying to find a way through for the scrap time, and my word, has this been a scrappy game. It's like trying to hold onto a water, holding onto a bloody hard point at the moment. Neither one of the teams can do it, but the breaks have been electric. And we have a very close game heading into a 3rd rotation.
3rd, maybe final set, you never know. 26 and 16 out of Rencor. What a map he's having. Kami, again, somehow finding the wins. Heretics reeling after a couple of big hits like that. And Super versus Snoopy. Tactical retreat.
I think if you're Heretics, you're wondering how you're not further in the lead. Boston have somehow just not went away. And I think that's been the storyline of Boston all year long. You feel as if you've got them beat. You feel as if things are going your way. And then once again, they are there to cause problems. Metals does well to find 1, but 4 dead. Spawn still over towards Kitchen side there for Heretics, though they can fight over P2.
That P2 is full of Heretics players still. Boston just on the outside, looking to get themselves in towards new time. Great job of finding the P1 as well. They lost a man on it, but that is it. Hit the go button. You've got an opportunity to dive in here, try and flip them out towards the back line. Oh, it's Super. He gets brought down. Purge chasing the red dots, but doing so in a lovely disciplined way. Rencor with a 3, and that might be the break you needed. Still alive and kicking though. Purge. Oh, Rencor, what a run. 4 in a row.
finds every single member of Boston within 20. It's only Snoopy who can eventually shut him down. Super there to try and pick up the pieces over towards the backside. Gets a bit of good timing. Can't find the second. The trades are there, but so are Boston. Real's now his turn to try and find something. My God, Real! Heretics lining them up and beating them down.
Over 200 points, 35 seconds remaining on the hill. Boston, we need a break and we need it now. This is a good hold. Breakcore, what a moment. Snoopy punches a way through. Metals can't get the two, holding these players at bay. Contest upstairs, Snoopy wins it, and Boston are alive.
20 seconds to go here, still at P2. It feels like it's been going on for 20 minutes. Back and forth we go. But awakening over towards the backside, this will be stabilization for Boston. They will find the final 10, and we will be heading to kitchen pretty much all tied up.
Well, you're not wrong. That P2 felt like a minute and a half. Oh, what a win from Purge. Big three. And the kitchen hardpoint, again, from one side to the other, looking for the flip. No one's going to be there, and Snoopy on this side of the map could cause some problems. A parallel spawn now. 6 Supers upstairs. He's going to find himself damaged, and Awakening doing what he can to just spray him down. Heretics with a break, Heretics with a time.
It's been an absolute chaotic hardpoint, and we keep going back and forth. The hold right now for Heretics. Can Boston find a way through? The P4 spawns are there for them, but the kills there for Heretics.
This is it, mate. Get in there and try to find it over the top. Can't get the kills. Next man in is going to be Snoopy. Now 2 through grass. Heretics are holding.
And they can still win it here, but Boston cannot. They need to get them up, but they need to hold the P4 spawns.
Has to find the kills. Rencor! What a kill! The second man is going to be there. Real guns him, and that will be it. 1 hit left for Boston. The flip is in. Snoopy finds 2. Traded out. Cammy and the kills. They're alive for now. Rencor in the fight.
Rencor for the 3rd and the 4th. Can't find it. Spawns for Boston towards the back. Saved them from the game, but not from the spawns.
Real, another kill. He's down. The flip is there. Heretics have got the new hard point. This is the game. This is the match in their hands.
They've got to go, and they've got to go quickly. Hill's been popped 5 seconds away for Heretics.
And Rencor 2 on the left. To the right flank now we go. The final contest. Awakening down. Vamos. Heretics win.
Wow. Well, damn. What a great...
It's getting raunchy in Riyadh.
3.
The Heretics bring down Boston Breach. They take care of business in the search and destroy, and finally they get a tally against their name here in Black Ops 6.
A 40 bomb from Rencor, finding 3 and 4 pieces at will over the last rotation of Hills. Incredible slaying work out of the Heretics side. That was a barn burner.
A hurricane towards the end. And as far as the breaks go, both teams just slugging each other.
Relentless.
It was exhausting gameplay. But the legs of the Heretics, plenty of life left in them. And it was in the bathroom, the final hard point, where they seal the deal. Boston Breach, commiserations. Your Esports World Cup ends here. And an explosive win from the Heretics. Their fans, elation. I hope that lad stretched before he hit those moves this morning, Ton.
I'd bet my life he didn't.
He did not. Oh, wow. Heretics, well, they will advance into the tournament. And we get to crush a key. And man alive, what a game. It's all upside down. It's topsy-turvy here at the Esports World Cup. Well, the Search and Destroy could not have been won without this man. It is Metals with Ian.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. Metals just said to me, it's going to be hard to hear us in this interview with these guys making some noise. The fan support has been crazy. Your performance so far at this tournament, you've only dropped 2 maps. You look unstoppable out here. Do you feel that?
Of course I feel unstoppable. We're here to win it all.
I love that confidence. And this is what it's all about. We'll get to that in a minute. You personally, on Search and Destroy, you popped off. How pivotal was that performance from you, do you think?
I mean, I've just told them before the SND to my teammates that I was going to shout everything on that map, and I popped off and I killed everyone, so that was a great map for me, yeah.
It was. And they loved every second of it. You are going into the semi-final. You've booked that spot. You've secured your team $120,000. That's a lot of money. But I know you want more than that.
Of course I want more than that. I don't care about the money. I just want the trophy.
Well, you're going to have to get through either Optic or 100 Thieves next. Either of those opponents you particularly want to face, and why?
I mean, I literally don't mind who I'm facing next round. I literally don't care.
I like that. Now this fan base, huge support. this is the Esports World Cup overall, and after all, is there any part of you that wants to do it for Spain?
Of course I want to do it for Spain. It's my country, you know. I'm very proud to be Spanish.
What do you want to say to your fans? Say it in Spanish.
Muchas gracias por venir a todos, chavales. ¡Sois los mejores!
Vamos. Listen, your name's Metals. There's some metal that we need to crush right now. Would you like to crush a key?
Of course.
Let's go. Let's do this, Metals. Team Heretics progress into the semi-final. We're going to explain here exactly how it's done, and then another key will be crushed. I love this, but it is brutal. This time around, there was no breach, just a dead end and a broken key. Boston are out. Just to wrap this up, you looked like you really enjoyed that one.
Of course I did. I didn't have the chance last year to do it, so I'm very happy now.
And you think more keys will be crushed by Team Heretics?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, best of luck. Thank you very much. Let's now cross over to Blaze, who's standing by with an exit interview.
Yes, I am. You know, I'm here with Purge of Boston Breach, everybody. Make some noise for them. You guys are going now. It did not go the way in which you wanted to. It's been a brutal tournament. But, you know, what happened in this series? Why didn't you guys come out on top right here?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just made some misplays. I think they're the better team than us today. I mean, a little miscommunication, misplays, a bunch of individual plays went wrong, and just wasn't our day today. Honestly, they were a better team.
There you go. And so, you know, you guys have had a long season with this roster. You guys were playing on this stage last year at EWC. You know, what's been the positives all year for the Boston Breach? Are you proud of what you guys were at least able to accomplish with this roster?
Yeah, I mean, I'm proud of the guys for sure. I mean, we grinded out. It's been about a year now, a calendar year that we've been together, so I'm proud of the guys for sure. I wouldn't say season success, but I think we exceeded expectations for the public, so that's all you can ask for. Just got to, you know, go into off season and get better for next season, honestly.
You guys definitely did exceed expectations, and you guys were peaking, and you gave your best out here on the stage. And you had support here. You got support at home. You know, as the season ends for you, what do you want to say to everybody out there?
Yeah, I appreciate y'all. Everybody in the crowd, I appreciate y'all. Everybody at home, my friends, my family. You know, everybody's supporting. I appreciate y'all. Fortunately, we couldn't get the dub, but regardless, thank you guys for the support. Appreciate it.
There you go, you guys. That does it for us on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Thank you, Blaze, and congratulations to all the Heretics fans that are here to celebrate in Riyadh with their favorite team. What a performance, Allie, because this was a bit of a shocking series. You called Boston to get their 4th win over the Heretics in a row. Instead, this match didn't go as we planned. Boston was winning the hard points, and it's Heretics taking games 2 and 3.
Not at all. I remember looking at the match notes and just kind of looking at Boston's game plan and being like, all right, 1, 3, and 5 kind of seems like the go here. And they got 1 finally through the hoop, but that S&D, man, I think that just killed a lot of momentum. Metals, we don't get to see him have takeover games often, but when he does, that is when Heretics are dominating teams. And I just don't like the matchup either, to play Rewind versus Heretics, because they're keen. The team that really thrives in chaos, Chris.
Enigma, what did you enjoy throughout this series? Because you were the only one on the analyst desk to call the Heretics to win this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't happen the way I thought it would, but I'll still take plenty of credit for picking the correct prediction there. But it's a case of the adjustments that come in through Heretics. We knew that the control was going to be very important, could well be the swing map, as Ali says there. It's that 3rd map that's very important. And you end up in a situation where on the breakoffs in particular for the Heretics, they're very different in their aggression. It catches Boston off guard and gives them so much time to break down that B point that sees them through the line.
I think we're going to see that Rancor reaction in tomorrow's highlights as well. The man is playing with passion, and he dropped some bombs on us. 40 kills in the final hardpoint. We saw 36 from his teammate. Ali, what is it about the Heretics when they're reaching unlocking their true potential that makes them a dangerous squad?
Just the momentum. They're momentum riders for sure. And I'm sure the crowd helps as well. It's just once they start going, it feels almost impossible to get them to stop because the more chaotic it gets, the better that they get. Their reaction time is absurd. Once they get information on the map, the 2 pieces that come through, the 3 pieces, they are unbelievable in those situations.
Let's take a look back at this series through our highlights. This is back in game 1 where it was almost a 100-point lead throughout this one for Boston. They had a convincing dub in game 1.
Yeah, Boston just stripped Heretics of one of their biggest strengths, which is rotation. They get there first so often. They're not very good at holding or breaking, but it is easier to hold than it is to break. They recognize that early, and they cut Heretics down as they arrive. Do a fantastic job of just finding out an opponent's strength, doing that homework, and then fixing up as needed.
Metals popping off with the 8 streak, and Search and Destroy was a difference maker. Boston never an opportunity to come back in that game too, Ali. But what did you see when it went to the control game number 3?
When it went to control, again, it was just pressure from the side of Team Heretics. I mean, Boston kind of sat back when it felt like they were on defense. They just let that A point go for free so many times. And once you do that, you give Heretics not only 2 minutes to work with, but you allow players like Real, like Super to get lost, and it becomes incredibly difficult when you're on the backside.
I mean, yeah, continuing with that comment of presence and pressure and the pace that they put up on the map, they hunt as a wolf pack. They are incredibly difficult to get rid of at all times. And when you feel that air in the room shift because of the fans here in Riyadh, there is nothing quite like it. And this team ready to run through a wall for them.
Now, I have the big question. Would you prefer to be a team that goes perfect on day 1 and has all day 2 off to prepare? Or do you want to stay in action and keep the gunny warm? I was worried for the Heretics that having that slow start, maybe Boston would take advantage of it, but it looks like maybe strategy could be king if you want to win EWC.
Yeah, I think you'd want the day off. I think 24 hours is much too long to keep that warmth from being able to play the day before. So I think having the day off, being able to go out with the guys, maybe watch some VOD and really take that time and spend it to review your team. I mean, we saw it in the Search and Destroy. The studying clearly came through.
The 2025 Rookie of the Year celebrating alongside Super, his co-rookie. And we take a look at what Rancor did in this series, dropping 76 kills, a 1.15 with over 10,000 damage with a 1.33 in hardpoint. He joins us live. Welcome to the stream. Rancor, how are we feeling? You are top 4 at EWC.
Feeling great. Obviously, we won. We started pretty slow, to be honest, but they're a really good team. They are a really good fundamental team as well, but we get the win, and we're so happy.
Can you tell me from your perspective, what was yesterday for? What did you guys do as a team?
Just rest a little bit, keep screaming as well, and just to prepare the fight for today, and yeah, we did that.
We talked, obviously, the other day. We did an interview piece, and you talked so much about this family unit that you have here. I mean, we felt the air shift in that room, all the way over here in the studio, because of your fan base. What does it mean to also have them be so loud and so present here in Riyadh?
We are so happy to have them here because, for me, if they are not the best fan base in the world, one of the best. So, and Spanish people as well, Spanish passion, Spanish blood, and we are so proud to have them here, and they are unreal.
You know, and being, you know, our Rookie of the Year and just how consistent the Heretics have been. We got to talk earlier about the trust between all of you guys and in-game. What is that like for you as a player, especially as a rookie, getting kind of plugged into this system before Super? And what has those vibes been like? What has it been like meshing with them?
Like he said, we are a family. So when we're playing a match, I said it so many times, we played like enjoying the match, enjoying the moment, each other. We trust each other so much. And I want to give a special mention to Metals.
Of course, he played incredible.
Because I want to give him his flowers, because when he pops off, we are easily, if not the best, the top 2 teams in the world, sorry. So I want to give him his flowers.
And how do you continue setting him up for success? Because Metals, even when Lucky was on this roster, was always my X factor. He was the guy, if he has a great game, you guys are winning with a landslide.
Yeah.
So how do you keep getting that out of him moving forward?
I think especially when we change Super for Lucky, the playstyle changed a lot. So for Metals, it was pretty easier to play the game and play the maps on certain situations. So yeah, he's doing his job. Like, he's the entry and he's carrying the team. He can be doing more. So we are so happy.
Staying on that topic, you know, you've been on the losing end in Search and Destroy versus Boston Breach this year. That map too was unbelievable out of Metals. And in the interview, he said, "Oh, guys, I'm just gonna chow everything." Is that just a confidence thing for him? Do you think that maybe he just needs to like let go of all the chains? Because usually he's the one that's going to have to be sliding in for you guys first, letting you guys kind of be the big damage dealers.
I mean, when he's on flow state, he's one of these players. He's unstoppable. So yeah, on SND especially, when he keeps killing people, he's one of the best SND players for me in the league and in the tournament as well. And yeah, just a momentum player, and we are so happy to get him.
Does he say that often when you guys are about to go into maps, where he's like, guys, I'm just gonna fly at them? Does that happen often?
No, I mean, he's not saying nothing special. He's only putting the passion on the map and muerto, muerto is like that. Yeah, muerto. The muerto is crazy. Yeah, just that. Yeah, he's so momentum player.
Can you explain to me about the fan base? Where did the name El Barco come from? What does it stand for? Explain it to us in English.
To be honest, I don't know. I mean, I don't know where the name is from, but they put it, I don't know why, but it is pretty nice.
Is it the boat? Is that the translation?
Yeah, it's like a boat, yeah.
All aboard, baby.
Yeah.
With it.
We are riding the Heretics wave, and if you're looking at this playoff bracket, you have to think, as a Heretics fan, this could be your tournament, because there's only been 3 teams to raise trophies in 2025. FaZe Clan was one of them. They're out of the bracket. And your next opponent will have to go through another tournament champion. Either Optic or 100 Thieves will get knocked out in the following matchup. How do you feel about your chance to make it all the way to a grand final?
I think against Thieves, the last time we played them, we lost against them, but we had so many matches this year, and we beat them a lot of times. I think
Back
2 or
and forth.
3.
Very
yeah.
back and forth.
Maybe we didn't play Optic recently, and they are so strong now. But we are really confident. We know we are one of the best teams in the world, like I said, and we are really confident. We don't care who we play.
Instead of focusing on the individual matchup, let's talk generally about the way you guys have performed when it gets to the end stage of tournaments. A consistent top 3 team, but what is going to get you over the line? What do you need to change going into the final day?
I don't know what to say, but probably I'll say the mindset. When we, like I said, we're a really momentum team, and where we are down like 0-2 or something like that, we need to stay calm, keep calm, and just do that, I think. Yeah.
Do you think that falls on one player? Do you guys have a hype man?
What do you mean?
Like, are any of you the hype man? Like, when you are down 0-2, is it Super being like, guys, look, we just got to lock in? Or are you the one who kind of...
No. It's not one person. We are all saying that. So, no, it's not.
Understand to lock back in. Got it.
That's it.
Final question for you. Are you going to stay and watch the matches, or are you going to go back and rest before your winner semi-final match tomorrow?
To be honest, I don't know. Maybe we're going to see... what is the next match?
Great question. We've got 4 of them coming our way.
I
believe it's Surge. 5 fears.
Yeah, maybe we're gonna stay and see some matches for tomorrow as well. For
studying.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Rancor, I know your team is waiting to celebrate with you. Congratulations on a massive win tonight.
Thank you so much.
That is Miami Heretics taking our first match of the day. When we come back, we've got match 2 of 4. Don't go anywhere. It's EWC 2025.
This land is calling.
Score
doorbuster deals during Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale. Get this area rug for $99.99. This Christmas tree for $99.99. This ceiling mattress for just $399.99. And way more.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
This is a unique. Who is that? That's not a person. That can't be. That is insane. That can't be real. Now that is Xnid and wow, who is that?
Xnid and wow, this is a hard one. Neptune? Yes, because I saw him in the lobby, so I was like, wait, he's kind of.
Okay, Ghosty for sure. Oh, Ghosty and Abuza. I can tell by the glasses.
Oh, that's Abuza and my boy Dan Ghosty. Wow, wow, Abuza makes his face look really small.
Okay, this one is Abuza and Ghosty. It's Ghosty and someone else, man. I gotta give up on this one.
Oh, that's Ghosty and Abuza.
Okay, so this is Scrap and Celium. Don't ever think about this haircut.
I don't know if I like that. It's Celium and Scrap. That's my AR duo with someone I don't. It's
Scrap and Celium. That's a good look.
Scrap. Listen, Scrap, if you want to have this hairstyle, I'm for it. I'm so there. But this is Celium and Scrap.
Oh, this is Scrap and Celium. Honestly, maybe if he got a little perm, he could probably pull it off for sure. But it would just be blonde, which I honestly think it won't be that bad, honestly.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Is this me and Sid? Kenny and Sid? Yeah, that jaw is crazy.
Dashy. Oh, Dashy and Kismet.
Dashy and Kismet. Wow. That looks like what Celium looks like now.
Here's a live look at the Vancouver Surge and our Jameel Motorsports Arrival Cam 04 looking to lead the charge as you have a hungry team who is yet to hold a trophy that has been to multiple grand finals looking to change the storyline here in Riyadh. But the big story of the night from day 2, it's this squad, the Fears, coming out, upsetting Cloud9 in a Game 5. One of our Challenger squads, the surprise 5th seed Challenger squad, is into our Final 8, Allie.
You want to talk about underdogs? I can't think of a more underdog story than 5 Fears getting a spot simply that wasn't expected. Nobody expected them to make it out of groups, let alone beat a team like C9, whose hopes were so high coming into this event. At this point, it's one of those situations where, like, you're already at rock bottom. The only way we can go is up.
And at the end of this one, you saw Exceed saying, not bad for the Burger King, eh, boys?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Exceed always talks the trash. He's always going to get hype. And I feel like we've been painting this story, talking about Omid, how good that they've been, you know, taking down FaZe. Well, 5 Fears beat 2 pro teams. Let's not get it twisted.
G2 didn't look like one, I'll be honest, though.
G2, they beat C9, and I got to show some love, man. Fire has been performing. He popped off in both of those series. You know, the guy we talked about how talented he is. He had his stint in the league and then got sent back down to Challengers. He seemingly has reinvented himself, and now they play their toughest opponent yet, but they've went through 2.
5 Fears celebrating at the end of a very long day, too, and we caught up with Exceed. Here's what he had to say.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with Exceed from 5 Fears as he gets ready to play a big match on the main stage against the Vancouver Surge. But first off, Exceed, man, how you feeling, man? I ain't got a chance to talk to you this weekend. You've been enjoying EWC with you and the boys?
Absolutely amazing, man. I mean, this is an amazing place. I got to come out here last year, and, you know, it's getting better every year, so.
Yeah, and you know, so far since you guys got here, it's been pure war, fighting tooth and nail to make it to this point in the playoff bracket. You guys took out some pro teams. We got another challenger team out here, man. Yesterday, you guys took down C9. I was talking to your teammate Capsule, and he said he wanted that revenge against them, and you guys did it. But how did you do it?
A lot of hard work. You know, we picked up Cap a week before this event, which was, it's hard. It's hard to come out and you know, you're an amateur team anyways. So you come out and it's hard enough, and then you're coming in with a new fort that you basically had 3 days of practice with.
Yeah.
So, you know, we came in, we got really good map set against them. They kind of played into our strong maps, which was kind of confusing by us. We weren't expecting it out of them. So, I mean, that happened, but I mean, on the same time, we won 2 S&Ds, which is huge, especially against pro teams. You know, they get a lot of better practice than us. So, you know, being able to close out S&Ds was huge.
Yeah, you definitely got to, and you guys popped off in those S&Ds, all right? You know, and so now as you go on forward, as you said, you guys don't get a lot of top practice like that against the pro teams, so you're kind of figuring out as you go. Yep. Now, this Vancouver Surge, this Surge squad is insane, okay? Yep. You know, sometimes it's top 2, sometimes it's top 12. They're looking at that top 2 pace, but, you know, how you going to be able to take them boys down? Because I know you want to get revenge for your teammate Hixie as well, going up against his old squad.
I mean, the way that we're looking at it is they're nervous, we're not. You know, they have everything to lose. We have everything to gain. You know, we lose this. What's anybody going to say? We lost to a pro team. We're AMs. You know? I mean, we don't look at it that way, but you know, that's how the fans are going to see it. So, and you know, the biggest thing for us is we want to get revenge for Charlie. You know, he got dropped at the beginning this year. You know, that guy's like my brother at this point, and more than anything, I want to watch him crush their key.
I love that, man. Okay, fighting for your brothers out there in the main stage, and you guys can hear it is absolute war right now. And 5 Fears, they're ready to go.
5 Fears looking to continue their revenge tour. First, it was Capsule getting back against Cloud9, who dropped him. Now it's Hixie's turn potentially to get back against a team that dropped him as well. It's Vancouver Surge, but we have to call out the fact that Neptune has changed this squad. Since joining, Vancouver went from a top 8, top 12 squad to a top 3 team. They went to 3 grand finals. How far can they go in this event?
They can win the entire thing. You know, this Vancouver Surge team, they have worked on themselves this entire year. They figured out control. Surge is looking much better, and they're poised to win a championship, Chris.
Surge is ready to go, especially the new man. Let's take a look at 04.
Everybody, Blaze here with your favorite twin. It's 04 from the Vancouver Surge. My man, how you feeling? Because you guys just had a day off in one of the craziest tournaments of the year. Did y'all utilize it right?
Oh, for sure. We had to catch up on a night of sleep. That jet lag is something serious, bro. So, yeah, and then we have to watch the matches with no stress. Crazy matches went on that day, so we just happy to be here now.
There you go. A lot of crazy matches have been happening this weekend. And the match coming up is no crazier because it's probably a team in which you guys did not expect to be playing here in the playoffs. But, you know, have you guys prepared for them? I know you got one of your old teammates on that squad. What's about to go down on the main stage?
Hey, we're going to come in with that same mentality we did with 100T. We're going to run out and blitz them.
Hit the blitz.
Yeah. But, yeah, again, we're gonna make sure we prepare for them and, you know, just make sure they give them their respect because they make
definitely got to give them their respect because it's single elimination. You cannot mess up. You have to play perfect this point forward. And so, you know, that first place has been eluding you guys, but your last tournament was the closest you have ever been to hoisting that trophy. How you guys plan on hoisting that trophy on the stage today?
Making sure we stay composed no matter what happens. Like you said, there were no mistakes throughout the rest. Teamwork that we've been doing. Right now, we have like our major 2 vibe when we first picked up net. And we had like delusional confidence then. Obviously, we ain't come out with the win then, but scrims were amazing coming up to AWC, and it showed our pool play. So we're gonna make sure it shows our bracket play.
Hey, you know, sometimes you need some of that delusional confidence on those blitz. Every time, just hit the point, hit your opponents, and what's gonna happen is gonna happen, man. All right. Yo, I wish y'all the best of luck in the series.
Thank you.
Always fun catching up with 04, one of our favorite characters, but this match is almost ready to go. We got 5 maps in front of us. Who wins this best of 5 Enigma? Who do you think gave themselves the best opportunity coming in?
It's got to be the Surge. They are the best team here. I don't think there's going to be a way to break through, but there are chinks here in the armor. And if you've got this 5 Fears team as one to look to pull off an upset, you do manage in the maps and modes to get out that red card. It is something that the Surge have really built their recent S&D focus on. It is still going to be a dealership, which is somewhere that Surge do like to play around. However, 5 Fears have looked very comfortable here in the EWC.
We're down to the final 40 seconds, so it's prediction time. I'm starting with Nameless. Where are we going? Give me the map count.
Yeah, I'm going 3-0 Surge. Rambo Ray on that stage, he's hype. And you heard 04, he said, you're about to just blitz these guys.
Alley Cat?
I'm right there with you. I have to go Surge. I think we do it a 3-1. I think they might be able to steal that second S&D.
Enigma, 20 seconds. Tell me the 5 Fears upset. How do we get it done?
I'm sorry, man. We don't. It's a 3-1. I'm going with Ali on this.
5 Fears has been causing chaos since the start of day 2. They look to continue their road, but they got to get through the Surge. We find out now if they can get it done.
we have already seen one team punch their ticket to the semis, and now this next one, it's chaos waiting to happen. Because what's coming up next is two of the most unpredictable teams in this entire tournament.
Unpredictable. That has definitely been the word of this week, hasn't it? And you're right, this next one could be chaos. On one side, we've got a team that almost went all the way last month in Canada but couldn't cross the finish line. They are desperate to keep pushing forward towards their first international breakthrough.
And across from them is a team doesn't blink under pressure, doesn't care about what other people think. They just keep on swinging.
Two teams with very, very different stories, but one thing in common. Neither of them want to go home here tonight. Should we bring out the teams?
Let's bring them out. First, you got a team that shattered expectations, knocked down a tournament favorite, and now they're hunting for more. It's Vancouver Surge.
Their opponents came in as fill-ins, played like villains, and now everybody's scared of them. It's 5 Fears!
This one's gonna get wild. Two fearless teams, one shot at greatness. Let's get into it.
Should be an interesting one indeed, my friends. Shift here with Study as Vancouver has gone to grand final after grand final after grand final. But almost all of that has been by way of being sent to a lower bracket. There is no lifeline this time around, and there is no chance they're going to be taking 5 Fears for granted as they have upset and surprised a couple of CDL teams already to this point, Jay.
Yeah, you cannot take these guys lightly. You know they put themselves in the position. They have already been battle tested. We saw them day one go up against Optic. Obviously, there was a big differential in the teamwork aspect there, but the last 2 series for 5 Fears, a Game 5 versus G2, a Game 5 versus Cloud9, with a roster basically full of rejects. These guys have consistently been looked over. They're trying to rewrite their own story.
Love the storyline for them, but looking at what we have in terms of this particular chapter, it's a Vault dealership and protocol to get us kicked off. And I'll tell you, looking ahead even to map 4, Vancouver's looking at this like, wow, we got blessed. That's 2 of their favorite hard points. But to be told, looking at what 5 Fears have done so far this weekend, they've split the difference on 2 different Vault hardpoints, including a very narrow loss to Optic, and they've looked really good on dealership. So I'm sure the upcoming, well, I say amateurs, but let's be honest, they're all pro players trying to find a way to surprise. That starts with map number 1.
You got to believe that Charlie Hixie wants to have his revenge. You heard Exceed in the interview. He was on the roster to start the season. Things did not go right. They dropped him for Neptune, but he has been trying ever since then to work his way back on up. And sometimes revenge is the sweetest joy that you can get. So Charlie Hixie, I'm expecting a big series out of him.
And that's the thing is, you know, we've kind of heard the whispers and rumblings and even some of the directness from Charlie Hixie talking about, I got to change my identity. I can't just be playing as this entry OBJ SMG. He wants to start getting a little bit more loose, trying to get a little bit more active. And that mixed up with Capsidal could provide a hell of a 1-2 punch. I mean, looking at it from G2 and Cloud9's perspective, they got all of that. But I think in particular, Charlie playing with a little bit more fluidity has actually opened up fire to really pop off this weekend so far.
Dude, what he's been able to do, especially in that series versus C9, consistent 30-plus bombs and both of the hard points, also taking over in Search and Destroy. The AR presence between Fire and Exceed was playing lights out yesterday, but today's a totally different day, and you have totally different opponents on the opposite side. We know what Abuza and Nasty bring to the table, especially on the opening map like Vault. They're always going to be in the power positions, and if you cannot beat them to the spot, you're going to have a tough time.
Yeah, rotation had been the issue for Vancouver early in the year, but that has been eliminated and really just alleviated in the last 60 days or so. So yeah, talking about this Vancouver team, it is all about controlled tempo, but tempo nonetheless. So a lot of pressure to be asserted in a different way that maybe 5 Fears have experienced to this point, but it is Vault hardpoint to get us kicked off. Can the Cinderella story continue? Another major opponent in front of them. And for Vancouver, it's about taking care of business. Get yourself set up in what looks to be a pretty favorable bracket to get to another grand final and do what they have not been able to do to this point this year, win a championship. We're loading on in. It's Vault Hardpoint. We've got the Vancouver Surge and 5 Fears for our second quarterfinal. Let's get it on.
Let's do it, baby. Vancouver, 5 Fears, trying to put themselves into a championship Sunday. Surge spawning on the preferred side for that P2, but it's all about these mid-map fights, and it's Capsule to start it off.
Good first blood. Neptune trying to get a little cheeky through the hole in the floor, and a nice little bit of movement to find Fire. Follow up onto Hixie is perfect in Vancouver from the favored side of the map. Will also find P1 time early.
Already have all map control in their favor. A big gunfight win there from Exceed with an AR in hand. Usually do not see Mr. McLeod lose those up in personal gunfights, but he gives his team an opportunity, and they do absolutely nothing with it. 0-4 pops a double. Last man standing is Fire. Another clean 4 dead. Still in control of the map is Surge.
Yeah, with 20 seconds remaining, 5 Fears have to make a decision here. How much do we want to value playing for a rotation to try to set up for new versus having to play through old due to the time that Surge have found? And how about both things at once? Capsule able to find his way into the hard point. Kind of deters the Surge setup just a touch, and you also get a little bit of a spawn up on the backside of P2. 0-4 trying to handle it. Follow up from Neptune, not able to quite find Hixie initially, but Nasty takes care of business, and Surge are cooking as they try to break into P2. We head on to a Bravia, listen in with the Vancouver Surge.
Get time. They play through front. I team twice, Bucking. Help him. I stunned my pull. He didn't block, right? Yeah, no one's blocking. He's going to spawn. I sent him back. Just kidding. I sent him Jordan. Stop broken. Have a pump. Stop broken, Charlie. I'm getting P2 check. They're going to be mid, guys. They're going to be mid as well. Charlie, we can. One cut on me. You're so top part. P2 tag dead. Hey, telling me. What make me, guys? I team twice, I need twice. I'm not P2 check in pool. Moving on. Yeah, I'm gonna go sit down. I've died, guys, okay? I'm looking up. Got Charlie. I have all. Don't say anything. One line, start the line cut. I'm gonna go line cut, I hit once. Line cut, silly. I'm trying him line cut. Buzzer. He's still here. Flip cut Charlie. Yo, Vault. Be search. On the bed. She's out. Yeah, it's not that normal. I'm going top. Be control, okay? Play lies. We spawn out. Don't see anything. Behind me mid. Right, he's going close. Line cut, guys. Yo, line cut, go front. Exceed is close. I'm watching him. I spawned out again. Line that. Mid on time. I get snake. Mid pillar. Both there. Time weak, fire. One shot. Watch out, Charlie. Yo, all three front. Take your time. All three front, okay? Don't push me, yo, two left. We're missing Exceed. Lay down out of three.
Hell of a start for Vancouver. The comms sound like they're on point, but 5 Fears, back half of P2, and so far through 3, looking real solid.
Yeah, you heard Rambo Ray at the end of that, take your time. We were starting to go one by one, and that's not what you want to do versus 5 Fears with the ARs hitting like they are. But still, in contention, here at P3, you have the map in your favor to set up properly here at the Money Hill in P4. Crosses being watched. Abuza already finds an opening. You are prepared for this first push.
Yeah, this is what Vancouver does best when it comes down to P2, P4. They are one of the toughest teams to break on those two Money Hills, and you can see exactly why. AR's locking down every single lane. Nasty recognizing there's a threat underneath, but a big win there from Caps. Opportunity to possibly move the spawns around, and Caps is going to do a little bit more than that. Find his way to get another kill inside the hard point, leaving 0-4 by himself, and it just comes down to how long can he play his life while help is on the way.
That was an unbelievable play right there out of Capsule, because obviously he gets called out on the cross. Charlie Hixie jumps down from top art and tries to commit on a gunfight, but when he loses that gunfight, that only allows his teammates to spawn on out, but it still does not matter. Neptune, 14-7, taking over with the SMG. Now a little bit of Michael Myers action. Leads to 3 in the feed. The final 20 is going to be there. You got yourself a little bit of a lead going into our second set.
Not the worst news for 5 Fears. You're able to contest some of the time, but more importantly, earn some of your own, and you're making this exit from P4 a little bit more difficult for Surge. So in terms of kind of making the most out of not the most favorable positions, not bad news for 5 Fears. It'd be about a 20-point game heading into our second set. Vancouver trying to threaten from topside catwalk.
The 5 Fears is this time. They're fully set up in towards the middle of the map. They're forcing Surge to try to break through difficult angles. You already at least put yourself in the advantage in the trade fights, but it's still a 2v2 battle. You have cat control. You have the spawns over towards P2's side, but we gotta get in the objective.
Not bad from Hicks, able to find one, makes life maybe a little bit easier for the rest of his teammates, but Abuza gets to work, finding a couple. Neptune and Nasty clear the field and get now time again for Surge. Exceed, looking for an early peek, finds Neptune cleanly. And on top of that, Fire also reduces another Surge member from the backside of the play, so a pinch can start to develop. Nasty, the last one left, and 5 Fears look like they're about to handle it, and they do get the trade they need, still keeping this within a 20-point game.
That's a big double kill coming in from Hixie. Secures the one-on-one gunfight to secure the spawn towards the backside, and now he's just creating an extra layer. The farthest player pushed on up. You still want to potentially just fight for this mid-map control, but with that route, you're not going to have the spawns that you want. Vancouver Surge now in the driver's seat to potentially find an early break.
Yeah, Hixie just trying to force something from the front, thinking there might be an opportunity, but not able to benefit as Surge are able to get their setup completely surrounding this front side of the pool. Neptune 18 and 11, doing whatever he wants. Abuza keeping his cross safe over through the mid pinch, almost able to find 2. Weakens up Capsule, that will really just leave Exceed to have to fight for himself, and 04's nade will take care of it. So Surge still spawning close. 5 Fears still trying to hit from the front, and actually a couple of nice kills start to come in from the front side of pool. So Abuza is the last one standing, and Spawns will move.
Yeah, and this is beautiful right now from 5 Fears. You were trying to at least attempt to hold it from the front side, but now with all that pressure and the gunfights going your way, you were able to flip Vancouver toward the opposite side. Abuza not going to give up though on this final 15. You're able to secure it. And now you have 5 Fears trapped in towards the backside of ammo. They need to get out. They need to work all the way to Art.
Yeah, they're kind of fighting this though at the pretense of Surge knowing they want to try to play for the exit. So it's a bit of just a kind of tug of war here on the backside of P2. 136 plays 100. Back over to P3 we go. 5 Fears trying to work this through the outer street, whereas 04 has already cut through the middle of the map and found himself the left side of the minimap.
And this is how 5 Fears kept themselves into the game. They soaked up a lot of P3 time last go around and found an early break at the P4. It's still only a 30-point difference. Keep in mind that this is an amateur team giving Vancouver a run for their money. 40 seconds here, still remaining at the P3. 04 knows I need to dominate this side of the map, and with 3 kills going down, now we can approach the time.
It's not just an amateur team, Jay. It's an amateur team that had to find a 4th immediately as they found out they were going to come into EWC. Capsule, the recent addition, has been good for them. 136 to 116. Again, the game has been within margins of about 20 points from pretty much the beginning of this, and 5 Fears continue to do the job that's required of them over the top of P3. Chance to move across the map. Nasty will spawn out. Now it's just down to can 5 Fears win the key gunfights to flip the spawns.
And one person at least makes it across, so Capsule, it's on you. Potentially find an opening. He's going to put himself in towards the hard point, wins a one-on-one gunfight. He still knows that there's another one towards the top, but is not able to get the better of 04. So the spawns are in for Surge. They have control of the map again, and now this is very difficult because all 4 players are set up.
Yeah, and that's another massive moment from Abuza. How big has he been in key moments when it's 2v4s and he's coming away with a couple of eliminations, if not cleanly. A couple of the tags over to Hixie, trying to hit the deck. Neptune on the chase, easy follow-up, and now all of a sudden Neptune can go free to roam.
You cannot afford to give up a full 60 here and allow Abuza to continue to dominate from top art. He's already on 5 in a row, only has 3 bullets left in the clip. It does not matter, he wants to get every 1 weak. But they have yet to been able to contest this hard point, and Surge are blowing this game wide open.
Yeah, this is where, again, we've seen Surge in a couple of close maps take a massive late game advantage. It's happening once again. 15 seconds left. It's going to have Surge right around the 200-point mark. Spawns will also move for the last 2 members for 5 Fears, so a split spawn situation has our challenger squad looking to play through old and set up around the middle, but that's actually well done. Fire and Hixie finding a couple. That will give them a bit of a cushion around P1.
Yeah, so all that space that you were able to take, thinking that, all right, 2 players are going to spawn out behind us, everyone loses their gunfight, so you're still going to be at the old time, and now Exceed getting a little bit activated. Still only a 40-point difference. You're forcing Surge to work their way through pool because Exceed has everything cut off from Lion.
Hixie, big moment for you right here. Again, changing up his role, wanting to be the guy playing outside the hill. A little bit of damage into 04. Good movement, and it allows an opportunity for Nasty to come over and find the trade. Critical time here for Surge, getting closer and closer to the 200-point mark. 5 Fierce going to hit a couple of long routes here with 25 to go. Try to surround the hill and then open it up with a couple of clean kills. Exceed for the opener. Fire following up. They have Nasty outside the hard point. This has been really solid for 5 Fears in terms of how do you break open P1 and hold on to P2. Huge from Fire, now working with both weapons as 5 Fears get us back to within a 30-point game.
Yeah, that was the biggest win right there from Fire to pick up the OE and secure this side of the map for his team. You win the rotation over towards P2, but already Vancouver have found an opening right through middle map. 2 SMGs just fly on through. All the hard work that Fire just got done is now left in the hands of Exceed.
Good first win from Exceed, trying to get away from the chase, but not able to. Fire will spawn up in the back. Vancouver relatively aware of this. as they popped up at mid-map. And how about it? Here comes the rest of 5 Fears. 04 the perfect crossing angle. He's taking care of 2, almost able to get the 3rd, but Nasty provides the trade, and Vancouver is still stable inside the hard point.
They can win it here. That's clearing out the back. Now all your focus is towards the front. You can already see on your minimap Abuza creating space. Let me be the aggressor up through pool. Create an extra layer for them not to even contest.
Double hit over through balcony. Abuza able to find one. Fire has to get this trade, but he's not able to. So now it just goes into the arms of Exceed. Trying to play on the backside, but he is weak from that previous gunfight. And it's all individual efforts from here on out for 5 Fears. A game that was categorized by about a 20 to 30 point gap. But again, this is where Vancouver loved to play, and that's why. Map 1 rather, going their way with P2, P4 just firmly in their control.
Yeah, especially on that second set, man. The first time when you were at P4, Capsule makes a big time play to make that one scrappy. And the P2, the same thing is what kept 5 Fears into the game. But the adjustments come in, the communication started hitting on all cylinders, and crossfires were always being set up. A flawless 60 at the P4. You win the rotation over towards P2 and read every single spawn. When we jumped into the Bravia listening, you can hear how calm and cool and collected they are. The addition of Rambo Ray on the comms with them just keeps these guys level-headed, and it showed on the second half of that hardpoint.
Yeah, it's a huge addition to have him as a 5th voice in the comms, because we know that this Vancouver team, just kind of watching them over the back half of the season, has been playing with some lightning pace.
Oh, yeah.
And you often kind of wonder, like, does that get them into some tricky spots to where they almost fall apart a touch? But you add Ray into the comms, and he goes, yo, slow down just a touch. Let's get ourselves set up. And then all of a sudden, it's right back to business.
Because you got to think about this Vancouver Surge squad. They're all basically young. They're all just starting their careers. Neptune is rewriting his story.
Yeah.
So you need sometimes to have that veteran presence, and that's what Rambo Ray is able to bring. Calm the young man down. Get them locked back in. And just focus on what you need to do, secure the W at the very end. So Vancouver taking care of business on the opening vault hardpoint. We expected that to be the case because this has been a bread and butter map for them all season long. Now, if you are 5 Fears, I know yesterday versus C9, you had to take 2 S&Ds. You're probably going to have to do it again here if you want to beat this squad.
And I think the thing about this scoreboard that I always come away really impressed by with Vancouver is not only is the damage output and the kill-death ratio relatively even, but look at the assist column.
It's beautiful,
Everyone helping each other. Beautiful stuff. So that's through map number 1. Now we take a look at the Search and Destroy. To be candid, Vancouver have faltered in many key moments in the Search and Destroy. And on the other side, 5 Fears have looked pretty solid in Search and Destroy. Of course, most notably last night versus Cloud9, taking both the 2 and the 5, one of which was on Dealership, where they looked really good.
Oh, yeah. Exceed had a pop-off moment versus G2, where he goes 13-2, just absolutely dominates them on Dealership. But you just got to be prepared for what Vancouver are going to throw at you, because they also love themselves some Dealership Search and Destroy. They have that strategy on defense where they're consistently shutting down the courtyard push. Abuza, the soul man, over towards A, investing his stuns, investing his nades, and setting up his teammates with the information on what the play is going to be after that. But this needs to be a must-win here for 5 Fears. I know they are the heavy underdog in this series, but you are here for a reason, and now it's time to show it.
And just to give you the metrics, you ready for this, Jay?
Talk to me.
6-4 versus Cloud9 on this map, 6-2 versus G2 on this map. 7th in opening dual win percentage, 50%, but they convert every single one of the numbers advantages that they've had. They are 100% in first blood conversion rate. So that's got to be, I think, what you look at here for 5 Fears. So again, just play with your advantages. Play mature Call of Duty. Don't get too crazy. Don't get too loose. And make sure this Vancouver team is kind of in front of you the entire time.
And you best believe, even though they're an amateur team, the coach like Rambo, he's going to be able to watch those games back and see what they like to do. Definitely had a VOD review session to prepare for this lineup. I know it's an AM squad, so you potentially want to come in lightly, but no. You have to make sure you're locked in versus whoever is across the stage from you. B-Sport on the opposite side. It's insane to see him up there in that coaching position.
I know
because him and Ray used to play against each other 20 years ago. That's how long they've been around the scene.
Well, now they find themselves squaring up in a different way. Fist bumps are out. Looks like we're about to lock back on in for map number 2. Again, this, I will say, looking at how the series is going to pan out in terms of the maps and the modes, this does feel like a must-win map for the side of 5 Fears.
Without question, man, because control can be up in the air. And you heard that 04 interview. He feels like they're back into that honeymoon stage that they found when Neptune was first added to the team. If you remember, they were dominant on everything on protocol. They consistently are getting lost. So you cannot afford to go down 0-2 here if you are 5 Fears. They're going to be the team initially to start off on the offense. No trophy systems to work with. Gonna do a little bit of a split setup here to just get a read on what's getting thrown at them.
Yeah, it looks like almost 5 Fears want to try to catch Surge on some sort of an aggressive pinch through mid or around the back through A. Show a little bit of force towards B and then hold back and see if they can punish any aggressive routes. None are being taken though, as Surge have also paid their respect and will largely just try to focus on mid-map while Neptune just holds the front line at B by himself.
And 0-4 almost in a gunfight there versus Capsule, just gonna get out of dodge. Capsule's another guy that just spawns into a search and destroy and just pops a double every single time he gets the ability to, but still, time ticking, 45 seconds, 0-4 strikes first.
And that's big in the middle of the map. Follow up from Fire, trying to force the issue. The rest of the help is here. 0-4 just trying to delay as long as humanly possible, but Nasty cannot get there to secure his trade. So we'll go 3v3, but look at Abuza. Oh, he's gotten a perfect read on this. Catches Exceed, head bashing a door. Follow up information onto Fire. Try to get the isolation. Well isolated by Fire. Nasty really can't challenge this, and now all of a sudden a 2v2 develops.
And the bomb is edging out towards B. So it's going to be on Neptune on the timings that he's going to take here. The repositioning on the backside of the shack. He's not going to be able to spot anyone on the cross, so this bomb should go down for free.
Gives 5 Fears a chance. Neptune is not going to bother checking. Post plant will be set up back through arches, and Neptune's been seen by Fire. They're going to give him a little bit of space to work with, as Hixie's going to watch for an early, late flank. None are developing. Here comes the head bash forward. Neptune able to find one bit of damage, and yep, just pushes on forward, says, I got you a bullet down. Easy follow-up for me, got the advantage. And the retake is successful for Vancouver.
The Omni movement right there from Neptune. I have the player weak. Okay, no one's in a position to watch the site. If I win this one-on-one gunfight, should be in a great position to secure this round. Perfect retake there to clear out the backside of their spawn, but it all starts with 0-4 getting that first blood. And also Abuza being as confident as he was to take all this space away. Because with 30 seconds left, this was their play call. Yeah. Let's wrap back, let's go towards A. They're not going to be stacked on this side of the map, but just getting that one kill delays the push, and it allows your two teammates alive to successfully retake for the first round.
And I will say, just to kind of throw this into the mix early, something for you guys at home to keep your eyes on. When Vancouver are on defense, keep your eye on Abuza. He might be one of the best ARs over the top of the A site this year. So we'll see if that comes to fruition later on, as now it's going to be Vancouver on their opening a hit towards A. Already Neptune getting very far forward, but counter nades from the defense will push back and even find a kill. So 0-4 is a little bit stuck here on the site, needing to find more, but there's Abuza over the top of the A site for one. Exceed in the back of the dumpster area will be pushed off, and that's going to be enough for Vancouver to say, let's reset.
You could already see Neptune was edging his way on out. They were thinking about a rotation over towards this B site. Now with everything being silent, 5 Fears should throw a couple shoulders, gain some info that they're not here. Trying to put themselves in a position, potentially take mid-map away, but it's going to be a battle here at B.
0-4 able to jump out the window and start getting to work. Neptune just showing a little bit of shoulder pressure, just making sure that there is no challenge onto the bomb planter. And now the post plant. Speed here for 5 Fears on the retake, immediately through mid-map. Oh, but Abuza's route. If this gets read by Neptune, there's an opportunity here for Abuza to come bail him out. And they're going to reset their post plant. They're going to play this on the backside of the site. Will 5 Fears have any awareness on this?
Oh, Abuza's able to win the one-on-one gunfight and almost get out of dodge, and 0-4 at the same time is thinking 5 Fears are most likely running around together, but Capsule, with his head on a swivel, rats back towards the DVD store. Secures the one-on-one. You find the trade on Abuza. And that's that you said from the beginning. When they get the first blood, they never lose the round. Tie game now.
I love that call, too, just to hold hands together as a 3-man stack at mid. Knowing that there are 3 post-plant offensive players still alive, they're not going to triple stack arches. Someone's going to hit some sort of a route. So great call from 5 Fears. Find their advantages. Take care of business. I think most importantly is they do get the chase down onto Abuza before he can escape for garage.
And there was also a big one that Neptune wasn't able to find one of those kills when they were all sending it in towards the dealership. So you kept the numbers on your side, but tie game now. Trophy systems to work with 5 Fears on the attack.
Same idea here though for 5 Fears offensively. Let's see if we can bait Surge into trying to wrap aggressively through mid or on the backside of A elbow. Capsule was not affected by those opening stuns and nades that you saw coming through from the defense, but there is no follow-up action. Neptune backing up towards window just to make sure there's no slide out through arches while Abuza plays on the backside of B. Exceed chasing, but tagged. A little bit of trouble here. Semtex gonna hit him in the face, but Exceed still able to find one before falling.
3v3. Now Neptune in position. potentially shut down this bomb plant, but Five Fears are just going to wait this one out. They are waiting for Vancouver to potentially try to think that they have the advantage.
Yeah, it's like Cap's in a good position forward, but Vancouver aware of it. Just double team him out. Bomb was not committed for the plant. Hixie trying to see if he can catch a timing to find a trade. Not going to happen. And then Fire caught from behind as the long route eventually gets into play for Nasty. And so it's Hixie versus his former squad. Trying to pull off a 1v3, 20 seconds, and not a lot of real estate to work with.
Yeah, no information gained. You have no idea what the setup is looking like on that side, but you're at least for now able to spot a Booza, but again, he is aware. Going back and forth, playing the 50-50, and times the slide to perfection. Secures the round there again for Vancouver on the defensive side. And even with Exceed, taking one down with him with the sticky hitting him in the chest. The slow and steady approaches for Five Fears on their attacks is not working right now.
That shoulder right there from Neptune is everything, because if Caps can stay in that back 10 position, that B site becomes very difficult to retake. But the awareness of Vancouver, knowing that, hey, if we're seeing Exceed push through, there could be another one here. So great discipline from Surge in this chess game, which develops now into our 4th round, and it's going to be Surge looking for a bit of a 3-1 split off of Booza by himself towards A. Looks like we're going to see some possible aggression. A little stun play off of Hixie here. Yeah, stun, nade, let that damage come through. Neptune finds the opening double. Exceed does find the isolated kill, though, on the island.
An instant play call already for Surge. We get 2 gunfights at B. We're instantly going to work our way back over towards A. Now you have the man-up advantage. Potentially all the map control to just get this one down for free. The only player here trying to contest him is going to be Exceed. You hear the glass break. You know that they're on this side of the map. And 0-4, I don't know if he spotted him.
No, I don't. Well, I think the thing was, I don't know. Whoa! I was saying, I don't know if the side of Five Fears saw 0-4, so he finds the crosser, but Exceed is able to find a little bit of bonus off the car explosion, leaving Nasty into a 1v1 with him. Exceed throwing some aggressive shoulders, and he's down now to a single bullet. Just has to try to play out his life a little while longer. There's the regen, gets it fully reset. Info on to Nasty.
Oh my God.
Now it's just down to who hits the shots, and Nasty locks it in. Woohoo, got tight.
Exceed almost pulled that one out of nowhere. And the 2v3, the nade over the top for the car bomb, and just being sneaky in the corner made it a 1v1. But eventually we got to challenge. We cannot allow Hixie to set the tone there. But Nasty gets the better of him. Just keeps salt and pepper in him. Reposition. And when Exceed tries to get on out, he's able to catch him. First offense secured there from Surge.
Pretty comfortable 1v1 for Nasty all the way through. Wasn't sweating whatsoever.
Yeah, Exceed didn't shoot a single bullet.
Here we go. Same setup for Five Fears on this offense. 2 towards the den, 1 at mid, 1 watching for the long pinch. And Surger's sitting here like, all right, fine. Like, we don't really care too much. We're just going to keep Nasty throwing shoulders at office. And as soon as he finds info, yep, put yourself in a favorable spot. That's just a little bit too easy. Nade being cooked, but Nasty catches another. And yeah, this setup for Five Fears offensively is just not working.
Yeah, we can't play slow on dealership. We need to be the aggressives because you're giving up all the map control. And then by the time you try to retake it, you have no positionings, none of the power spots. You're already left in a 1v4 now if you're Exceed.
Able to find the first one and get the regen. Decent opportunity for the second, but just too many Surge members flooding through. And yeah, I would be willing to wager the house that next Five Fears offense, they're not going to make that same 2 towards den, 1 middle, 1 isolated to try to watch from early pinch. It's just not going to happen for Surge. They're just going to keep congesting you in the middle of the map.
Yeah, because Surge have already made an adjustment. They came out in their first defensive round, everyone stacking over towards A, but if Five Fears are going to consistently have this slow and steady approach, we can just have the best AR on this side of the map to lock down this site. No need to worry. So clean defensive round there from Surge as they're starting to pull away here in the S&D. 4 in a row now for Nasty. 2 more rounds to go up 2-0.
Yeah, and I know our ops team is highlighting over Hixie because he's 0-5, and they want us to talk about that. Not a good start for him by any means. That'll work though. Exceed able to find 1 in combination with Fire, so an early 4v2, and as mentioned, when Five Fears find first bloods, they don't lose rounds.
This is one you cannot allow to slip away. 0-4 already takes a good chunk of space away. Catches Exceed to give them a little more of a chance here. Bomb is going to be playing, but just still man down.
Those nades were close, I'm not going to lie. Maybe a second earlier, that does some significant damage, if not finds a kill onto Nasty. 0-4, just trying to find some space. Good help from Nasty. Hold on a second. They're able to find individual 1v1s. Capsule weak. Gets a couple of shots in, but does not matter. A breakdown. A 2v4 on the backside of A. and Vancouver somehow, some way make that come through.
And that's the difference between professionals and amateurs. You're in a 4v2, everyone just hold hands and play the trades on out. The fact that Exceed just edges his way to potentially get some information, gives up his life for free, but 0-4 with the finesse, and Nasty with the repositioning with those SMGs in hand, you can never think that they're not going to have any help. The teamwork always makes the dream work. Now Surge at game point.
4 in a row for 0-4 as well. RCXD in the back pocket, which would make this A site that much more dangerous. Trophy systems out, really reducing a lot of his opening nades, and 0-4's just sending a little heat check, little dance with Neptune as well, and they're gonna dominate that little bait and switch. Help from Abuza to finish this one off, and it's just down to Exceed 1v3.
Gonna back up all the way to the spawn. All of Vancouver are running around together. You're able to find the first one undamaged. 53 HP, get the second.
He's
another 1v1.
Oh, maybe another bullet needed, but Nasty comes through again, and Vancouver speed run their way through a 6-1 search.
It just took way too long. Right there for 5 Fierce to make adjustments. You allowed Surge to dictate the game the way that they wanted it to be played. They realize they have gone to the same offensive strategy 3 rounds in a row. You shut it down 3 rounds in a row, and then it's GG because you have no other play call.
Yeah, now it's difficult tenses here for 5 Fears as they have to look at a control for what would have to be the first step of a reverse sweep, and they have not won a control yet. We'll step away. When we come back, it's Protocol. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup and our second quarterfinal, where the Vancouver Surge have been comfortable to this point against the Cinderella story. 5 Fears, the Challengers team that finished top 6 at Challengers Finals, only really gifted the spot thanks to some paperwork mishaps by Carolina. They made the most of it, though. Getting all the way into the playoff bracket is a stunner. But here in this matchup, Jay, it has not been good for 5 Fears to this point.
Yeah, it's been a difference in skill level and teamwork right now. Play calls that are on the side of Surge and how coordinated they are together. Just making the game look so easy. Currently be up 2-0 in the series. Now backs against the wall for 5 Fears. You gotta spawn into a protocol control. You have been able to play it one time this weekend. You can see the team stats here. It's not been great.
Yeah, the attacking side in particular is, I think, where the biggest downfall has occurred to this point. You see the team KD there, but here's the bigger news. In 3 controls, they have not won a single offensive round, and on protocol in particular, they haven't captured a single tick yet.
Oh, man.
So that's not good, is the long and short of that kind of statistic. And on the other side, speaking of ticks, how about the offensive pressure for Vancouver this weekend? Not just Abuza, but also Neptune right there with them. You also see 0-4 making the top 8. They have looked really good, impressively so, in course of how they've worked control. And they've done it across a couple of different maps as well. I mean, they played a lot of Vault this weekend at this point, but you saw them and Kitchener look pretty solid on Hacienda, Vault, and Protocol. So no real strangers to loading up to a protocol control.
Yeah, they love themselves a little bit of game mode number 3 on control. Hacienda tends to be their weakest. Vault and protocol are their go-tos. So being up 2-0 in the series, all momentum on your side. And obviously the stats that just came up on the screen there for 5 Fears. They're going to have to do something that they have yet to do all weekend. And that's win an attacking round versus this team.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. See how things manipulate here, because again, for 5 Fears, it's been impressive, man. And you just kind of look at the scope of EWC this year compared to last year. Yes, some Challengers teams did beat CDL teams in the group stage, but none of them made it out of groups. This year is a different year, though. Those Challenger squads know that EWC is happening again at the beginning of the year. You know your path of how you qualify at the halfway point of the year. And you sit there, you grow, you find maybe the last second improvements that you need to. And we've seen that be a benefit to really, again, making an argument for, all 16 teams that are here. There's no longer that stonewall gap between the CDL top 12 and the Challengers top 4. So it's been fun, but this is a different level of trying to get through top 2 team of the game.
Yeah, and I think if you're 5 Fears right now, you're going to need someone to just have a takeover map. And I'm definitely looking at the SMGs on that side. Between Capsule and Hixie, obviously Charlie Hixie has a terrible search and destroy there, but always can have a bounce back for a response to gain some momentum. You need to be able to set the tone. You need to be able to manage the map control and allow your SMGs to just roam free and be nuisances.
Yeah, you need a big game here out of either Hixie or Capsule or both. That puts some pressure onto Exceed and Fire as ARs. Let's be honest, you're fighting up against that guy. Abuza has been a lockdown staple for Vancouver all year long, in particular on control, but who's out of those more flexible ARs between Exceed and Fire are going to say, I got him. I'll take the one-on-one. I'll square up, because that's going to have to happen. Here we go. 2-0 up are the Surge, loading on in. Protocol control. Vancouver looking for a swift 3-0 to get him into Sunday at another chance at another grand finals, whereas 5 Fears is trying to extend their stay, extend the series. Let's see what we get. Let's jump on in.
They're going to be the team early on to start off on the defense, or actually on the offense. So they instantly have to figure out this side of the map. First kill goes in favor of Exceed, and I love the early play to go over towards B. This is going to catch Vancouver off guard.
There's a touch. They also have to read that Nasty's playing on the low ground. Nice shots from Fire. Abuza playing in towards the bottom side of PCs. Will regain some defensive ground here for Vancouver, but 5 Fears, eyes towards B. Looking pretty solid, but Hixie mistimes the route to try to get a bit of a spawn trap in. And simultaneously, Abuza has not dropped yet. He was in trouble from the get-go and is 2-0 now pushing forward.
Now Vancouver are in your spawn. You got to take your time on the approach or the exit on out. 0-4, going to try to assist the Abuza there, but Neptune is here to keep him alive. Already 3 dead in the feed. You were getting those spawns on the back center of the map. Yeah, this is going to take some time to get out.
Well, Neptune can't quite pounce on 3 5 Fears members standing right in front of him. 0-4 creating some space, stunning himself back towards a little bit more safety, but good isolation, good follow-up. 5 Fears going to tie up the life count and have a pretty solid look here at A.
Working on this first segment. only player on that point is going to be Hixie, but he's able to spot the player working on the pinch, so Abuza gets shut down. Now Nasty trying to work a flank. He's able to win a massive one-on-one gunfight, but that first segment is locked.
Yep, Capsule still alive. Exceed giving him some freedom over through the middle of the map. And so it is just down to Nasty playing forward. Second tick not quite locked as of yet. Abuza clears off Caps. And Vancouver start to again get themselves forward quickly. Hixie's double, reduces the play and has fire on the zone to stop the clock and likely get the second tick done.
And now it's Neptune on the pinch, but he's instantly getting caught by Sapsidal. So second segment is already locked. All of Vancouver are spawning towards tower side, and Capsidal is just keeping them on this side of the map. So time is going to be extended. Vancouver not in a position to contest this, and it's going to give an extra lifeline here for 5 Fears.
Yeah, that was a big gunfight right there, though, for 0-4. Stop 5 Fears from finding any sort of spawn pressure onto the Surge's defense. But the kills are still looking solid here for the Challengers contender. 15 plays, 11. Quick motion through field side as Capsule's looking to try to get some isolation, sees Nasty over the barrel, but he wins that one. And meanwhile, Exceed and Hixie are just trying to play their individual lives on either side of the map. Neither really finding a tremendous amount of success as we're down to a minute 5 on the clock and only a 2-life gap as Vancouver have bounced back.
And I thought Exceed was almost going to be able to edge his way on out. He gets cut down, and you still do have a 2-life advantage. Now, if you are Surges, make your life a lot more difficult to die. Abuza and 0-4 already combined for 2. The bait and switch and the teamwork on full display. Vancouver, 1 life lead now.
Abuza tries to 50-50. The spawn trap gets caught. A couple of kills there for 5 Fears, has them out of spawn and looking for a long route out of Exceed. Who picks this up? Who gets a read on it? 0-4 inside tower, does well to catch 1. Exceed's position now known, but he finds 2 eliminations. So now it's just down to how do you play this one out? Lives are slim on both sides. Hixie seen at mid-map. 0-4, does he get traded out here? Sure will by fire, but the clock is becoming the biggest opponent here for 5 Fears. 5v4, but only 16 seconds on the clock.
And Exceed has a big one-on-one in towards the tower. He's able to win it.
Here we go.
Exceed making massive plays. No more respawns for Surge. There's only 2 players alive.
0-4 trying to surprise Exceed. But Abuza will drop, so it is just down to 0-4, and he gets slammed out. So how about that? 5 Fears who had not found any offensive success, not even just to win around, but to find a tick of progress, comes out and sets the tone early.
That's beautifully played there from Exceed, man. He understood, okay, my teammates are getting trapped in towards the spawn. I can go back and assist, but if they can get a couple kills, I can spawn trap them on my own right. So he ends that round on 4 in a row. Massive one-on-one after one-on-one. Keeps the live advantage in favor of the amateurs. And they secure their first attacking round of the entire weekend.
Yeah, unreal stuff. Hell of a time to have it, though.
Oh, yeah.
Tell you what, defensively, just kind of to play the other side of the stat line here, they actually have been pretty solid. So we'll see if they can provide maybe a 2-0 early edge to reset how this series has gone to this point. Neptune Abuza, first couple of kills come through. Exceed counters, but does get traded, leaving really just 1 member left alive. That's Capsule trying to fight for his life on the other side of the map.
He's just going to put himself in a corner. He knows there's at least 1 player coming off the respawn, so he try to play for that first kill, but get some really bad timing, and now the rest of Vancouver, the teamwork, the crossfires, already 3 dead in the feed. Second segment is going to be done,
yeah, we're
and B, honestly, might be gone.
Yeah, we're chalking that. Trophy system comes down just as the defensive nades try to come over the top. And now it's just down to playing for exits, which even that has not come through yet. Exceed and Hixie will find a couple. Keeps the life lead just marginal for Vancouver. Oh, slammed. Unreal. Abuza with a sub in hand. Puts Hixie in the dirt. And now all of a sudden, it's a 4-life edge, just under 2 minutes to play, and the map is starting to trend in favor of Vancouver as Capsule gets isolated.
Yeah, now they're setting up their teammates for some freebies. The only player who can make a play is going to be Hixie. Works his way through sidewalk and is already behind enemy lines, so it's all about finessing from this point on. Force Vancouver to just not commit on their play, to try to look for you when the finesse is long enough for a clean 4 dead.
Yeah, nice map here out of Exceed. 3 in a row, 15 and 7. Very patiently trying to hold Vancouver in their spawn. Fire ironed up, trying to walk his way over. A couple of tags into 0-4. Nasty trying to push him out as Hixie takes the place inside of lockers, but yeah, he's going to be pushed back as well. So Surge avoiding the spawn trap, and now with numbers can start to make their way forward to A.
Hixie's got to value his life here. 2 of your teammates already fall, but we're just going to try to play a timing game in towards bottom blue, but thankfully the safety net and fire still gives yourself another chance to retake this. Only 2 players from Vancouver currently around that mid-map area. You're also up by 3 lives, a minute left to go.
But you have killed off a minute if you're 5 Fears. Vancouver working through the middle of the map. Neptune finds 2. Fire, pushed out by Nasty, and now it's just on to Exceed up top. He really can't do too much. Neptune's on the hunt. Exceed, though, backs away, has a chance at it, but little 180 slip and slide from Neptune has him on 3 in a row after a little bit of a slower start, and Vancouver are keeping the clock paused with the first ticket A coming in.
And 14v9, Neptune knows that Exceed is still coming off the respawn and absolutely slams him again. Neptune, Mr. McLeod, this is what he's capable of when he is in flow state. 5 in a row. Now the timing to catch him again with his pants down. Exceed is not having a good time. Second segment, locked.
And the blender. And now a tick progression advantage starts to develop here for Vancouver. And I was going to say, if he gets another one and Exceed, yikes. But regardless, the offensive round will come through. Just comes down to, will it be by ticks or by lives? 5 Fears try to battle it out, but Abuza will find the final 2 kills. So 5 ticks earned as Vancouver respond with an offense of their own.
It's a very clean offense there from Vancouver. When you allow Neptune to just get behind enemy lines, the guy has been putting in so much work this season to play his timings to perfection. They extend time early on, about 2 minutes and 15 seconds to just get 3 seconds at B with the life count in your favor. Very clean round there from Surge to tie the game.
And yeah, this is just a montage of Neptune beating Exceed in the last couple of moments. Abuza with the final 2, as mentioned, just before that last tick can be earned. So at least 5 Fears in the loss will mitigate the potential of extra ticks to be earned, and now back on to, again, the side of the map that they've struggled on. Not the case in round number 1 with that set play over towards B. This is different, though, and 04's got the crossfire set up for 3, just laying on his back. 5 HP in a dream, and it's essentially a 1v3 for 04, now off the reset, trying to join Neptune into spawn trap, but that's mitigated as 5 Fears find a couple of response kills.
Oh yeah, but Abuza at least finds 2 of his own, so we have information on Fire. He does not like this map. Heard him in an interview yesterday saying, my little brother can spawn in and basically spawn trap me here. 9 and 16 start. He loves to sit top trips window, but you got to get yourself more involved.
Yeah, Neptune is just wiggling around the backside of the 5 Fears spawn. Only a 3 life edge, though, to be fair, until Nasty pops up and pops off. And that will keep the pressure away, down to 40 seconds, and the life lead now starts to become pretty significant for Surge.
Yeah, this time Surge are not letting anyone slip on by. Abuza just forcing the spawns over towards that B Street or back in the default at the gun. 30 seconds to go, not a single segment earned, not a single trade in the kill feed. 04 is popping takeover here in round number 3.
Yeah, he's just having it his way. Hello. Dick later, how are ya? More coming, but no. Offensive stun locks him into place, 13 seconds, 7 life advantage, but the clock, the biggest adversary right now for 5 Fears, as Abuza is still tucked in the corner, just looking to keep that clock moving, has help nearby, and that will be a flawless defense out of Vancouver, still retaining 18 lives, up 2-1 here in the control.
Yeah, that was a lot more dominant there from Vancouver to not allow anyone to slip on by. Fist bumps out, they know they are 1 round away from securing themselves a spot on Championship Sunday. Everyone is having their moments. Abuza locking down the power spots. The SFGs having perfect break-off opportunities for multi-kill after multi-kill. And now with your backs against the wall, you have to start to perform. And I'm looking at Fire to have a turnaround round here.
Yeah, it has to. Can he get into position? And that's, I think, the biggest adversary that we've seen is, again, we talked about this. It's just the AR battle, the heads-up fight between both sets of ARs. You look at the names on paper and how they've played so far this year, and you give a huge edge to Surge, and that's coming to fruition in a major way. Also, doesn't help that 04 has been running rampant. He's 25 and 18 for crying out loud.
Potentially the final round of this series. Vancouver back on the attack, and Neptune already starting off with a multi-kill. That's 3 dead in the feed, make it all 4. Progression on a game clock pause, and now 5 Fears need to make a tough decision. We have to hit some routes. We don't want to give up early segments.
Neptune trying to dive out the window, not going to be able to. Does see the long route developing, though, for Hixie. So that'll turn the attention of Nasty to make sure the pinch stays safe, and no, he's not able to. So hold on a second here. 5 Fears battle back nicely. The first tick does not get locked. In fact, Exceed gets a little bit of depletion in, but 04 showcasing some trigger discipline, but Exceed able to go to a bit of a drop shot, find a kill, and keep the play largely neutral. But off spawn, Surge trying to get back to A quickly. Fire top window pops up just like you asked. Nasty gets the trade, but still 5 Fears keep the defense forward.
45 seconds left to go. Caps are now just going to choose a corner, but 04 says, I like that spot, so let me just check it real quick on the hop out, and that's already 2 that in favor of the Surge. You have mid-map control, but you can already see 04 taking some extra space to allow his teammates to hop right behind him, but he gets caught.
Yeah, lockdown from Capsule. Hixie looking to make play forward, finds Neptune off spawn. First tick, no, not locked, contested by Fire. He finds the kill onto Abuza. So all of a sudden, after being stonewalled in their own offense, 5 Fears are kind of giving Surge a taste of their own medicine here. The life differential is the only thing that really makes a difference between the two at the moment, and as Surge once again worked their way flawlessly out of a spawn trap. Capsule's on the wrong side of the map to contest the A point, or actually no, that's over towards B. So maybe Capsule could make a bit of a heroic play. Shut down by Abuza, and Vancouver are going to keep the pressure on to B here.
They have a double stack going to at least guarantee this first segment. That's going to guarantee them, just in case it gets to around number 5, that they have defense. Now 5 Fears, they're looking like they're just going to forfeit this. You already have Hixie going on a route. He's able to clear out top 3, but that route is too long. B's already going to be gone.
Yeah, we have to commit to this together if you're 5 Fears. Quick trade from Hixie, finds a second one up top in Capsule. Will try to get in, but not in time to stop the extra 60 seconds from being locked. So a minute on the clock, 3 life edge for Surge, and they're taking their time for the moment. They don't want to get caught by anyone lurking in their spawn.
That's exactly what they want to do. Look for the opening kill. You're going back and forth, but you don't find any. A clean 3 dead in the kill feed for 5 Fears. You already have Exceed pushed up in towards the archway, and now Vancouver have to check every single corner on the exit. This is going to waste time.
Back and forth we go, trades on trades. Nasty shut down as Hixie has done well to finesse here inside a 10. Fire working with him, Capsule on the cross. And that might be enough pressure forward to just stop this offensive round before it gets too far away from them. Caps chasing, Abuza trying to fire back, but there's too many 5 Fierce defenders to deal with. 7v2, looks like we're gonna be headed for round 5.
04 kind of slows down this round, and Fire just pops it up by himself. 6 in a row there for the young man. He was unbelievable yesterday, but today is a different day. Potentially just gain some momentum in that round number 4. If he can earn himself this cruise missile, that could play a big part to the result at the end of this one.
Yeah, it really could. I think the question here with 5 Fears spawning into the round 5 offense, do they go back to that B set play we saw in offense number 1, which gained them a lot of success early on the top side of the map? On the flip side, what does Vancouver have in terms of their defensive breakoff? Is it going to be as flawless as it was in their second attempt? Questions to be answered very shortly here as 5 Fears, backs against the wall, have to have this happen.
If you're Fire, play a little bit more hard for this cruise missile. Hate your teammates, different approach on the attack. Everyone through sidewalk. We're trying to get A out of the way, but that's already 3 dead. Perfect break off there for Surge to just control the map.
And a little bit of a different look. 04's got an AR this time, hops up to gun instead of playing down low with a sub. And Abuza trying to follow forward. Will not really be able to do too much besides reset how the map has gone to this point. Fire, nice shots onto Nasty. That opens up some sidewalk opportunities. Semtex to take its play. Backs Fire off just a little while longer, and 04 just gets back to work here at the middle of the map. But Exceed doubles down, and that gets us to a 1 life difference with 52 on the clock.
Yeah, but we have to start to try to pause this game clock a little bit. Because you're just allowing the players from Surge to come off the respawn, take a little bit more space away, and not really allow you to have a proper team push, and that's a perfect read there from 04, which leads to 3 dead. Abuza, your turn, and Neptune and Nasty behind enemy lines. Lines up a double, 35 seconds. We gotta get on the objective.
And they can't find Abuza. Oh, mercy. 1 more elimination comes through, but 5 Fears work through the trouble of that spawn trap and find Exceed on towards a shots for 04. Eventually locked in, trade is out. Hixie follows with a second. Should be an opportunity to get back on and stop the clock once more. Nasty over the top. Help from Abuza. Capsule the last one standing. Off spawn. 5 Fears spawning towards the B side of the map, and Vancouver have read this. Coming off spawn and matching them in that position. 2 life edge. Big 1v1 here with Capsule, who he's able to find the win. Hixie able to follow for the 4th and final. That could be a stack, could be an extra 60 seconds.
100% you stack that. Extra 60 seconds is going to be tallied. All of Vancouver should be working their way through B Street, but they're playing for a couple exit kills. Thankfully, they're able to walk away with the majority of the fights. 10v10. Neptune with the SMG gets the better of Hixie, not Fire. The only one in towards the middle of the map. He gets called out, but he's stalling time for his teammates to get near him.
Problem is, 04 has found a long route up top through the zip. 9 plays 8. 60 seconds on the clock. between 5 Fears and potentially having their keys and dreams crushed. 50 on the clock, and 5 Fears just trying to clear out space as they know Neptune's lurking somewhere.
He just wants to value his life here towards Boat, who drops right in front of him for the free double. Instead of pushing up to the spawn, he still wants to assist his teammates just in case they need some help, but now it's time for Neptune to do Neptune things.
What a wrap. The timing of this is perfect. Hixie is in hell. Nasty shuts down the play around the backside, leaving Capsule to try to work for something in a heroic fashion. 04 may have missed a little bit of timing here, but maybe it just benefits him. How things just completely manipulate within a couple of seconds. Fire, the last hope, the last bastion, shut down by Abuza, and Vancouver cruise their way into another Sunday.
The Cinderella story comes to an end for 5 Fears. A squad who was not even supposed to be here made the most of their opportunity, put themselves back on the radar, potentially for next season by taking down not 1, but 2 professional teams. But there's a difference between the top 4 and the rest of the league. Vancouver have consistently been one of the best squads ever since the addition of Neptune. And even though that control was all the way down to the wire, a clean 3-0 is what they had written to move on to Championship Sunday.
Hell of an effort, though, for 5 Fears. I mean, all of us on the talent side, I think all of us in the community, we're looking at this like, dude, Carolina, what? So 5 Fears gets added and everyone's like, nah. Couldn't even make it top 6 Challengers Finals. What do they really have the potential of doing? But you look at 2 squads in Cloud9 and G2 that had vulnerabilities all year long, and 5 Fears are able to take care of them. But the big story is that Vancouver have made it to another Sunday looking to best on the Silver Surfer role that they've had all year long, and Fancies on the main stage with 04 to get the post-game reactions.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Back on stage after Vancouver Surge won 3-0. They are in the semifinals now, a few steps away from this trophy. I have 04 with me for our Amazon winner interview. First, are you just tired of being underestimated in this tournament? You have not lost a single series throughout the whole bracket, and now just a few steps to the golden trophy.
I mean, yeah, before the season, we were definitely underdogs, so we could continue being that, and we have nothing to impress besides ourselves. But it's been great so far.
Absolutely. Well, ever since Neptune joined the roster, you, Abuza, and Nasty, you guys have been just killing it throughout every single tournament. What do you think is the secret behind that chemistry?
4 guys just being unselfish and just ready to play for each other and just play for the win. That's about it.
All right, well, you just finished an elimination match and you won, and you know what that means. You get to crush a key. Are you ready to do that?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Let's move on to the key crusher. Vancouver Surge just secured $120,000 fourth place in Call of Duty Black Ops 6 at the Esports World Cup. And now we say goodbye to their opponents, 5 Fears. All right, so you guys have been going second all year long. I know you've gotten this question a million times, but do you think this is where you break this curse?
Yeah, for sure. We're all confident going into this. The delusional confidence we have right now, I think it's gonna put you over the edge.
Absolutely. Well, you're going against either Movistar Koi or Omid next. Who would you rather face?
Give us anybody. We trying to blitz anybody in the tournament, so let's do it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining me for this interview. Let's go to place for our loser interview.
Thank you, Fancy. I got Hixie with me on the main stage, and Hixie, a difficult loss here against that squad specifically. 3-0. What could have been better for you guys here in this series?
I mean, hardpoint especially, I felt like we were in pretty good spots, to be honest. We just didn't get any P4, and everyone knows that's the win condition on Vault. If you don't get P4, you're not going to win the game. I don't think we touched the second. They locked us in, so from there, that was going to be tough. S&D, dealership's been our best on the year, so we were confident going into that, and to be honest, again, there was a few rounds where we were like, 2v2, 3v3, and they just came out clutching those rounds. And then the control, again, back and forth. I think there was 3 attack wins. And the last round, again, we're in a pretty good spot. I think we were 11 to 9 lives, leading to Cap B, and, just couldn't come through with it. So, tough loss, but not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all, okay? It's some positives here in the situation because, if anyone's had a bracket coming into this event, they probably even have you guys make it to this point. You guys made a lot of money this weekend, all right? Talk to me about what you feel are the positives.
Yeah, obviously we weren't even supposed to be here. So, 4 players who've been in the league before, all 4 of us pretty much have a pretty bad stigma on our name, from being on crap teams in the past, and especially me with Surge this year. Obviously I got dropped and they go to 3 finals, so that doesn't look great for me. But, it's positive because we beat a couple pro teams, showed that we can still, compete even though we weren't supposed to be here. So positive for us, but also positive for challengers because, there's good players out there.
Oh, there's definitely some good players out there and challengers for real. Make some noise for them, everybody. Now, as you get ready to go into your next season, what do you want to say just to the people that's been supporting you up until this point, man?
I mean, it's crazy, man. There's a few Koi fans I've seen from the Toronto Ultra days when I was, playing on Ultra that I've seen at events all the time. So it's crazy. We appreciate it. We didn't expect any support, obviously, being a challengers team. We didn't expect anything. So it's crazy. Thank you. And we'll see you soon.
All right. You heard it from me and Hixie, everybody. Chris, take us away.
I love that. You can hear the "I love you, Charlie" all the way from the upper deck. Hixie has his fans, but it's Vancouver with their fans cheering them on going into another championship Sunday. And with 6 tournaments in 2025, this will be the 4th Sunday that Vancouver enters.
Yeah, it will indeed. Of course, the big question for them is whether or not they can take that next step and see something through, but it is a very impressive record through the year. Incredible performance. Neptune has obviously turned them into a superstar team. It's just about that final bit of growth now. Get over that line, and we'll be talking about this squad for many years to come.
Yeah, it just feels like they're ready. I mean, you look back at that Champs Final where they left a lot out there, right? It was close games, 5-3, and a lot of those maps, they choked. You could see they're playing with that edge on their shoulder, and these guys, everybody performed. We needed Neptune to make a big play to close it out. He did so. So, yeah, Surge feels like their time.
Looking at the numbers, 0-4 leading the way with 4,300 damage in that final control. He drops 37 kills as well. On the other side, Felix Exceed had a fantastic tournament. Congrats to that youngster. He's been grinding. We've seen him in the league. Great to see him landing in a successful spot. $80,000 was earned by 5 Fears, and no one saw that coming.
Yeah, nobody saw that coming. And they beat 2 pro teams here, right? So they had an incredible tournament. And as you heard Hixie say, they weren't even meant to be here. Carolina just didn't make it, so they got the spot, and they made the most of it. We saw big moments from Fire, and as you mentioned, we also saw Exceed take over in a couple moments.
All right, so as we take a look back at this whole series, it was just 3 games, but walk me through, what did you witness throughout this series?
I mean, I think this was just simply a case of skill diff. The Vancouver Surge are a ridiculously good team. 5 Fears, yes, it's going to be tough at the end of it, but you had moments in those matchups. I think Hixie was very open and honest in his interview there towards the end about how those games went. Could have seen a couple of close situations in that hard point. Maybe we talk about a different story, but at the end of the day, you're playing against one of the best teams in the world, and quite frankly, they're just grinding you down, as they so often do.
Yeah, I mean, it was super close in the hard point to kick things off, right? And you heard Hixie say it. It's like, if you don't get P4, you don't get the money hill, you're going to lose. And right when I saw Vault on that map number 1, I knew Surge was going to get off to an early hot start. Yeah. They dominate that map all year long. And, 5 Fears is a team where they don't have as many reps as Surge do, right? And you coming into the map veto process, we don't really have an option. Our best map has been Dealership Search. Well, we got to go toe-to-toe with Surge on it, which has also been one of their better search and destroy maps, and results in a 6-1, right? So Surge just the better team, and for 5 Fears, they made it far enough.
Is that the most dominant Surge we've seen in this tournament? I don't think I've seen a 6-0 yet. So this 6-1 is a statement being made in a playoff bracket.
I unfortunately did cast over a 6-0 between Breach and Falcons. It was depressing, but
TJ's 0-8. Yeah,
that was
we tried to omit
good.
that from memory.
That was not good. But yeah, 6-1. It was relatively comfortable. There's some moments inside those rounds where I think 5 Fears could execute better, but yeah, there won't be one that they look back on proudly.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this control, a lot of opportunity as well. I mean, they were blending them. They had them in the trap in the final round if you're 5 Fears, but you just, go 2 down at the wrong time. Neptune gets loose, and that is what Surge has worked on this last couple months. It's been their control, and it's in a good spot.
250 to 164, convincing win in Hardpoint. The 6-1 in dealership was the most devastating loss for Five Fears, but a very impressive performance after struggling on protocol all weekend long. Not only did they score ticks, they took it to a round 5, and almost forced the series to continue on.
Yeah, and like I said, they were in striking distance, Chris. They were in a very good spot. And once again, Surge have just worked on those moments. How do we regain control? We have to wait. We have to find kills, not play as individual. And then when we get out, we have to rat. Chris, you look over at me and you're like, Neptune's gotten better at that because he used to just fly. He used to try to keep it going, steamrolling. Now he's waiting for his opportunities. And that was the difference in control when they would go up against 100 Thieves or go up against an Atlanta FaZe. Well, now they've worked on it and they've been better.
Some games call it off angles. Call of Duty players call it ratting. Whatever you call it, Neptune played it perfectly.
Or creddy.
Into that control to set them up for success.
It's a level of maturity to his game that we missed when he had his first stint in the Pro League. He was this very technical shooter, but he wasn't able to really play his life and be the incredible, impactful player that he is today. He's kind of understood that I need to make sure I'm doing better at this, understand when to play on those off times, get his teammates into the fight. That is the level that he's hit now that's turned this team into who they are.
Now, when we can, I'd love to take a look at the bracket because I'm starting to shape things in my head. We're going to see Vancouver on the opposite side of Optic, 100 Thieves, and Heretics, meaning they, in theory, have the easiest road looking at the seeds. You got the winner of Movie Star Koi or Omit, another challenger squad potentially waiting for you in that second round.
Yeah, and either one of those matches present some, tough challenges for them. You look over at, Movie Star Koi. They've been an excellent hardpoint team, and they've had some banger matchups, especially on Vault, a map they've loved. And then Omit, they've just been sensational across the board, particularly in control.
We knew this tournament was going to be special because there's one new thing here. Coaches are in the game with the players, and Rambo Ray is one of the greats. You went all the way to the grand finals in Call of Duty Ghost at Champs back with Nameless. You've been on the other side of the ball while he's been doing the analyst. You have been behind the team still. So Ray, talk to me about this year. What was different from last year for Vancouver?
We built some foundations to our year last year. We got the pieces we needed to build around this year.
Yep.
Byron was a big piece we got in the offseason, kind of like, Nasty, awesome player. And then obviously Charlie at the start of the year didn't work out for us, but then when we got Trav, we really picked up the pace we needed. And we kind of found ways to push the game in ways that wasn't too conventional to what people thought. And we got an insane advantage off the start. And then as the year went on, obviously our hardpoint game was just so strong. It was just a matter of filling the holes in our map pool as the year went on. And just couldn't close on any finals. Hopefully this weekend's different, but it's awesome.
What I don't think a lot of people realize is not only are you the coach of this team, but you also had a huge impact in picking the pieces. How did you scout the field? Because we were talking about it in the green room. 04 may have been the best pickup we have seen in the last 2 years in the CDL.
A lot of it comes down to timing, but we always look at kind of the recency of the players obviously coming out. In a funny way, the thing that stuck out most with 04 back in the day was he's a sub, but he wasn't using auto attack sprint last year when all the other players are using it, and his movement was just incredible. His flow was just solid. And he's a new guy, and I love having new guys on my team. I love building them up and trying to teach them the fundamentals as much as possible. He already had a really good ground-based understanding in the search and destroy because he's an awesome player. But for Respawn, definitely making some ways, and I don't even think he's close to the ceiling yet. So it's just awesome to be around the team, and we really are a team.
Well, talking about that ground base, 04 comes out there and in his interview and he says about the selflessness that's in this team and how they're all playing for each other. How do you as a coach cultivate that and make it so that this team is, despite the impressive performances, not allowing ego to take over and being a team unit?
Yeah, no one's playing for just a KD on this squad.
I mean, Mamos has been around me for a long time. I don't accept that at all. If I see you playing for stats, the only times I'll get mad is if a player is actually playing that way. To me, it's play fair to win all day, objective first. Think of what's going to help your teammates. It's how you succeed. It's how you find consistency. Obviously, you need to have skill. Nonetheless, you need to win gunfights. It's Call of Duty in a day. But when it comes down to it, consistency to me gives you the most chances to win, and then allows these players to flourish. So teamwork comes first. If you don't have a team, then you're really just asking for 50-50 gunfights. And we know all these players are talented these days in COD.
I can confirm that. When I first joined, we were teaming. I was kind of playing for kills a little bit, and you snuffed that out immediately, and I had some development. So it's been awesome to see you with the new guard doing so. I wanted to ask you a little bit about this team and the progression throughout the year, right? I remember we talked about after your first finals, they had a fear of names and kind of hard stop by the top teams. You guys have completely broken through that. We've seen teams in the past not be able to do it. So talk to me how you did so.
We've had so many chances at it at this point,
Fair enough.
I don't honestly, everyone says names. I mean, to a certain extent, you probably it's hard to tell when pressure comes down to players. I think honestly, it's just a map pool and specific team matchups that we just had a hard time. Even when we played FaZe in Major 2, we played well against them online. We had good scrims against the majority of the teams. It's just like we had kind of little holes in our map pool in the finals, and we just didn't win the maps that we should have won, that we were playing well at the time. And Thieves obviously just an incredible team. So I think it's just more so like a matter of us building our game up and all these guys getting the experience as the year went on in these finals. I mean, I think anybody can attest that when you get to the finals of a stage on a big stage at any point in time for the first time, it's hard. The second time around, even though we got forward again, the maps were way closer.
Right.
And then in the finals, Optic was playing incredible. And all the games were close. So it's really like, I mean, the protocol, I still have nightmares about that one.
Follow up on that, you know, the control has been something where like we feel like you were control away from winning a championship. Control looks so much better. And I'm noticing the way 0-4 and Neptune are playing, it's a bit different than earlier in the year. They're like taking their chances, but then tailoring it back when they need to. How did you get them to do that? Or was there a breakthrough that they just had individually?
So the meta has actually changed because of the new spawns since Major 4 or since Champs. So things have changed a little bit, which in my opinion has helped us because it's kind of made things a little simpler off the start. Shout out to my man Steve Online, who's been helping us out coaching. I didn't have an assistant all year, and Steve came out. Vortex, for those who don't know who he is.
Steve Vortex.
Steve Vortex. Love these super awesome guys. So shout out to him. Definitely a coach to look out in the future. But yeah, no, he's been helping out with kind of like helping us with things that have changed because he played all year and they played on, we were still playing on Major 2 patch all through Champs. He played on the patch before, so I felt like, hey, this is the perfect time to get some help on this. Have an advantage on teams. Maybe they're going to take the time to learn this. I got a guy who knows everything right now coming in and teaching us the ropes. So again, it's been
smart moves.
It's been awesome to have him around. And again, big shout out to the man.
Rambo Ray, your brain is too big. Unfortunately, we have to let you go back to your team.
Can I say one more thing? Before I say, coaches on stage, most fun I've had coaching in the 5 years I've been coaching. The stress is so much better. I don't think, again, the impact that we have is subtle. It's not a huge impact. Yeah. But I think seeing Clay, like having the vibe, seeing all the coaches, the legends be behind the scenes, I think it's awesome.
You're in the trenches with them.
Ray, did I have a good idea this year?
It was great.
Did I have a good idea, guys? All right, with that said, we got to go to a break. Why? Because the next two teams are ready to take the stage. We'll find out. Can a challenger squad in Olmec cause another upset? It's been a crazy weekend. See you.
We have challenger players going into this tournament. We have different ways of playing the game. I feel like pros have a certain way of playing the game, so we bring more of a different type of game style to all the pros that they haven't really seen all year because they've been playing each other, so we'll catch them by surprise. I feel like pro teams have a set system that they follow throughout the whole year, and challengers with players coming in and out of teams and roster changes, you always have that different type of game style that pros don't usually see. I think the key to our success is teamwork. If we can work together and out teamwork the other team or other pro teams that we play, then I think we have it. Because we have all the skill, we have the talent. We just got to come together and play our game and show out. Hard work. No, there's no luck in this. It's hard work, preparation, and just talent. We prepared for this for the past 3 months, and we're ready.
Here's a look at our Jamil Motorsports arrival cam. You can see Vivid leading an Omit squad as the former pro looks to lead 2 rookies to success. On the other side of the battle, Abe, in his first appearance for Movistar Koi, has lived up to the hype, as it looks like the boys from Toronto know how to find success regardless of who their fourth is. We welcome back our analyst, Enigma, alongside Ali and Nameless. And I want to start with you, Enigma. This is a huge opportunity for Omit. You know you're going to play Vancouver Surge if you can get through this series, but Movistar Koi has been a juggernaut all season.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge test for them. Not that they've already not had to overcome some of them, having beaten out FaZe, of course, but it is going to be a huge moment to see if they really do step up against what is a huge Movistar Koi roster. We know the talent that you possess in this team.
Taking a look at this roster, Movistar Koi was able to find success, but they weren't truly tested by the best. The Falcons were able to have some close games, but it looked like when they needed to, this team was able to just push their opponent down face.
Yeah, they've had the easiest road so far, in my opinion. I mean, you have to go up against Falcons and then Breach to make it in. That being said, in the second match versus Breach, we saw Abe in what they saw in him, right? Because you wait for those pop-off moments. He performed really well, Allie.
He did, especially in the respawns. I believe he was 31 and 19 at the end of one of them. So that's the Abe that we're hoping to get today, right? Because that's the Abe that's going to get them through this bracket, because they were looking for that extra fire powder. And even if they don't get it from Abe, they're getting it from CleanX in his new role.
Now I'm looking at this screen, and some of these players are said to be playing for KDs. Others are playing for the dub. How does CleanX play with a 1-2-5 and a flex role this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, he just does what he wants. I mean, he just has control now, right? Because he can pull out the AR, he can pull out the SMG at will. And I think that's kind of where we're going to see him at his best. CleanX has been a menace in this tournament so far. But on the flip side, you know who else has been dominant? It has been Omit, man. All these guys have just been playing at their best.
Omit is ready to go, and we caught up with Joe Deceives, who's looking to lead the way on the other side. Here's what he had to say.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with the one and only Silverback Joe as he gets ready to play a big matchup on the main stage against Omit. Now, Joe, I got to ask you first. You had a day off. Did you utilize it correctly?
Yeah, of course. You know, I rested up a bit, slept in a little bit. Had our one spin. Just make sure we rest up for like the bracket for today and tomorrow, obviously. So yeah.
There you go. All right. So that rest is gonna go a long way, because this Omit team in which you got to play, they some dogs. All right. We saw them take down the defending champions for Call of Duty here at EWC. Were you surprised to see that?
Yeah, I was definitely surprised a bit, but I knew how good that team was. We scrimmed a bit against them a bit, so I know that they're a very good team, and you can't take them lightly. So yeah.
Yeah, nah, you definitely can't take those boys lightly, okay? They definitely showed it out there. Now, getting more and more practice in with Abe, all right? Your guys' play style is starting to form. Do you feel like that you guys, have everything it takes to really go out there, especially with the 3 SMGs, and really take these boys down?
Yeah, 100%. I think the biggest thing we've lacked, as a team before picking up Abe, was our pacing, which kind of stumped us from winning events before.
Yeah.
And with Abe, the kid's super talented, as you saw again, especially in the Boston series.
Yep.
And our pacing is top notch now. So yeah, I think we could take it all the way. But first starts with Omit. So yeah.
Yeah, starts with Omit. Yo, it's gonna be an amazing series. Do whatever you can not to have your key crushed on this wall, Joe. All right.
Yes, sir.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you so much.
That's Joe Deceives playing under Movistar Koi, the Toronto Ultra superstar. Look for him in S&D. On the other side of this matchup, we have Omit ready to go, and we caught up with Mac about his thoughts.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with the one and only Mac as he gets ready to melt the competition yet again. Mac, did you get some rest last night? You ready for day 3?
Yeah, I'm feeling fully rejuvenated and extremely confident coming into this match.
There you go. And I know that confidence has to be high, because as you see the key wall behind us, that was a big key in which you took down the defending champions last night. Do you feel like you guys maybe leveled up after that win, or reached a new tier as a team with your confidence?
Yeah, I'd say so for sure. We were already very confident coming into the event, but definitely beating a team like FaZe. Well, we should have beat them twice, but closing it out in that last match definitely gives us an extra level of confidence.
And, very few people can, push them the distance and come back and beat them again right away. And so you guys show consistency, showed a lot of resilience in that series as well. But you're going to have to keep that up because you're going up against another top team, Movie Star Koi. It's going to be 3 SMGs running at you. They're going to be trying to up the pace of the game. How do y'all plan on slowing them down?
Just keeping our guns up, playing our game. We're not really too worried about them. We feel like we took out one of the better team, or a team that's better than them at this tournament already. So as long as we stay composed, we shouldn't have anything to worry about.
All right, you heard it here. Max said they're going to stay composed and they ain't going to worry about nothing but their own game.
They were saying this Omit team has been playing together longer than their Movie Star Koi opponent. With Abe filling in, he could be the player feeling the most pressure on this stage. Where can you alleviate some of that pressure knowing these are the maps and modes, Allie?
I think maybe that vault is an opportunity. We haven't seen Omit play that just yet, and Toronto is the second best control team we have in the building right now. So for the side of Koi, you're looking at that vault in the map number 3, but even in the map number 1, Toronto Ultra, they love this map, especially going towards that P4 side and those early rotations. So Omit's got to bring their A game.
Yeah, I'll agree with the map 1. I think for, Movie Star Koi, they have a good opportunity there. The control, though, for Omit, like we've been hearing, they've been playing on this patch. They have looked unbelievable. They dominated phase of control both times.
20 seconds, so I need the team and the map count. Hit me.
Omit 3-2, I'm going with.
Game 5, Omit, Allie?
I'm going game 4, Koi.
Yeah, I'm going with game 4, Omit.
Game 5? Movie Star Koi, Kleenex for tournament MVP. Are we right? Are we wrong? Let us know in the chat. It's time to go to the stage.
We are flying through Play Day 3, locking in semi-finalist teams and shattering dreams. Literally. This is the halfway point of the match day 3 here at EWC. It's Call of Duty Black Ops 6.
Absolutely. 2 teams are already waiting in the wings. But next, who will face the Chub and who will come on top? Because 2 more keys will be crushed before the end of this day.
Absolutely. And look, we've talked a lot about the money. A win here to lock in that semi-finalist spot gives you $120,000 of the 100 and 1,000. Well, hold on a minute. Let me put this out. There's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
No, wait. 1.8 million
right.
up for grabs. And of course, club championship points, which I need to talk about because all throughout EWC, clubs are stacking up as many points as humanly possible to be crowned the best club on the planet. So every win matters.
Absolutely. So there's nothing left to do now until we call out the teams. So first, these teams have topped their group in a fashionable way, and they are on fire coming to playoffs. It's Movie Star Koi!
Despite their opponent's name, it's this team whose life has been a movie all week. The show-stopping, giant-dropping Omits! Can the dream run continue? Or are Movistar Koi about to roll credits on Omit's story? Let's begin our third quarter final here at EWC.
Thank you very much, lads. Oh, baby, we've got ourselves a real good one. No joke, it has been a movie, hasn't it, son? Omit coming in, nearly taking down FaZe in Game 11, finally eliminating from the tournament. God, you wouldn't believe any of it if we told you a few days ago, would you?
Oh, it's incredible to see them come through. I mean, a lot of people did have expectations around Omit, but at the same time, their group was labeled impossible to get out of. Heretics FaZe. It's an impossible situation for a Challengers team to be put into, or so we thought. They managed to squeeze themselves out, but not even squeeze themselves out. A really convincing performance last night up against FaZe. Arguably should have done it in their very first game as well. But now this is where the pressure really does tell. You're going up against another very seasoned CDL team full of extremely talented players, and there are no second chances.
No second chances. Very talented players, well-composed players, and they brought fans. That might be something that Omit have yet to truly contend with. There was a wall of noise from the Movistar Koi fans here in Riyadh, and I got a chance to catch up with a few of them yesterday, and there is an element of nerve. They saw what Omit did to FaZe, and they thought, oh, come on, man, we got to play them tomorrow. All right, well, I bet we will. And that is it, folks. Game time upon us. We've got a lovely series to play. Vault Hardpoint, Protocol Search and Destroy, and back to Vault for that control. I tell you what, son, I don't know which way this one goes.
I think it's a really difficult one to decide. Looking at the picks and bans as well, I mean, as far as the maps go, the control is going to be the big question mark. Movistar Koi, over the season in general, more so recently, kind of a bit mid on control, but 3-0 on control for Omit over this tournament. It's been a big deciding factor in their wins. And this will be a deciding factor in this series. It's a really hard one to predict. Any scoreline here would not surprise me. It could be 3-0 towards Movistar Koi if Omit's steam as it just ran out. It could Omit come out 3-0 and put themselves as cemented as one of the favorites for the tournament. Or could we go the distance? Could we go blow for blow and see a map number 5? Well, I mean, I don't think I'm the only one who would love to see that.
For the dealership, you know it, mate. Well, that control mode has been the absolute shining star of Omit's crown here in Riyadh. We'll get to that in a moment, but first things first, it is time to descend now into the Vault. It's time to get this game started. Another elimination matchup for a spot in the semi-finals. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Movistar Koi, Omit, into Vault we go.
And for Vault, we haven't seen this from Omit whatsoever yet. Of course, they would have played it over the Challenger season. Very, very strong lineup. Something just to really touch on as well. Obviously, Abe in this Movistar Koi lineup knows exactly what Omit are like. Did not get their number whatsoever throughout the Challenger season. Let's see if he can do it with these three alongside.
He's got some good teammates to help him out this time around. Let's see how things happen. Right into the fray we go, and it's a lovely start there for Movistar Koi. A couple of kills going their way. No time just yet, but P1 on Vault here. A lot of angles, as you can see, Vivid. So much to contend with. What a shot. And Kleenex there from the stairwell, trying to keep this very much in the mix. And with that 3 dead, that should be some time.
Yeah, really curious how Vivid's going to do in this matchup as well. Some serious AR talent on the Movistar Koi lineup. You got Kleenex kind of running that flex. You got Insight as ever, steady as a rock. Right now, Movistar Koi getting the better of them in the first tilt, only for now. 15 seconds to go here over towards P1. The spawns are looking good here for the side of Omit.
Another nice 3 dead swap there. And right now, Omit on the right-hand side, they will be the blue team. A few folks at home who are wondering about that. Lovely shots in again from Praise and Mamba. Joe Deceives, though, pushing forward fast. Alongside his new duo, Abe. And a wonderful approach now towards time. They've got to contend with a couple of players here. And Abe, one problem solved. The second gets the better of him. Max going to fight his way towards hardpoint. We're going to see Insight getting towards time for a second.
Insight holding tight as well as he can. Kleenex here to pick up the pieces. Shot's not quite as crispy as Toby would have liked. And there's the break going to come through unless Abe can do something special. Spawn still towards the back. Might be a split for one player potentially. Not all still towards the backside. This is a hard break now for Omit.
Yeah, this is technically a 1v1 right here on time. Interesting spawn scenario there for the Movistar Koi boys. Get in there, lad. Big 3 down. That's massive. Look at all those pillars now. 25 seconds to go here on the dreaded P2. And a wonderful chunk of time accrued from Movistar Koi.
So yeah, I think Omit could have probably done better with that hold there. But at the same time, I think the spawns maybe caught them off guard a little. Or 11 of that. Looking like that final 15 is going to go over towards Movistar. As we make our way over towards P3. Abe caught on the cross. Craze, Mac doing well. And Mac is just I feel like he's just been having a steady away map, and then bang, 3-piece. Like, and you just drop a couple out of nothing. He's making big influential plays.
We're waiting for the max 3-piece. We're owed one so far. As reliable as gravity he's been this tournament. Nice 3 dead once again. This is Insight all alone. Managing to get by here and playing this one very, very safe. I love this out of Jamie Craven. Again, trying to maintain that left-hand side. These 2 buildings, power positions. Oh, and a big win there from Mama. That's number 4 down, and that is Movie Star Koi, top right-hand side of the map.
Yeah, that's tough because you expect the rest of Movie Star to be able to at least trade a couple of kills on the side, and then all of a sudden Insight's in a good spot. Has to challenge, make something happen, and does fall. Nice hold from Omid, though, over towards a typically mixy P3. You get yourself some decent time.
Shots are all over the place. Vivid. Or you would like one more in the Insight, wouldn't you there? Great teamwork. The bait was there. And all that time accruing hardpoint. The good stuff again for Movie Star Koi. They might be down a little bit here in the kills outside of Joe's performance. They are maintaining a very, very slight lead. Here's a big opportunity though for Omid. P4, the absolute cash machine. The ATM here on Vault. And it's now open for business.
Not only do you get a good amount of time over towards P3, P4 lock in. It's very, very solid. Kleenex started 5-1, now sitting at 6 and 9. The flex roll not quite going to his advantage so far. Not the first half yet. Over on Vault. Mambo up towards the top side, trying to watch the cross, but the push is coming through from Movie Star Koi on the front side. They've slipped by and they've slipped in.
Oh, Mama in the middle of clean up that next one there on a Joe. Teamwork is there, so happy to see it. And to the point we go once again. Vivid right over the top with immaculate centering on that player below. It comes Insight around the corner, but again, you got to look all over the place now. Abe helps find the 3 dead. Opportunity now for Movie Star Koi to run it up.
Hard push at the moment. Movie Star have done extremely well there, all things considered. You see Omid pick up some good time at P3. Wonderful rotation forward. And they just punch through. They get somebody down the scaffold on the side. And when Joe Deceives is shooting like this, it's hard to bar against them.
The scoreline's good. The gameplay looks good. Let's go for a quick Bravi listen in and see how it sounds.
Open up the trade too, Tommy.
I'll be control. Lion and be control. Give me a sec. On top of Lion, Teddy. All right, he went subs. There's one out P3. There's one out P3 or something.
Let's get P3.
Open. Close, max, close.
Yeah, and open it close. Recent match. And missing Mamba.
Open, one shot, Vivid. Two open.
Two doors, both sides. Open. No one close.
Yeah, close.
Arco, baby.
Close, one shot.
Close,
I need it. I'm getting it up.
I think he went pull.
Yeah. I'm turning off. Ivory dubs.
I can call.
I said a ball, Chris.
In dubs. One shot open. Two dubs.
Out P3. Hit con.
Close that.
Con, Joe. Con, close.
Nice show.
I'm waiting.
Out of single. He's gone top.
I'm close.
Top single Mambo. Okay, I'm wrapping.
I'm top truck.
Come to me.
Outer shift.
One top can. I left, can.
Nice, Jamie.
Let's go. Hit once. In the window.
Let's fall back house again.
Yo, back, one shot.
Lobby weak. Grace, one shot. P1 and cat.
Okay, top cat, one shot, one lobby, okay? Ready? One more cat.
I saw lobby.
Hit twice, lobby, one time. Play for this guy, cat, lobby.
He's P1. He's playing off P1. Okay.
Close.
He's lost time. He's still stopped on time.
Yeah, out of bomb still?
Yo, I don't see
time.
Single.
Shot of bomb and backdoor.
Single ran up. Backdoor really crazy.
Okay, backdoor still and one on YouTube.
Okay, Joe, we're going to have to ask you to calm down, sir. 28 and 11, the spree's ridiculous, and it's shown in the scoreline as well. Movie Star Koi, what a lead.
I mean, that 4-piece in the middle of the map is outrageous. I mean, look at the center. It's absolutely ridiculous from Joe Deceives. 29 and 11, and we are only, halfway into P2 on the second rotation. Incredible work, and it's a pace that he's going to struggle to keep up from, but that is outrageous from Joe Deceives.
Yeah, perfect quad feed there. You don't see a whole lot of them here in the professional Call of Duty world, but that one was an absolute treat. 29 and 12 still. I mean, Abe's feet are up at 9 and 16.
Chilling.
Boys are putting in all the work they can. There's no more kills to be found. Insight doing everything possible there to maintain presence on top art. It all drops. And now back at it we go. Movie Star Koi have been here before. We have seen Omid hold them at bay. Great spot to be in there was Vivid on the bottom side of the minimap. You could barely see him, but that cut-off kills, those were certainly helping on the approach. But here come Movie Star Koi once again across the map.
Yeah, trying to find a way through, but you're right. Omid had a good amount of time soaked up over towards P3 on that first rotation. And it resulted with the spawns at P4. Could not hold them, but they've put themselves in that position in again. And if you can manage to hold that down, there's some really good time to be made. Movie Star have managed to find a way through, but Omid not too bad at all, picking up that time over towards P3.
That Joseph, how are you getting these kills? How are you finding damage? Joe! What in the world, man? 32 and 13. He's looking for a few more. And you give him a chance, he'll probably got those as well.
Oh my goodness, he's just put the pressure on Omid though. Now they're spawning over towards the middle of the map, 2 towards the back. Maybe start trying to make a bit of a squeeze towards his backside. AR's out now, 34 and 14 from Joe Deceives.
Just stay on board with Joe. Just show me Joe. Where's he going? Even if he's in the hard point, you know he's going to find a kill or two. Perfect spot to be in right now, again, for Movie Star Koi. Unreal. Omit now, we test their brakes. Can they find their way towards the hard point? Middle of the map coverage right now, as the rest of his squad are all over it. Here comes the first contest. It's going to be a man on the left and a man on the right, and right in the middle, stuck is Joe, and now he is safe. His teammates performing admirably. Movie Star Koi, full control.
Yeah, Omid have really been struggling on P4 and P2 specifically. Other than that, the Mixie Hills, yeah, okay, they're keeping it in amongst it, but when Movistar are finding these breaks, they're finding these rotations, they are punishing them big time.
Jody Steves, we'll check back on him later. He's done a wonderful job there to accrue a lot of points. Going to hopefully get himself a Hellstorm. Fun to see that one. But again, for Omid now, first rotation, not been superb. They've got a little bit of pace to get back up to, and now Insight, 21 and 19 for him on a 5 spree of his own, halfway towards his streak, and this is starting to get dicey.
Incredible work from Insight. 6 in a row now. The rest of the team just doing their job down low. Movie Star Koi are starting to ascend. 15 seconds away from hitting the 200-point mark. Joe Deceives has slowed down, but the rest of the team stepped it up. 7 in a row now from Insight.
Massive work. Still on that 7. Insight is the sub. Can't get that live. That's going to be 3 dead, so huge opportunity now for Omid. Get some of that time. The 4th man down. Bad news for them, though. Koi spawn exactly where they want. Number 7 is going to have a big old fight in a moment. Trying to contend with these players towards the back. On with Craze. Lovely first. The 2nd man not going to be there, and he runs out into a bit of trouble. So Movie Star Koi still with a good spawn.
I mean, every single time we're on board with Joe, looks like he's shooting atom bombs out of his jackal. Incredible work, Kleenex. Doing what he does best as well and picking off those routes, and now the rotation's starting to come in from Omid. They are very far away from P2.
It's another immediate flip. It's another massive turn. Movie Star Koi can't seem to make mistakes at this point in time. Mamba has an opportunity. Oh, and he's managed to catch one on the flank. The front line, though, not safe whatsoever. Abe now getting the dance moving. Inside, can't bring down Mamba. And an opportunity now to turn it. Can the man stay alive behind enemy lines? No, it's Kleenex who finds number 6 in a row. Toby, 7. The gunnies are certainly hot. 2:15 and climbing.
Everybody from Movie Star keeps taking their time just to pop off. Joe Deceives on a 40 bomb. And 25 seconds to go here over towards P2. They can't quite win it here, but they will be within touch and distance if they keep playing like this. Insight, SMG out. Is it his turn for 4? Not quite. But Movie Star Koi, they are not far away from map number 1.
Joe holding it down. The challenge there, perfect stun, slows him. Hey, fights 2! And with that, Insight battles his way out. Pressure now on towards the 3rd point in the set, and Insight's all over it.
Joe Deceives hasn't had a kill in a while. He's really slowed down and is 40 and 19.
Goodness.
Incredible work from him.
Don't forget the 220 in time as well.
Ridiculous play from Joe. Starting to pick up kills in the middle of the map, but this time around, do Omid have this control? Mac needs to find something. Spawns there for Movie Star Koi are good for P4. We may well not see it.
Oh boy, Koi are in position. This is going to be the hold. Final, 11 points for the win. Mamba now, get the guns hot, keep things rolling. You might have lost the battle here, but the war is far from over. 30 seconds to go. Koi being kept out of time. Here comes Joe. Sneaky play. Trying to get something going here. But you're starting to feed Omid these kills. Build the confidence. Now they're on the time. Here comes the push from Koi.
It's a really, really tough push, though, for Omid to get themselves all the way through. Even if they get some good time here at P3, the P4 spot should still be there for the side of Movie Star Koi, who are still fighting over this. But you're right, they have fed a little bit of time. Movie Star get absolutely nothing at P3, but do limit Omid to only a small amount.
The spawns are a bit awkward here. So we've got one member of Koi out of the fight for now. Kleenex is going to make his way forward. Viv is going to be in the fight as well, so an awkward timing on the spawns. Now comes Kleenex. One man up and about it.
Hold on.
Here comes Mamba. 5 seconds for the win, and who else but Joe Deceives to hold the fort down. What a statement from Movie Star Koi in map number 1.
It's a takeover from Joe. The first half. I mean, my goodness. Not many better performances than that over the season. And he's feeling himself after that one, Miles. That 4-piece in the middle of the map is absolutely absurd.
Highlight play of the series without a doubt, maybe of the tournament. Omit. We saw the goods yesterday. You don't quite look like the same squad yet, but look at Joe go. Third on the hop, Craze down before his feet hit the ground. Vivid out as well.
Not even a single bullet hit that time, by the way. So, I mean, look, you can say he shot them all in the back, but he's got to do it quickly, hasn't he? Not a bullet landed. Joe Deceives, elusive, to say the least. Just overall, a really impressive performance from Movistar Color, but when Joe's doing that to you, I mean, it's just so difficult. But everybody was having their moments. I think we've seen nearly every single player have their pop-off, have their specific point where they would be able to hold down the hill because of what they're doing. Kleenex found 6 in a row at one stage. Insight found 6 in a row at one stage. I think Abe was just filling gaps where needs be because everybody else was frying.
Look at that. Jubilation on stage as the youngsters on the squad. Abe, his first major tournament under the Koi organization, and my word, did he have a good time. 22 and 19. Don't worry about it, mate. Don't even worry about it. Joe nearly dropped 5K. On the other side of the board, though, Vivid, huge damage from him. Massive stat screen there. Kleenex, the new flex, 16 assists and the 17 non-traded. Tremendous work, but the scoreline there, Ton, that's the real difference maker. 250, 144. That is a big gap.
Yeah, very comfortable game there. Movistar Koi. So, for Omit now, it's... We do
love shawarma. We love some shawarma.
But I think the thing is now, I mean, I am all for it. More We Love Shawarma banners across the board. Thank you very much. But irrelevant of the shawarma and the delights here in Riyadh, I think for the side of Omit, that is a wake-up call. That's welcome to single elimination. Welcome to another team that you've got to go on to try and beat, and a team who have serious caliber. Coaching team, been there for years. You've just seen Flux behind, who, I mean, he's been part of Call of Duty for a millennia, it feels like. This is a well-oiled machine. Yes, okay, FaZe may have that fancy name. It may well have the multiple different championships over so many different years. But this Movistar Koi lineup are no joke. It never happened.
That's a tough one. I mean, the Call of Duty world, one day you're bringing down legends, the next day, or you're right back in the office. And so far, it's a tough day at work for Omit. Search and Destroy now on the horizon. We'll see if they can bounce back. Because that control right now certainly looking theirs. Again, that has been the name of the tournament. Fist bumps out. S&D on its way. Looking for a bounce back from Omit. Coach Flux as cool as you like. Or is he nervous? Hard to tell. What a poker face he's got.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him. I think I've known him about maybe 14 years. I don't know if I've seen too much emotion ever in his face.
A true professional.
You all right, man?
Yeah, doing well. Boys looking good. Yeah, excited to get in the game. Oh, here we go. Loading in. Calm demeanor across the boys. They've managed to breathe fire out of their lungs after that first map. And what a highlight that was. Right into the search we now go. Protocol it is.
So it's just been a little bit of a problem for Movistar Koi as of recent, though. We have seen Omid push some very solid teams all the way here on Protocol.
Oh, Joe, run for it. Run, Joe, run. He's going to find something here. Craze. Oh, my goodness, what a flank. Silently confirms the first. Wonderful discipline. There's the bomb planted at A, though. And Craze is on a run.
This is the kind of thing we've seen against FaZe that he was having so much success with. Movistar don't pick it up, they're going to be in trouble.
This is one of the harder players in the world to track down right now. Kleenex is going to go on the hunt. Lovely work from Joe Deceives there. Insight confirmed the intel as well. Now a 3v3 directly towards the site. Joe, first man in. Can't dodge all the nades. From the top rope, oh, down and out. Omit strike first.
Yeah, really good round for them to find. Sensational work coming through. From Craze to find that pick, to find that route. I think as time will go on, Movistar are just going to have to try and predict where he's going, trying to get some cutoffs, because he has no fear. It is a literal sense of, find a route, I'll hit it. If someone's there, I'll kill them. If I get behind them, I'll win us the round. Gets that first blood, his team are allowed to then push to the side of it. Get that down cleanly. Nice hold since then.
Again, Movistar Core have got a lot of time to pour over tape at Omit. We've seen them play FaZe twice on this map.
Yep.
By now, you've got to get an idea of how things are going to go, but it doesn't really help when everyone there on Omit wins their ones. Nobody home with the down low push right now, so Joe Deceives stun will meet nothing but air, but with that, Hits the air, gets on out. Are we thinking about the B-bomb site, lads? What are we thinking? Once again, Craze, look at these corners, look at these spots, look at the timings he's got here. Can we get another dirty kill?
I think you heard Simp talking about it when they were going up against Omit, specifically in this map. As soon as they started running them, stopping Craze, finding these lines, then that's what shut them down. Insight's going to find him. And they have been very, very patient about this movie start. Haven't rushed into anything, but it has worked. That bomb is down, 4v3.
Yeah, well, you're not having the man advantage right now is not ideal. So Max looking to cause a bit of discourse here. Oh, I love this play. The stun check does connect. Insight might send it. We're going to hold our irons right now. Movie star Koi with the numbers. Joe wins it upstairs. Kleenex finds his. Once again, decisive round after the bomb plant.
Very clean. I think I love the positioning from Insight. It's very deep towards his spawn, just to try and cut off those angles. Pushing in over towards the double doors. But yeah, no, I like that. I think Craze is going to be a deciding factor in the search and destroy. There is no question. If he can get going, then all of a sudden Omit are going to have number advantages consistently, but the tissue is indeed the issue. If Kleenex can get going, if you can be nice and patient, if you're movie star Koi, you can punish this Omit squad.
I'd love to see, yeah, where's Craze going off the rip? What is his game plan this round? Attacking moment now for Omit. His routes have been wonderful to watch. This time round, nothing that flashy, nothing that wild. And I guess timing though, keeping you guessing, keeping you worried. Where the hell's Craze? Well, here he comes. Catches Insight. Now, the answer is pants are gone. Kleenex moves into immediately take care of business, and that's 3v3.
Out of the 3 first bloods that have already came in the search and destroy, Craze has been part of every single one of them. Finding 2 of his own, getting blooded once himself. But 3 versus 3, Bomb is going to go down. We've been in this situation before. Last time, Omit held it down pretty convincingly. Have Movie Star got another round in.
It's going to be some magical 1v1 fights again. I don't think that's going to happen this time round. Movie Star Koi, a few seconds to play before we have to go. They get one opportunity to set up their vector of attack. And it starts with Kleenex. Finds himself a 3 spree, 20 to go.
Vivid maybe just showing himself just a little too much. Kleenex doing the front door, the distraction is there, and just like a knife through butter, Movie Star Koi find a way through. 2-1 to the good. Kleenex 4.
And that is not an easy thing to do.
No.
All the usual spots covered. Kleenex somehow on the push, that little bit of information as he shoots his way around the corner. The hit and run intel to immediately snap on the next man is just unbelievable. We'll see that here. There's the intel. Wow, the kill onto Mac is unbelievable. There must have been some damage dealt there either way, but that is a split-second decision that just pays off. 2-1.
And the point that was actually made, when we were discussing in the green room, there's a couple of occasions where Omit have this bomb down inside of A, and Vivid shows maybe a little bit too much shoulder. A team like Movistar Koi are going to punish you every single time, and there's a big punishment. Joe deceives under Craze, catches one of those routes perfectly. Kleenex stuck one over there at the same time. That is a double nade meant for Craze. They know exactly where it was coming from.
That's your homework being done. Joe planting the bomb. Oh, an Insight catches a free Mamba. That is wonderful turn for Koi. Mac trying to pull it back. Now the break towards that site. They're going to go through the front door. Here comes the nade. No hit. Kleenex over the top. Finds one. And there's the trades to close out the round. And Tobias Julianson, exceptional damage dealt with the AR in hand.
I mean, what kind of homework are they doing? You see Kleenex with this nade, but watch. So he throws the nade over. Joe also must have hit one. Yeah, 2 separate nades over towards that side, expecting the rush to come through from Craze. And it is lights out immediately. Bomb down, 3-1. Cruising on Movistar Koi here.
He gets a nice tag into the last man as well, but still positioning. Absolutely 1UV round there, Movistar Koi. 2 spree for Joe, 2 spree for Abe. Kleenex does have the RC car. We have seen it be very, very useful on this map. Not a single RC car, I don't think, in the tournament. I could be wrong, could be faded. Happens from time to time. Here's the check. A-bomb wide open. All 4 members of Koi upstairs.
And this will be because that RC is available. I would imagine they may well use it to break back, but 4v4 bomb down.
Craze is playing the door close. If the RC does come in, he's going to have to hit that wall, get out while he can. No one in place to make anything happen just yet. There's players from up top for Omit, so I love the setup. Mamba's going to be able to strike a little bit later. Here's Vivid, first point of contact. Burning through the clock, but wait a minute. Koi are in. Mac now trying to hold it down alone, and he can't. You've run out of time, you've run out of space. Kleenex now staying alive. Wow. And it's all done. Koi on the retake. A fractured setup from Omit, and they could not capitalize.
Well, there must have been a gap there because two players just pushed through the double doors absolutely for free. Abe gets in, finds a few. But it's all about the trades. It's all about the baiting for each other. Movistar Koi looking like a well-oiled machine here, but yeah, that was crazy the first to fall, but how have they got through so easily? I think they've been asking a question of where Mamba was he able to hold it down? You can see he finds a kill there from, well, pretty much the B control point. But where was he when those two players ended? That's questions that will be asked.
He had a play by Tower at one point. Vivid was sort of towards back grannies. 5-3 for Abe right now, and that is close enough. Yeah, given the bomb, close enough to the Hellstorm. That's going to open up the B-bomb site to a lot more options. No damage, no assist, no nothing, unfortunately for Abe. Now he's hoping for an aggressive play here, but Omit have pumped the brakes. They're trying to show as little face as possible.
I mean, the problem is, though, is that Craze is such a catalyst for them when he's finding those first bloods. He's finding those routes. He's setting them up. He's 2-5. He's been shut down multiple occasions. Movistar are ready for it. So how do Omit adapt? What do they do differently here to stop Movistar basically running through them? Because that's what's happening right now. It doesn't matter what setup you have, they're finding a way. It doesn't matter which bomb site you prioritize, they will get the bomb down. They do not have the answers for the questions that Movistar are asking.
There's Mamba, he's been spotted. Kleenex, eyes on. He was a pixel in the distance. Bomb now making its way. We are committing to this. It looks like a big door here. Mamba, first blood. And that certainly helps proceedings now towards that bomb site. A still the target. 30 seconds on the clock. Uh-oh.
Found a route. Give his position away, then may well just drop back down over towards Abe. They can find Maki is pretty much on his own. And there is the Hellstorm from Abe. A silver lining to a round, even if you don't win it.
Get us another. Gets another. The clock's ticking now. Last man Craze. Mamba now pushing for this one. Here we go. Abe. Did he get the timing? 0.3 on the clock. 1v1.
Information will be limited. But Omit need this round. Abe is looking for his 9th in a row.
I mean, what a round this is. This is for the ace, and this is for map point.
Mamba's been so patient. He's expecting the flank to come through. He's going to have to make a move.
It's a brawl, a big door, and the timing on this one. Mamba got to finish the kill! And he does! 15 seconds! Mamba strikes. One of the most nervy 1v1s I have ever seen. Omit. A nod of the head. A chance to keep this one going.
Awful timing for Abe. He checked it in a second later. Mamba's through the front door. Does so well throughout the entirety of the round. Finds the pick there on the Craze, and I think Craze expecting Mamba a little bit closer, but yeah, the timing just off from Abe, and he nearly gets him. A couple of bullets would have done it. Oh.
How many shoulders? How many shoulders we've seen thrown in that computer room on that bomb site this year? And that one from Mamba, he's just got enough vision there to make sure he knows he's gone for the dive. I have the hit point advantage. This is my fight to win. Over towards A we go once again. 3 players there for Koi drop. Hyper aggression. Abe still fully loaded with streaks. And only 2 rounds away from victory here in the search.
Still used across the board. This looking at B here. This Kleenex going to get caught up by Mac. Yes, he is. And all of a sudden, that rotation over is going to have to start coming in pretty quickly. Insight on his way. Vivid has read it. This is a free plant. This should be a round for Omit.
I mean, Abe could get Hellstorm here. You've got an opening. You know for certain you're going to have a player. Oh, well, there's Hellstorm gone. Don't worry about that, folks. It's going to be a 1v3 right now for Joe Deceives. Are you going to check the corners? Absolutely not. Craze, again, finds a moment, and now that's 2 rounds in a row.
2 big rounds to find. I love the toxicity. I actually live and breathe it.
It's all in good jest, all in good faith. Wonderful replays from this round again. Mac, that opening hit, the choke slam onto Kleenex there. And then Craze, I mean, think about his playstyle. He's so hard to track down. In the respawns, he's got this amazing ability to just become undetectable, to become a Spectre. In the search and destroys, his corners are infuriating. Infuriating for the opponents. 1 round away, Ton. 1 round away.
And just think of that moment, that 1v1 that Mamba finds. You'd have been 5-1 down. Win the next one, you're only 1 round away, but Insight's going to find Craze again, who's been involved in so many of these first bloods, but more often than not, it's been the wrong way around.
Yeah, he put himself in position there, watching the flank, thinking about the streaks. Opportunity now to hit A. You've got a wide open shoulder seen, the tail end of Mamba now identified. Oh no! Or Vivid's in. A hole now in the setup. Bomb planted. Max through the front door. To the left of him, Mamba. Here we go.
They have to clear out one side here. They're going to have to try and make a push, or they're just going to hold tight.
Down a man. The first red dot shown. Vivid catches a kill and an immaculate retake, and Omit have equalized from 4-1 down. 3 straight.
Insight, Colt. Trophy in hand, and Vivid will take those freebies all day long, and that breaks the setup immediately. As soon as Vivid finds that kill, that's pretty much the round, right? Not much you can do. There's someone coming from double doors, spiral, elevator side, just impossible.
We've seen the 3v3 who takes a hard AR, a 3v2. Yep, that one is far more doable. 4-4. Oh no, mate. It's a tense one here in Riyadh. Protocol goes on. First to 6 for you new viewers at home. And the comeback like this as Omit have started to catch fire.
It's over for Vivid. Aggression through over towards A. They're not playing scared anymore. Look at this from Craze, just hyper aggressiveness all the way through, and you can see Omit getting aggressive. Movie start, playing very passive. What's the plan going to be? RC calling in, but there's nobody behind it. So,
Cruz knows. Cruz heard it. He's on the flank immediately. Hello! What a win onto Joe Deceives. And now again, out like a ship in the night. He's long gone.
Linux trying to find something. It does find Mamba. So it evens the odds. He finds another under Craze, who was on the flank, 3v2.
20 seconds. 3-man hit through Spiral. Vivid, how many can you get? The damage into the first man. Not enough for the kill.
Wow.
Now the trades. Last man, Mac down, out. Koi survive the shenanigans. Map point.
Kleenex finding 3 in the round. Gets the initial pick onto Mama, crossover towards elevator from Spiral. Gets out as well. Finds Craze on the flank and gets the entry. What more can you want from Kleenex?
Oh.
There's a shot on the Mamba. Does so well to find that fight. Dips out. Craze on the flank. 13 HP, and we'll see you later.
I mean, he had 6 rounds to play with as well. And then just the melee inside the computer room. Abe gets as much damage as he possibly can. Oh, another round. Here we go. Omit on defense. Koi's attack. See, the opening nades have not been that decisive since round 2.
And I don't think we've hit the Hellstorm from him whatsoever. So that is a slowdown from Movistar Koi, and I think if you're Omit, you've got to be expecting this. Here it comes.
Omit are all over it. They are going to be well and truly covered.
It's going to open things up at B, I wonder.
Yeah, last-minute maneuver there to stay alive. Everyone forced on the inside, but again, that is intel gained. Insight straight to the heli.
They sold them a red herring here. They think they're going over towards B. They may well have just got control of it.
3-man hit through the big door, though. It's a fast attack from Omit. Have they read the bluff? Here they go. Kleenex can't strike. No kills. Mac, first blood. Over to Abe. Down. 2, 3. Last man. Insight. Finds 2. Mac on the defuse. Can he get in the angle? He cannot. Omit have forced the round 11.
And got the Hellstorm out of them as well. You could see Omit, well, like flies around B as soon as the Hellstorm had popped and done nothing. Movistar waited, they went for A, but that initial gunfight, I think it may have just been a bit of a mismanner, a bit of a misplay from Kleenex. They wander through double doors, that's all she wrote. Insight tried his hardest, but a 1 versus 4 is not an easy thing to do. Round 11 we go.
What a call from Omit. What a call.
It's so fast.
Final round. Omit attack. RC cars either side. Plenty to play with here. but it's going to be the guns of Koi that deal the first damage.
Yeah, Chris gets very aggressive. Movistar already there. 4 versus 3. Omit were 4-1 down. We've reached the round 11. Can they do the impossible?
You've got a lovely opportunity, though, to still move the bomb around. Mac staying mobile through the middle of the map, undetected as of yet. Oh, but Abe spots him out through mid.
Has to be careful. He does have the bomb. If he drops here, he doesn't have much backup.
He's waiting for the reinforcements. Here comes Mamba. No one to catch an angle here through the windows. Mac, teetering, catches a few backsides, unable to do any damage.
This is the kind of moment where you want Kraze to try and hit a flank. It's Mamba trying to do it, but then Amez just going to have to retreat over towards A. Very, very weak. Kleenex finds Mac. This might be it.
And Kleenex catches a pair. Vivid now on the 1v4. The shoes on the other foot. Omit. Can Vivid do the actual impossible with just a stun? There's Joe. Not enough damage, and here come Koi. A group effort, a firing squad. They execute Omit in round 11. A 2-0 lead. 1 map away from the semi-finals.
Incredible work from Movistar Koi. Put themselves in an unbelievable position. And Omit did not quite have the answer. They're 2-0 up in this series.
An electrifying crowd here in Riyadh as we go to control. Omit's absolute saving grace in the tournament so far. Can it be that one more time? We'll find out after the break.
Talking so much smack, I love it.
Let's go. Toby.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how Gantt View keeps my projects on track. Adjusting deadlines is super simple with drag and drop functionality, so my schedule can stay flexible. Adding dependencies is easy too. This way, I can stay on top of task relationships and avoid bottlenecks. And I can customize it by filtering and sorting tasks so I can focus on what matters most. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
I'll teach you how to do this with Niji Journey. Here's how. Go to nijijourney.com and click Edit. Upload your picture. And click on Retexture. Enter a prompt that describes your photo, and click Submit Retexture. And you're done. Try now at nijijourney.com/explore.
Oh, Koi up 2-0. Omit now staring down the barrel of defeat. We'll find out if that goes their way because we play Control next. What an exciting tournament it has been for them. But for now, Movie Star Koi, after a, let's face it, quite a dicey game of Search and Destroy, from 4-1 to 6-5. We nearly saw it all there, Ton.
Incredible game. Absolutely ridiculous, frankly. But what we're talking about now is over the tournament here at EWC. Both these two teams undefeated in Control. That will end immediately after this map, but Omit has been their mode. 3-0 from them. Been sensational every single time. And themselves a 3-0 against FaZe, a 3-1 against FaZe, and a 3-1 against P7. The latest 3-1 against FaZe came on the very map that we're about to load into. We will be playing Vault. As far as Toronto goes, oh, sorry, for Movie Star goes, is, well, we've all made the mistake.
Easily done.
Easily done. 2 out of the last 3 times we've seen them on Vault, they have found the win. Very evenly matched. But the thing to look out for Omit, every single attacking round that they have played so far in Control this week, they have won it.
I mean, that is a staggering statistic. On a Vault, the attacking rounds, we see how easy it is to go from the A zone, drop down that little Vault sneaky door, get over towards B, start capturing that as well. Whether you're doing both at the same time, whatever you want to go for, we have seen every possible look from Omit, and they have all looked good.
Overall in this series now, this is a huge opportunity for Omit to get a win in this Control. We'd then be going into a red card hardpoint where they made FaZe look kind of silly. And then after that, we'll be heading to a dealership S&D for map number 5, a map that Movie Star Koi have won 1 of the last 10 on. The writing is on the wall for a comeback here for Omit, but they still need to execute. It has not looked overly likely so far. Close S&D, if that went their way, it's game on, but a mountain to climb still.
Here we go. Map 3, Control. Can Koi close it out here? So far, the damage is ideal from both sides, but not a whole lot of love. Great job there from Koi off the rip. Both zones successfully defended there. No play towards B and Craze. Great. Finally, Kleenex. Something must have tingled there in the right spot, and he managed to find him, but you let Craze go wild like that, and it is going to be a problem. On a Mamba now by B.
And map control here for the side of Movie Star Koi. The rotation will come over. Go one side, everybody else through the middle of the map. The kills, which way will they fall? Vivid, Mamba. Go in the way of Omit. Craze will find another. That's 3 dead. That's at least a tick over towards B.
Yeah, this is the start of something special. Watching out for those players from spawn. There's going to be insight on a bit of a flank now. Craze, knowing that he does not have the position or the manpower to make this happen. He's going to have to try to become his own Slay squad, but that's a nice set of kills. Insight and Joe get theirs. The A zone now wide open. Mac doing this alone still.
It's done from Mac. Just putting that pressure on. Insight just dipping out, just want to get some map control. They're happy to allow Mac to sit here. They wouldn't be allowing him to get the second tick on his own, though, would they? Not quite. Oh, they will have to clear that. That's going to open up doors over towards A.
That's a great finesse out of Mac. That life was superb. Abe on the double door patrol, doing what he can to make sure that that highway from the A zone towards the B zone is absolutely locked down for his boys. Mamba pokes a hole. Kleenex pokes right back. Nice 2-piece. The A zone could be completed shortly. There's that first bit of progress, and B still about 50% of the way through.
Well defended from Movie Star Koi in the middle of the map. Kleenex just lingering around, trying to help out where he can, but Kriz will find 2. Him is here to try and shut him down. The transition not going to happen. Gets him dealt with. Yeah, Mamba there over towards B as well. The kill is found. This is a big move from Movie Star Koi. They find a good few in a row, and that's map control entirely in their hands.
Sensational. Final 30 seconds. Kleenex there, clotheslines. That player for his 5th kill. Oh, why? Back at Mamba. Oh, 3 dead. The 4th man gone as well. Oh, dear. Blink, and you missed it. Omit, this is surely the A-zone capture, and they're committing resources to B as well.
Making sure not to let them get a hold of B, but those second ticks that went through is going to make it a little easier. But Joe Deceive shuts it down. There's 2 falling his way. They do bleed, but thankfully for the side of Movie Star Koi, they stop it over towards B.
If it bleeds, we can kill it. Here's Insight from behind the van, watching out for the mid-map push. Craze, lovely awareness. Nobody home just yet. Again, waiting for teammates, waiting for that decisive killer blow. Insight, beautiful shoulders thrown. Joe traded out down low, so now an opportunity to work your way through the bottom side of Vault.
Omid doing a really good job of just keeping players alive, but their problem is they now have no respawns remaining. Chris can't finish A either, so if you're Movistar Co, you probably slow this one down, 9v3.
There's not a lot of lives for our defenders, but Joe deceives. The takeover continues here, 8-8. The last two have been fantastic. The last 2 lives here from Omid, and they will lose their first attacking round of the tournament. Shots from Joe. Can't take them all down, but by God, he tried. Round 1 goes to Koi.
Really solid round as well. I think, you know, that 1-4 dead that we did see from Omid, they managed to get a hold of A. Did some really good work over towards B, especially early on, which did set themselves potentially up for some success, but not quite able to batter the door down. Movistar very, very strong in their defense. Always seems to have somebody lingering around that can pick up the pieces where it needs to be or slow something down. Playing your life in control is paramount, and they did it so well throughout that round.
Yeah, it's great finessing here. I mean, staying alive in situations that would otherwise seem impossible. Maybe the odds are against you. Maybe you've got no cover to play with. Very, very good stuff out of both our squads. And Joe, a man on a mission here. Of course, we saw them play the respawn. The first respawn, the hard point, was on Vault as well. And clearly, Koi, wonderful form right now. Onwards we go once again. The trophy barely touched the ground before it was all used up. Trophy's on the other side now, aiding only for a moment longer in the slow capture of A.
Steady away. Craze finding one, looking for a second here as well. The pressure from Craze onto Insight. Incredible stuff. The aggression coming through, and now Abe left all on his own momentarily, but staying alive is the name of the game, and he's done so well. He's kept that door open over towards A. Should probably be a capture here for the side of Movistar Koi. Omid keeping that pressure on behind. Mac trying to find something.
Lovely job here from Joe. Rear security covered. Second segment. No, contested. Oh, good job, CleanX. Gets that, but doesn't get the segment. He's trying to play his life to stay alive, and that's where Craze is going to be. Insight. Not committing to this either. The segment drained. Oh, my word.
And Omid just see the moment. Not quite an established amount of control in the middle of the map there from Movistar, and Omid just go in and take control of it themselves. This is being read. CleanX nice and easy for Vivid to pick up. But once again, the transition back over towards A here for Movistar, but putting pressure on over towards B also. Just about where the kills kind of fall now. Joe Deceives finds one over towards B. Mac does survive and should be able to get the transition here, but CleanX finds one. Joe Deceives turns round. Both points being worked on here by Movistar.
13 and 9 for Craze. Nearly made it 14 there. A-zone, a little bit of love. They should be able to finish the second segment of the least. This is a 2-man capture. That zone is going to fly. There's the third man. A done. Minute 33 on the game clock and ample lives. Oh,
Big wins. Big wins. I really do like that, though, from Movistar to get that one open. Push over towards B. That just loosened the hold over towards A. Secure that attack. Wow. I mean, they're getting good now, though.
Yeah, Mac's back. I was worried about him at the start. He's just found himself a nice little 3 spree, a fantastic shot of life. A bit of stimulus, as they certainly needed it. 2 segments remaining at B. Joe dips a toe, draws some aggro. But Vivid's never going to let him get away with that one. Insight now trying to pick up something. Barely wins the fight against Reese Drost. Back at it again. Wonderful defense from Omid.
Just put themselves where they need to. You can already see that Craze is looking for a flank, as everybody's going to have to flood through the front door. It's 16 versus 3. Not many more opportunities here for Movistar.
We'll see how it goes. If you get in there and get a couple of kills, well, you need the kills, lads. Vivid and Mamba find theirs. And that should be the round. Final 3 lives here for Koi. And Mac, yeah, he's certainly returned. The confidence is there. A little bit of magic just goes his way. 2v11. And that will be it. Craze, the final 2. Equalizer found.
Solid stuff. One moment. Movistar never really threatened. There was a couple of occasions over towards A where it looked like they were going to get it in quickly. But for the most part, Omid just did well at keeping themselves alive, playing their life consistently. Throughout the middle, playing the flank. And Craze a lot to help for that. Vivid had a good round as well. Everyone pitching in there. There was a threat over towards B on occasion, but for the most part, that was a pretty standard defense coming out of Omid.
Yeah, really nice. It certainly helps it when they find their kills. It's like that. It's in 2s and 3s. It's not enough legs whatsoever out of Koi to make anything happen. They're unable to find those ridiculous multi-kills. And Omid playing this wonderfully. 5-3 for Craze. Hellstorm certainly helps out on both of the zones here on this map. And Craze, oh, he's off, mate. He's long gone. Has he been spotted? No, he didn't. This is a freebie. Insight gonna read it? Not a chance. There we go.
Problem is that nobody else managed to find a kill here for Craze, but again, it's going to open up some routes, potentially open up some gaps in the Movistar Koi defense, because they're probably going to have to answer Craze at some stage here. You can't just let him linger in his spawn. Everybody else doing really good work here from the side of Omit, though. They'll find a couple of kills in the middle of the map. Trying to work on something over towards this A side. Craze just trying to be a nuisance. What? A pest that was nearly dealt with, but Kleenex gunned 7 in a row from Craze.
Confirmed nuisance, confirmed pest. And here come the exterminators. Here comes Joe up first. Brings the bug zapper. And he gets zapped. Well played. It deals with at least one problem. But here's the next problem, lads. You've lost the A zone. So Craze, a martyr for the cause. Now we go to B.
Yeah, massively the catalyst for that one. Finds himself in a really, really good position. Gets around. They have to deal with him. They cannot let him stay there. Because of that, Omit walks through the front door. Mac doing so well. How has he found the second? Joe Deceives will find one more, but look at this pressure that's now coming in. Joe Deceives needs to stay alive, needs to find something. He will fall. Massive opportunity here for Omit.
Well, that's the multi-kill master back at it. Huge. Vivid, what a win that was. Mamba now on the zone alone, getting the capture. Trophy in the wide open. Kleenex now trying to provide that suppression, the covering fire over the top. Oh, and it's a lot of damage. Mamba stays alive. Here's the contest. He should be cleaned up. Done. Out of the woodwork they go. Doesn't get the secure on the first segment on B. So we're nearly back to square one.
Incredible gunfire wins. Coming through from Movistar Koi. That was a really tough retake in the manager anyway. Lives absolutely dead even. Once again, Craze round from behind. 23 and 12. He's trying to keep them at bay, but the rest of his teammates are not holding up their end of the bargain here. Craze is doing a lot of good work, but Omen need to find something in the middle of the map as well.
You're unable to capitalize on the damage or the kills he's getting, and now, oh, this is an awkward spot to be in. He's forced out of position, desperately trying to make a play happen, and the timing is not going to be there. Craze down, though. The backline now safe. Towards the front we go. Is it enough time, though, to get your boys in position? What a win from Joseph Deceives. 3 dead.
Really good work once again. Craze draws them out. They deal with him. They spin round and deal with the rest. Omit now having to build some sort of a foundation of an attack, and that might well be it. Kleenex, Joe Deceives, aim all dropping inside. Gonna have to stay alive over towards the backside. Close spawns coming through for Kleenex. So they are here to defend. They are here in numbers. 9 versus 6. Can Omit manage a round yet?
Halfway through it. Oh, Joe, big wins. A 1v1 demon. The last lives of Omit here, as Koi will likely take the lead. Whether it be 30 seconds or the next 2 kills, it may not matter. Joe, what a 1v1 that was. And could this be the first body shield of the tournament? No, it is not. Strictly business. Match point. Movistar Koi.
Find their defenses as expected. At the same time, it has not been easy. Craze is really, he's trying his best, and I understand that the theory behind it is definitely the play to be made. That's the way they managed to get openings over towards A. It's the way that they managed to even get ticks over towards B. Was Craze finding his routes. He was finding the flank consistently and putting that pressure on Movistar of, right, okay, well, you have to deal with me. How are you going to? They managed him relatively well in the end. You know, they were making sure to keep an eye on what was going on. They sent people back when they had the opportunity to do so. They weren't rushing to get rid of him, but dealing with everybody else through the middle of the map.
Big old 4-man hit from Movistar Koi right through the middle of the map. They find their 2 respective kills and are immediately towards B, but Mamba there, he throws a wrench in the works. That slows down the push towards that side of the map. The last remaining members are getting the good work done at A.
This might be A already captured. Craig's going to have a little look. Mac's going to have a look as well. They're dealt with inside places so well. And not only is it 8 gone, that is 4 dead. Bad spawns coming through. Movistar Koi transfer themselves to B. Omit have to clutch up.
This might be it, folks. This might be it. Trophies are in place. The cars are exploding. Insight finds another 6 in a row. Over to Mac, flying forward, desperately trying to make something happen. Your tournament life is over. Omit, there's always a bigger fish, and this fish was Movistar Koi.
Wonderful performance from Movistar. And that is a very slippery game to go into. In a single elimination, A team in Omit who have shown us so much, and you've got to tip the hat to it. Incredible games out of Omit. They pushed a lot of teams to the limit. They get themselves to knockout. But Movie Star Koi, another level here at EWC. They find a convincing 3-0 win here in Riyadh.
That was convincing. The Search and Destroy, a moment of a true shake. The nerves were there, but they didn't let it slip. An unbelievable tournament from Omit. They may not have won the tournament, but they certainly won the hearts and the minds of the competitive Call of Duty world. With that, they should be proud. But for Koi, your tournament just got that bit hotter. To the semi-finals, you now march. A massive increase in prize pool. You've got to feel good about that.
Yeah, and just to further reiterate, for all that we will make jokes, and it is a good one. Hats off to Omit, hats off to Five Fierce. There's two challenger teams who came through here and just really made that conversation about some of the challengers teams that much, much louder. They have done that scene. Incredibly proud, I would say.
Absolutely.
A very, very good performance from both those squads, especially from Omit. I mean, taking down FaZe, what a story that is for those guys.
That is arguably incredible. Could it be the end of an era? There's so much to talk about here. Movie Star Koi happily marching onwards. A dramatic team change just before the tournament. Abe replacing Beans, and it certainly paid off. And the man on stage, what more can we say about the great Joe Deceives with Ian?
He's got a massive smile on his face, and you can't blame him, not just because of the performance just there, but these fans absolutely love this guy. Joe, Movie Star Koi, undefeated in Riyadh, didn't drop a map yesterday, didn't drop a map today. What's the secret right now?
I mean, we're just in a great spot right now. I feel like our pacing, you know, we have all the talent in the world. Our pacing is insane. I mean, our S&E's gotten way better. I'm super happy.
You got to give a shout out to Omit. They came into this matchup here with some phenomenal momentum, defying a lot of expectations, taking out the winners yesterday from last year. What did you feel like coming into this matchup? Did you see them as a threat, and do you see this as a statement win?
I mean, yeah, it was a great win for them, but honestly, like, I knew we were just way better than them. I mean, we scrimmed them a couple times, but I just knew, I mean, as long as we played our game and we didn't tweak, I mean, they ran exactly what happened there. But yeah, you know, they're all great players. They should all be in the league, so I hope to see that next year for them.
You said, as I walked past you towards this interview, that you're going to win this thing. Do you not see any of the teams left standing as a threat? And if you do, what's your message to anybody?
Yeah, of course there's teams that are a threat, you know, LAT, Seattle, Miami, Optic, but honestly, like I said, I'm super confident in the team, and as long as we play a game, I mean, I don't see a reason why we should lose.
What do you want to say to your fans? Because there's a nice pocket of them right here, and they have been so loud, so vocal throughout this experience. What's your message to them?
I mean, you know, you guys are insane. You're coming all the way out here to support us. I appreciate you guys. And yeah, you know, I hope to make this run for you guys.
Vancouver Surge next. What do you make of them?
I mean, they're a great team. You know, we haven't beat them in a while, so I'm just excited to play them again with the new team. So yeah.
I think you're excited to crush a key as well, right?
Yeah. Oh, I had to do that. Oh, wow.
You want to do it?
Yeah, I do.
All right, let's not waste any time. Let's go crush a key. Joe, you deserve this, you know.
I never got to do this before. It was always like on our team last year, you know, it was like Dan and whatnot, so I'm excited to do this.
Well, this is your moment. Our key crushing expert is going to talk you through exactly what to do. And for the second to last time this evening, a key will be crushed. What a story, what a run, but it ends here. Omit out. I don't know. You know what? I think you can repeat it. What did you say when that key exploded?
I said, well, I can't cuss, but I got scared. I got really scared. I didn't know it was that loud.
You wanted to do it. Did you enjoy it?
Oh, I loved it. It's great.
Well, there could be more.
There will be more. There will be more.
Is that a promise?
Promise.
Joe, thank you very much. Congratulations once again. Best of luck with the rest of the tournament. Blaze is now standing by with our exit interview. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Ian. Everybody, give a round of applause for Omit. They exit the tournament, but what a fantastic show they put on in this stadium. And for all the fans around the world, Mamba, the series did not go how you wanted it to. What happened up there on the main stage?
Honestly, we just came out flat today. We threw our first map, we just needed to warm up. Our S&Ds, we threw our man-ups, and control, we just didn't play how we usually, so we just came out flat.
There you go, okay? We didn't see that same hot fire as before, but you know, it's a lot of positives to be taken from this tournament, especially for you and a squad, a challengers team coming all the way out here, getting top 8. How has this experience been for you? Because the crowd has been cheering for you guys all throughout the day. You made some new fans out here in Riyadh.
Yeah, I mean, these fans are the best in the world, man, and this experience has been a once in a lifetime opportunity, and I'm just grateful to be here, man.
There you go, okay? Now, as I, let you get ready for whatever the future has in store for you and the squad, as you get ready to go, what do you want to say to the fans at home and to the rest of the fans here in these venues?
We just appreciate all the support, man. We didn't think we were going to have these many fans, but it makes us happy having all the support. Thank you guys. Like I said, the best fans in the world, so.
The best fans in the world. You guys at home and you guys in the venue. That's going to do it for us. Chris, break it down.
Congratulations, movie star Koi. I predicted him to win, but I did not see a 3-0 coming. I'm joined by Ali and Nameless as we take a look at some of these highlights. And walk me through this final game. What was happening in favor of Movie Star where they were able to just establish control and maintain it throughout this series?
Yeah, the final game, talking about that control, that's something that Omen has been so good at throughout this entire weekend. But, Movie Star, they just dealt with it. Like, every time Craze got into their base trying to make an impact play, they would just ignore him. They would leave and make sure that they maintain map control and farm the rest of the Omit teammates, right? So just dealing with what, Omit was throwing at him. And obviously when you got performances like that from Joe in the map 1, like, you're getting that momentum, it's going to be easy.
You look at some of the numbers, Joe deceives, popping off in game 1. He finishes strong. Insight dropping 26 kills to lead the lobby, and on the other side, Craze doing what he could, but it's simply not enough. I look at this team, Movie Star Koi, formerly known as Toronto Ultra during the regular season. They have had 3 different players go with them to a championship Sunday.
Yeah.
That is so ridiculous that this power trio is able to just fill in with anyone. Abe looks like he's been there for much longer than this guy has.
It just means they have such a solid foundation, right? Even with the addition of Joe Steves alongside the duo of Kleenex and Insight, we saw how strong they were. He fit into that system perfectly. I mean, this is a Toronto Ultra that's placed 5th all year, gotten a couple top 3s. Like in the past couple 3 years, they've usually been good for 1 win, at least throughout the entirety of this season. So this Toronto Ultra team, or Movie Star Koi, is not to be sneezed at. They're still one of the top contenders, and they were just missing that extra little bit of firepower and consistency. And I feel like with this addition of Abe, it really helps free Joe on the map, and we really saw it in this map number 1, where he got to drop 40.
And I'm looking at the highlights here. How does Joe find that flow state, and is that the best hardpoint performance we've seen on the day?
Yeah, that's the best hardpoint performance on the weekend, I'd say. I mean, Joe literally popped Takeover. I mean, Vault's a map that they have loved all year long, and, Ali mentioned it, like, the swapping Kleenex towards the AR and bringing in a guy like Abe, like, everybody is just willing to play at that faster pace. And when that happens and you're able to put teams in the blender, Joe is going to go on these massive streaks. But I think more importantly, what's changed is Search and Destroy. They literally could not win with the last 2 iterations of their roster. It has been so bad. You bring in Abe, and he was making massive plays. You saw a couple of the retakes that they had on lower computers where Abe will just go in first, and then they can just trade in off that information. So I think he's changed the dynamic there, and for the better.
I also want to give a big shout out to Flux. He has been a longtime Call of Duty pro. He has been the coach behind this Movie Star Koi squad.
What's up, big dog?
And I want to know if he told Joe to bring out the AR in that final round of Search and Destroy, because you saw the first pick on Craze. That's all they needed. That blood led to the round 11, and then eventually the 3-0. We are joined by a very special guest right now, and I guess we can ask that question to him live. Toby, a.k.a. Kleenex, our post-match monster. Toby, this was a 3-0. Everyone thought it would go at least game 4, a game 5. How are you able to walk away with a convincing win?
Honestly, I think it's just S&D. I think we knew we're a stronger team in the respawns. I think S&D's been what we've been working on for the past 2-3 weeks. And I mean, they're a strong S&D team, bunch of S&D players. So just shut them out now and we'll win 3-0.
They clutched up. They forced it around 11, but you guys seem to have the counter strat going in. Did you have the read right away, or whose call was it to pull out the AR down low?
Honestly, it was mostly Joe just telling us to like shut down the A play. Pretty much every round because we knew Krace was going to try to do something absolutely absurd on the map. So just shut him down and we win the map.
Yeah, I feel like, throughout this tournament, we've seen just a different dynamic of you guys, especially in those search and destroys. Like in that one, you guys were hard playing for Krace. He got blooded 5 times in that map. So is that something from VOD, or you guys just trying to like make sure nobody slips through any gaps? Because in the last 2 months, that hasn't been the case.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's kind of an advantage, like getting Abe in. He's played them quite a bit in challenges, and I think instantly he just knew what that guy was going to do on the map. Pretty much called exactly what he was going to do at every single point of the map. So,
well, I didn't even think about that perspective. Great call.
He's played them quite a few times. So,
staying on that topic, search and destroy, because that's probably been y'all's focus coming into this event naturally, and it's been unbelievable. Specifically, though, when you guys do well, it's typically Joe that we see have the pop-off series. This time, it was you. How have you been approaching search and destroy differently? Because that was an unbelievable performance in map 2.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, S&D before I felt a little uncomfortable making the plays. I think having Jamie just be that kind of backline, I think we kind of put Ben on that role early on in the year, and I think Jamie just fits so well. Just lets me do whatever I want on the map. AR sub.
The original duo.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard Joe allude to it a little bit, like the pacing change. Like that was an issue for you guys when you play the top teams in Respawn. With you now being able to just pull out the sub, pull out the AR at will, like how does that change the dynamic for you guys? Because I would imagine after playing with Insight for so many years, you know exactly what he needs as an AR. Is that a conscious thought?
Honestly, I could tell he was uncomfortable for most of the year. I think just by 2 weeks of scrims, we got a lot better just by me running the AR. I think the role's pretty natural for me. I think whatever needs to be done, I'm there to do it now. And I think previous years I wasn't really comfortable changing up my role, but I think I kind of know what he needs, and yeah, I'm putting down some pace. So
definitely do.
It looks like you guys can do whatever you want and find success. Let's take a look, though, at this bracket, because we have 5 teams left in the competition, 2 of them about to face off for the final spot in the semifinal. But we know your opponent. Movie star Koi will play Vancouver Surge tomorrow for a spot in the championship match. How do you feel about that showdown?
Honestly, I feel pretty good. I think before the event started, we were kind of going into it with an idea of like a revenge tour. So I feel good to get the rematch against Surge. I think we have lost to them quite a bit, struggled a bit throughout the year. So good to.
What has it been in that matchup specifically? Because when I looked at it, it was always you guys were 2 of the top 4 hardpoint teams, and they would just edge you out there. So in your eyes, what do you think is the issue?
I think when it came down to the big moments, we always lost like 250, 247, insane hard points. And I think it's kind of to do with their teamwork. They're a kind of different team compared to every other team. They have Neptune just doing his thing, 0-4 taking some weird routes, and honestly, it just catches you off guard sometimes, but I feel like we're getting used to it, so.
And speaking of different teams, tell us about the addition of Abe and kind of what y'all talked about, what you were hoping he would bring
what
to
you
the
saw
team,
in him.
what you saw in him, and also if you think because other teams haven't had a lot of scrims against you now with this newer roster, if that has given you guys a little bit of an edge against some of the comp.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it catches people off guard seeing me in the AR. Don't really expect that, but I mean, the guy plays like he's been in the league for 5 years. He's got some crazy discipline for a 20-year-old guy, and honestly, I think that was what we saw at first. Joe's insanely cracked, and he just needs to balance it out, and that's what he's been doing. It's amazing.
Kleenex, final question for you. Last year, we saw you guys competing under Toronto Ultra. This year, you team up with movie star Koi. What is it like to have the international fan base? I was talking to a guy from Prague. He's like, I had to fly down to watch these boys play live.
I mean, honestly, I'm European myself, so it's good to finally get some European representation. Obviously, it's the Spanish, and I mean, they're insanely passionate, and honestly, I just respect it. It's a different vibe, but I still miss the Toronto guys.
It's great to see you with fans, no matter where you go, and for good reason. Keep playing like you did today.
Wait, hold on. One more question. Prediction for this next match. It's going to be an absolute banger.
I didn't want to put him on the spot, but you do it.
I'll do it, brother.
Optic,
okay, well,
Thieves.
I've scrimmed both teams. I think Optic's going to take it. My qualified opinion.
Okay, that is a very qualified opinion.
Kleenex made the call. Let us know if you agree in the chat. When we come back, it is the final fight of the night. Who's powering into the final 4? It's either 100 Thieves or Optic after this.
If it's gorgeous you want, look for the grit. Because it's the pros who are out there, pulling together dozens of projects a year. And they know where remarkable is always in stock at Floor & Decor.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with a legend in his own right, Hookie Duke, all right? It's Paul, it's Hook's dad, as he is here to support his son yet again. How is it being on this side of the world, being able to watch him play some Call of Duty?
I mean, I'm so proud of him. He's just done everything right. They're back-to-back, or well, they are back-to-back world champs. He's two-time world champ, and I'm going to go anywhere he goes to see him.
I love that. I love that. You know, when you got a chance to watch him become a world champion again, how was that feeling for you?
I can't even explain. It was, you know, it was a little bit of a shock considering the season they had, but, you know, he came through again. I know what he can do, and he's just great. He's great at it, and he's a champ.
Yeah, that boy never gives up, okay? He is resilient. We've seen him do it in multiple titles, and his hard work pays off, all right? Yes. Now, I know the Green Wall fans out there, you got the Optic jersey on. They want to gas you up. Say something to the Green Wall.
All right, Green Wall, we got to hear you tonight for sure. Thieves are tough. We got this, though. Let's go.
You heard him. Let's go here from Hookie Duke.
In your Jamil Motorsports Arrival Cam, you see the legend Scrap, the motor mouth, the trash talker who always backs it up alongside his super team 100 Thieves. But tonight, they have their toughest opponent yet, coming off a world championship run, Optic Texas, now Optic Gaming, looking ferocious with Mercules in the lineup. Bruce has never felt more confident. We welcome everyone back in for the final fight here in our opening round of the playoffs. This will decide who moves into the round of 4. We have Ali, Enigma, Nameless here on the desk, and I want to start with you, Ant. Why is this such a huge match? We have people watching this from all over the world, tuning in from all kinds of games. If they don't know about this rivalry, they're about to learn.
Yeah, let's talk about it a little bit. I mean, you think about both these organizations, two of the biggest in our esports, some of the best players that we have of all time. I mean, you got world champions across the board. And then you think about this is really to solidify who has been the best team on the year, right? Optic looking to go back-to-back, leave no doubt in this roster. And 100 Thieves, they have 2 championships on the year. They're trying to get redemption for them bowing out at champs. So there is a lot of implications on the line here. And these guys, they've had some battles in the past.
Yeah, it's the addition of the Miracle Maker Mercules that will be the difference here, in my opinion. This lineup, Dashi, Shotzi, Huke, you know who they are. They've been brilliant. And Huke in particular in the last tournament, arguably the MVP of that, really. But Mercules has come in and given them a different dynamic. Their pacing, their intensity, it has massively stepped up. Dashi, as you said, has never looked more comfortable because Merc has actually taken on that island role, being by himself. The other 3 are playing phenomenally around each other, and it's just given these guys a different level.
You've got Huke and Shotzi coming in, winning world championships and multiple titles. You got Bruce and Mercules, who breathe COD, they eat COD, They drink COD. They watch and they play COD. This is their life right now. You talk to Mercules, I feel like he may be the most locked player of the 8 on the main stage.
He's so nonchalant.
Yeah, I mean, he's a Terminator. And he might be an industry plant. I've heard that thrown around a little bit. He just came out of nowhere, and he's him. I mean, Champ's MVP, Allie.
Yeah, I was literally on social media the other day, actually, and I came across the video where it was Boston Breach talking about Optic, and they're like, look, we knew they were going to come into Champs and slam everybody. We didn't win a map in a month. Mercules is an industry plant, and he's done it consistently. I mean, what, this is only his 4th or 5th event? He's been unbelievable.
Optic is a fan favorite, but there's no one more loved than this guy. He goes by the name of Shotzi.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with superstar Shotzi as he gets ready for a big-time matchup coming on the main stage against 100 Thieves. Shotzi, you look refreshed, like the jet lag has passed you. You know, you was playing until the late hours on day 1, but did you get your rest on day 2?
Yeah, I found a strat. I'm not going to reveal it just yet because, you know, we're still in the tournament. But, yeah, no, I feel amazing, honestly.
You got all kind of secret strats, I'm pretty sure. But talk to me about whatever strats you can and the strategy going up against 100 Thieves, because a single elimination, you win 3, you're an EWC champion, okay? Some back-to-back stuff. How y'all plan on getting it done?
Honestly, just sticking to what we've been doing in practice. I feel like, honestly, what we've been doing is kind of just consistent. As long as we stick to our game plan, trust each other, I feel like we're the best 4 players in the game right now, and just do us, and we'll get it done.
Hey, it's as simple as that, okay? You guys are world champions in your own right. And, you know,
back-to-back.
Right? Ready to go to back-to-back. And what do you want to say to the Green Wall fans out there? Because I know it's some in the venue. They everywhere. We got a crowd all around us, and it's a bunch in the chat. What you want to say to them?
Yeah, we got Kyler's dad right here. No, yeah, shout out the Green Wall. I know the time zone are a little bit tricky, but we appreciate you guys for watching, always supporting the boys, and it should be a good one.
It's going to be a good one, y'all. Don't go nowhere.
Big shout out to the Green Wall and Scump and everyone doing the watch parties back at home. Thank you for waking up early to join us here. But we got to talk about the opposition, because 100 Thieves was built to take down Optic. They were built to take down FaZe and the other juggernauts of the league. Have they accomplished that goal?
Yes, I mean, they won 2 championships, right? By all means, it has been an incredible year. But, you know, you think about this team and kind of the tail end of their season, you thought they were going to continue that momentum and just dominate these last couple of tournaments, but they have fallen off. I mean, they went from being the golden standard in control to where their control has been nowhere close to what it was to start the season. And you think about some of the individuals, Envoy having some off performances, Ghosty in Search and Destroy has dropped the ball, right? So things seem to be falling off the tracks here, but there's a massive opportunity.
It is a massive opportunity, but the biggest thing that worries me is, yes, 100 Thieves does technically have a little bit of an edge in this matchup when you look at the overall of the year, but this is a different LA Thieves than what we have seen previously. They are getting blooded in Search and Destroy like no tomorrow. They're one of the worst in the building over the weekend, and they're clutching up, sure, because the talent on this roster is unbelievable, but something has to click in them. They have to be on the same page, because for me, this past couple of days, it looks like they have been 4 solo players playing on that map.
All of these players comfortable under the lights, but none as loud as Scrap. We talked to him before the match.
What's up, y'all? I'm here with the one and only Scrap of 100 Thieves as he is getting ready to play a big-time matchup. But before we get into that, Scrap, y'all been playing every single day since y'all got out here, all right? And that's not what y'all wanted, but what have y'all learned over the last 2 days to get y'all back to that back-to-back Thieves gameplay that we want to see?
Yeah, so I think when we played Seattle, we had a few mistakes in hardpoint. You know, we were playing good throughout the whole map, but I think when it came down to the big moments, we kind of, you know, shied away, kind of crumbled a little bit, which really isn't like us.
Yeah.
So I think recently we've been playing together more, just tighten up when we need to, and it's been showing like yesterday did.
There you go, okay? Because this do or die single elimination. You win 3, you get another trophy. This is 3 games away, but your next opponent are the most recent champions, all right? The big dogs. How do you plan on taking this team down? Because you know they on cloud 9 right now.
Yeah, of course. You know, Optic's been playing their best COD all year. I think with us, we're just getting better and better as the tournament goes on. I think a big thing for us, as long as we're playing together, no matter what the other team's doing, we're going to come out on top. So I'm super excited to play them.
All right, right now, it's more than 100. It's thousands of Thieves out there watching y'all, okay? Talk to them, give them a message. What you want them to know as you guys get ready to go into the series.
Yeah, no, shout out to Thieves fans. We appreciate you guys all over the world. Appreciate everyone here in Saudi. Just keep the hype up for us. We're going to keep coming the energy on stage, and I appreciate you guys.
You heard it here from us, folks. We'll see you soon.
Scrap ready to bring the hype, and we are excited for this showdown. He is known as one of the greatest ARs to grace the game, but on the other side of the fight, you have one of the most aggressive SMGs in Hook. Here's the showdown. When we look at the numbers, How does it break down now? It's two different roles, but both need to have a serious impact in this series.
Yeah, two very different roles, so the numbers are going to look a little bit different for both these players, but I think the biggest notable point is that they're both very impactful. Hook has been unbelievable the past 60 days when it comes for Optic Texas's success. If Hook is playing well, Optic is steamrolling team, similar to Miami Heretics and when Metals is doing well.
Yeah, I mean, to back that up, I think Hook has been a phenomenal difference for this team. There's something about when he's playing well, regardless, on any roster he's ever been on, a huge X factor, and he's certainly being that for Optic right now.
I'm looking at the maps. I see Skyline. We are getting fast and furious right out of the gates. I got to get the predictions, fam. With a minute to go, Nameless, take your time. Skyline, Rewind, Hacienda. Who's leading through 3?
I think Optic, and I think Optic have potential to close this out in 3, honestly. I mean, Optic have been playing perfect Call of Duty, and think about the last time these guys played. It was at Stage 4, and you look at it, Thieves did win, but the Skyline went Optic's way. This is a better version of that Optic team with more time. You think about the control as well. Optic are the best control team in the world. They get done.
I'm with Nameless on this one. I think this is 3-0 Optic. That map set really suits them. They've been fantastic on Skyline. The Rewind's big now.
Allie?
I think the SMG duo of Hook and Shotzi have been so comfortable. That map set screams SMG Central. I'm going Optic.
Where you going, Chris? Come on. Let me hear it.
I was going to go Optic because they had the clean run, but LA Thieves have had the tougher road. They had to go through Vancouver. I think they're more prepared coming into the final match. I think it's LA Thieves pulling it out in 4.
Whoa.
Am I wrong? Chad agrees. Let's find out as we send it to the stage.
One more quarter final. One last golden ticket to the semis. And it is between two of the biggest brands in the game.
Look, a legacy is built on dominance. A fan base is built on faith. The world champions, they've been here time and time again, but this time they have to earn it.
Nothing is granted. Everything is earned here in Riyadh, and their opponents are built to win. This time, they are determined to take this trophy home with them. The reality is, one of these two juggernauts has got to go.
Two powerhouses, one final showdown. Ian, let's fucking get into it.
Let's absolutely get into it. They wear pressure like a jersey. The green wall stands tall. It's Optic!
Dripping with confidence, built to deliver. It's 100 Thieves!
Securing that last spot. It's a big time battle between two beasts of the scene. Here we go.
It's a story that we've avoided throughout a lot of this year, considering there's a lot of reputation built up on both of these two squads. The folklore now coming into Riyadh, and whether you're living with the green or you're seeing red, whether you're a lover or you're a hater, you've got Optic, you've got Thieves, and you've got one spot to fight for.
A battle of the juggernauts. Everyone around the world, even if this is your first day watching Call of Duty, you know who these guys are. It's going to be non-stop action from beginning to the end. They matched up at Major 4, but that was a different version of Optic. They go 3 weeks, get the champs, and basically look unbeatable. But for Thieves, they are looking for redemption to potentially be the best team in Black Ops 6.
And you heard it from Scrap in the interview with Blaze. They feel like they're progressing, getting better throughout this tournament. And you think back to the history these two squads have, as limited as it is rather recent. All the way down towards Major 4. That was, again, a very short pickup when Merciless is in the picture. And to be fair, he did not perform to the same level that we saw as a Champs MVP. A lot of maps are also going to be repeated in this particular series, starting off with the Skyline Hardpoint, which was the initiator when they played at Major 4. Optic won it, but it was a tight one. I'm expecting some chaos early here, Jay.
A 13-point Skyline, a 2-round Search and Destroy, a 1-round difference in the control, and then the vote was a smoke show. But when you looked at the maps, you already seen that this version of 100 Thieves does not want to play against that version of Optic on the other side on that map with their recent form. This is going to be an absolute cinema of a series. Let's just get it going.
I'm here for that. One team will finish top 8. And I'll tell you what, Thieves fans do not want to see 2 top 8s next to their name in 2 major events back-to-back. Whereas for Optic, the dreams, the hopes, the aspirations of being a team that could take 2 major championships in back-to-back form, something we have not seen ever, could potentially be gracing us. Let's talk a little bit more, because it looks like we are going to get a lobby restart here. Again, the history between these two teams is limited, but some of the major narratives around this, Thieves have dominated in both the Search and Destroys and the Control, a total of a 6-1 map count in favor of Thieves there. So that has to be better, you think, for Optic.
Yeah, but Control is a totally different game mode now. With the new updated spawns, you even heard Hydra in his interview yesterday. They have yet to truly figure out to put themselves back into that dominant form like they once were all season long. And Nameless said it, Optic currently are the best Control team in the game. They can do no wrong. You have playmakers from left to right. The versions of Shotzi and Hook, as of recent, are undeniable. But the same thing could be said for Hydra on the other end. Envoy, though, that's a guy who has been very vocal on his ups and downs so far in this weekend. He needs to show up in the biggest moment.
So are you looking at the Hacienda Control to potentially dictate the outcome of the series?
The only map for me that I'm focused on.
Wow. Big news right there. And I think there's a lot of I think just general respect about the map. Optic, it was a linchpin for their success in their run in Kitchener, whereas for Thieves, they've gotten 2 reps in it here in Riyadh, mixing the results versus Gentlemates, a map 5 win, or round 5 win, the first time they played in the opening group matchup, but a round 5 loss when they had played a second time back in the actual match that got them qualified here to get into this playoff spot in the first place. So, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, because you look over the course of Hacienda, it has been a map that, honestly, for Thieves, they had not really used a lot. It was a lot of Vault, kind of getting them through the majority of the year, but obviously a lot of teams have stepped away from Vault as of the end of the year, and now with the new patch, Protocol has been kind of the one that they've been kicking out.
Yeah, Protocol is just like the easiest map to still understand. No major changes happened on that one. You do not want to waste a lot of time trying to locate where these aggressive nuisance SMG players are going to be, because they're consistently going to be behind you. As you can see, Ghosty honing in, locking in, preparing for this series. Communication needs to be on point. Energy needs to be at the highest level here in the last match of the day. Final quarterfinals matchup to make it to Championship Sunday is about to go down.
Oh, you see it loading back in on our screens. And your packed audience here at the STC Esports Arena. And whether you're repping the green or you're trying to run it up with the Thieves, it's do or die time for both of these major squads. 2 of the biggest brands in Call of Duty Esports squaring off with a map 1 on Skyline. Let's get it on.
We're going to have Thieves already investing a lot of nades over the top. They're preparing for an aggressive push in towards Jim. Scrap opens up with the first blood, and you're instantly on the time.
Yeah, this is something that we've seen from Thieves a lot in the history that's been playing this map. Get that upper high ground control. Get Envoy into the hard point early, but it's read beautifully by Shotzzy. A little bit of team fodder comes through, but mission accomplished for Optic. They get the players out of the hard point, and they also control spawns.
Now we got to get them out the objective, but also get past these ARs. As Dashy's trying to line up a couple for free. Double headshots in the kill feed. Thieves now have to approach through kitchen side, but Mercury's, the other AR, is locking that down as well. Shotzzy has yet to fall, eventually will, but 17 seconds off of P1 with map control, you will take it.
Great shots from Dashy. Keeps the hard point relatively contested. Thieves have worked their way back in and now trying to make a next move over towards P. They actually will spawn Hook all the way out. So every kill an important one from here on out if you're Optic. 3v4 essentially on the left side of the map. Mercury's backing himself up into a corner, able to find one. Hook not able to fully get into the play yet, but is on the way rapidly. Hard point open. Spawn still contested, but Dashy does spawn up. Critical moment for Optic for an early Optic gaming listening.
Maybe I'm hoping they have to go low. They have to go low catches. On top right. In the back. Watch out. Absolute envoy. He's still there. Yeah. Two back there. Two back right. Nice envoy there too. Envoy there too in the back. We're gonna spawn out.
Piano hop. Stay alive.
Man. Wait some time. One more time. He's behind us. What's back there? Fuck up. Watch out. Back there. Absolute. I don't see him behind the desk. Behind the desk.
Yo, low catches.
Top right. Yeah, top right.
White flag, go see.
Alright, you guys, white chairs, back white chairs.
Go on, yeah.
Gonna.
I think there's one outer. I don't see nothing.
They love underground. Scrap front.
Yeah, two front of me.
One's gonna hit underground to the back. I'm looking underground. What's up, Pat? Let's go pitch. Turn.
Dead.
Nice.
Another one, outer.
Hold on, I'll be helping a second.
Ernie.
Watch out. You. You go see that. Nice. Behind the bar top. Yeah, behind the bar got me.
Yo, they're hitting front.
Yo, Paco's hitting front. What's hitting front?
Yeah, two front on top. Two on top.
He's on the table, he's on the bar.
Ernie dead, another one.
Three front. One's out. Stay left. Two front. Shot out.
Shot out together.
Nice.
One more.
I'm blocking him.
I gave up P1.
I have a trope on us.
Yo, it's P1.
Yeah, give me. Try to help. Nothing front.
P1, watch out.
Late front. Jim.
All right, well, Optic, a little bit of trouble there over P2. You hear them for the early call to make the rotation over to P3, but honestly, Scrap has had an electric start, 12 and 6, Jay.
A perfect start there from Scrap. He knows that this is a big-time moment. Thieves currently have a little bit of a lead, but it does not matter. Optic got it right back. Let's step aside and go to a Bravia listening with 100 T.
One of them. Nice. Two on hold to me. I need to back up. Pushing you. Heard you. Two on time.
On the bar.
Shotzzy, child left side. Nice. Top mid. Dead. Outer. Nice job. One more outer. Paco's
on the bar.
I'm in bed.
I'm on the bar right now.
One minute.
And then there's side.
In Beth.
Deep patio as well. I got to live.
We can hold. One shot, Merc on hold.
Burst to the back.
Inner dead.
Two in the back. One is patio at a time. And one deep umbrella.
I've right. All spawning in.
Deep right dead. One on time. Yo, one P1 one time.
P1 rugs.
In rugs right now. Still rugs.
Dead. I don't see him rugs.
Still rugs.
I think we're under.
Spawning patio.
Backside time. Hitting you stone. One bullet. Top stone.
Late on the top.
Top stone. One bullet.
Stone. Patio.
He's gonna be pitching
Stone to the back.
Patio. Really weak, Dashy.
Okay, get top mid together.
Heard you.
This guy's gonna be kitsch too, I'm pretty sure.
Take her time.
Yo, low bed, dead.
Nice.
One low bed. Yo, wood, low bed.
What a time.
A bit of the listening curse right there as Optic have turned things around. Try as they may, 100 Thieves not able to flip the spawns nor hit from the front to find a break.
Yeah, that's just what the communication sounds like, where you're not finding success on the break. The fact that Optic, even in the man-down situation, at every single angle cut off, this is just a different form and a different beast. A 50, almost 60-point lead at the end of the first set of all the hard points. One player from Thieves already spawning all the way across the map. If you're Optic, you want to maintain mid.
The big story, again, just on the macro level, we talked about how Mercules did kind of struggle in this head-to-head before. Not the case here in the back half of this first set of rotations, already having earned the Hellstorm missile and a 14, make it 15 and 10. He's also found a lot of hard point time. So Optic really turning up since P4.
Oh yeah, they're putting pedal to the metal right now. An 80-point difference. Mercules is hitting long routes. You're not going to be able to read this. The young gun almost lines up 3, but he gives the comm to his teammates. Last 2 players up top. Dashy, that's a free double. We have a 100-point lead. Let's continue to dominate.
Looking good so far. Hydra trying to hit a long route, but none of his teammates are able to get over towards midside pool, and so it's just on the Hydra, and wow, that was a laser beam out of him to put a little bit of pressure on the back line, and Hydra's good for 2. If you were to look for something to get Thieves going, why not him? Why not now as Hydra goes into a 3-piece? Mercules on an island, gonna get overwhelmed, and an opportunity for Thieves to set themselves up for P2.
Cruise missile earned, though, on the side of Mercules, and now a 100-point difference. Thieves need a solid hold here at a Money Hill. Already pressure through kitchen, pressure through top hallway. 2 of those kills go down, but you're gonna spawn real tight towards your teammates. Optic are still here to try to contest.
Dotsie tried to find some sort of a pinch throw back to the hard point, but that is completely shut down. Thieves able to get this thing closer and closer to the 100-point mark. And boy, I'll tell you what, they're in a little bit of a lifeline situation here over P2. They need Ghosty to start showing up. 7 and 17, not going to cut it with how hot Optic are looking right now.
But so far, this has been a flawless hold. The response they needed to have after a desperate P4 and P1 chain from Optic. They have such a comfortable lead. There's no need to give up any free junk time. You're overwhelmed them in the hard point. Ghosty starting to show some life here on 3 in a row, but the break is good for Optic.
12 seconds of scrap time. And honestly, I think Thieves are saying we'll give this one more kind of finesse exit hit, but largely speaking, we should be looking pretty comfortable on rotation, but not going to happen. Shotzi gets too quickly. Hook has the isolated 1v1. We're going to get a battle, kind of a tug-of-war form right over the top of the kitchen.
All Dashy's trying to do is just play keep away until the teammates get into the play. Shotzi is now in the position. Another 3-piece in the feed for the green wall. The score continues to grow even bigger. Another 100-point lead. Thieves need to stop the bleeding. They need a break.
Yeah, and they're taking a long route up towards the upper echelons of the hallways. This is a long commitment that's starting to come through. Dropping down into mid-map to cut the cross. Dashing on 4. Nearly with a finish off Envoy, but enough damage tallied for the rest of the teammates of Optic to clean that up nicely. And this has been nothing but green wall. Mercules for 3. Hook, I think, has a read that the 4th is around the corner. Merc right there waiting to try to clean up all of Thieves by himself. And yep, here an opportunity for it, but Thieves able to break back in and likely get past the 100-point club mark.
This is where you got to go. You got to be aggressive. The only player back here is going to be Dashy, so you have a chance. Potentially lock down this P4, but Optic are more than happy to take this final 10 because they have the cruise missile in the back pocket. Already one player from Thieves spawning out on a single player on Optic. Pushed up in an aggressive angle to give them positions to potentially block those back spawns, so Thieves withstand that. Now they got to hold.
Big life here for Dashy, trying to wait to try to set up some sort of a pinch with the teammates from the front, but now Hook, the last one standing, and the trades are good for Thieves. Shotzi from the front, just trying to hold his life. One player actually spawns way out for 100 Thieves, a bit surprising there, so maybe an opportunity here for Optic to play through bedroom. But with Shotzi low and Dashy taking down Mercules, Thieves will try to reestablish the control over the hard point, but they just walk on in. Optic just take a couple of steps on forward, and now an opportunity for them to put this game out of reach.
There's 2 players from Thieves all the way across the map. You can't get near the hard point. Optic are just in a different form these last 2 months. Only need 10 seconds to take map number 1.
Casual stuff here from Optic. Not the chaos that we've seen over the course of Skyline throughout the entirety of the day. Dashy's going to finish this thing on almost 6 in a row. Last couple of kills to come through, though, and Optic will cruise their way to a map 1 dominance.
That is unbelievable. We're talking about on the entire season, the best hardpoint team almost gets a 100-point club. Last time, it was a 13-point difference. Shotzi said, I don't know what the hell they're doing on that side, but they are in prime form, looking unbeatable at the moment, up 1-0 in the series.
And it just starts from the get-go, man. I mean, you do get an opener from Scrap that says, whoa, hold on a second. But the thing about it is, Hook's just picking up where he had left off. Not just at champs, but also over the course of the first couple of matches that Optic have played. And with Ghosty not being a factor, Hydra finishing negative, you see those 2 things happen, and it just turns into an Optic snowball.
It's because you're consistently playing from the back foot. Optic are slaying with the fundamentals in play. The only time Thieves are able to get a good chunk of time was for the second rotation at P2. Other than that, everything else was all in favor of Optic.
Yep.
You dominate the P4s, you dominate your rotations, and at the end of the first set, when you go from that P1 to the P4 to P1 chain, and you blow the game by a 100-point lead, it's just very difficult to come back on a map like Skyline. We almost seen it from FaZe Clan this weekend, but Optic said not a chance today in hell. Quickly up 1-0 in this series, feeling as best as they possibly can.
Yeah, and Ant looking across the stage saying, you guys good over there? Like, have you loaded in yet or what? Because it's an opener from Scrap that seems to think that Thieves are coming out gunning, but 16 and 23 from Hydra, 14 and 22 from Ghosty. It's not what you want to see from those two in particular. We're on the other side. It's just, again, the Hook and the Merc show.
And this is a difference in just individual play.
Bro,
the assists are not out of this world. Everyone on the side of the green wall were just winning their one-on-ones. And when they needed to pop a miraculous two-piece, they were able to get it done. So now Thieves need to have a response in the search and destroy. We've heard talks about Optic the past couple of weeks in practice. Boston said they haven't been able to beat them in a map in a month. This form, I don't think I've ever seen as high of a level of Call of Duty be played, and they're finding it at the right time.
All right, well, let's pump the brakes and take a bit of a breath here, because now we start to look at Search and Destroy, and a rewind in particular that has been really unbelievable for the side of Thieves. They have been great there, only dropped it a single time over the course of the season, whereas Optic have really not played it a lot, just 2-2 overall on it. Still finding a lot of success in the first blood, and I think the biggest thing about this is, again, you take a look at just how their Search and Destroy has developed over the course of champs into this weekend. It's been flawless. They've been really, really solid across every map.
It's just insane because it's all about them just valuing their lives in certain situations. Hook puts himself in a good corner. He's not going to ego chow. He's waiting for a teammate to assist him in a play or gain some information before he decides to make something happen. Those are the young men right there on your screen, Shotzzy, who's just a game breaker, man. You allow this guy to get lost. You allow him to be the playmaker. You are not going to have a good time. So on the opposite side for Thieves, this is usually Hydra's playground. He needs to be able to be the response here, especially with the pressure that he likes to apply over towards Burger Town. He's the island player. If he can find success, this should be an easy one for
like
Thieves.
Over, bro.
I feel like you kind of need a convincing result after what we just saw at map number 1. So Coach Sender going to give him the last final words of wisdom, reestablish a couple of protocols in the playbook to make sure they're locked in and ready to go, not overthinking this. Says, hey, let's just throw that first map away mentally and just get ourselves ready to go. What should be one of their best Search and Destroys. Just to kind of speak to it, they have played it against Vancouver most recently. That was a round 10 win. They've also beat FaZe there in another round 10 win. So that's over the course of the last 60 days or so. But this has been a map that since it's been re-added into the pool, it's been a staple for them. So you feel like as a Thieves fan, you have to have map 2 here.
For Thieves starting off on the attack. Going for the 3-1 split. Obviously, Ghosty has to play for the information through Burger, but Optic are already taking a lot of space.
That's almost a counterplay right there, saying we know they like to play Burger. Let's just double chow that out immediately and then just cut back through mid. Should have been seen by Ghosty at the front door. Scrap, yep, he's going to transmit that information and turn it into what should be a double. Ghosty finishes off the damage, and that'll lead to a very comfortable Thieves round, most likely, unless Dashy's got something to say in the 1v4. No exit there. So perfect read, response, and reaction from Thieves.
I'm curious if Ghosty was able to spot them, potentially cross over towards Burger, because they got a heads-up play. When you peek through mid-hole, you're expecting at least one AR to watch from long distance, but Scrap challenges at the right time. It's the first blood. Teammate gets the trade. The only player that falls is going to be one on the side of the Thieves. It's a very clean, dominant round there to open up this S&D.
And that felt like a countering the counter right there from Thieves. So we'll see what Optic can muster on their first offensive effort. Is there going to be a lot of focus over towards Burger? Because as you called, here's Scrap already playing inside the diner, but it's an opening nade and shot combination from Hydra to take Mercules out early for a very quick 4v3.
Now this changes everything on the round for Optic. He was your safety net to make sure no one was working on the pinch. You're able to find the equalizer onto Envoy. Dashy gains information on at least one player, but he just wants to get out.
Yeah, that should be seen, though. That track will retreat. Hydra's going to hold on over, and Scrap's actually going to try to see if he can catch Dashy on the fallback, but Hydra provides the trade, so we'll stay 2v2 with 52 on the clock.
Shotzzy and Hook. Going to take their sweet time on this approach. Hook's just waiting for Shotzzy to take a little bit more ground at the middle of the map, but he is going to be spotted. Great angle there from Hydra.
That's information. Ghosty trying to see if maybe he can follow up to catch Shotzzy on either a commitment back, or if a commitment, he's going to stay over towards Dumpster. I don't believe he saw him crossing back over towards DVD, though.
And keep in mind, both players from the Thieves have ARs in hand.
Yeah.
So if you are Optic, just put yourself in a position up close and personal to give yourself the advantage.
Hydra's on 4 in a row, already has the RC, but unlikely to see that here. Optic are going to re-wrap this back towards Courtyard. And there's going to be some sort of a scuffle here as they recheck from shelves. Hydra, first one up, clean shots, now 5 in a row, just immediately going to hop on towards it. How does Hook want to try to play this? Actually, no. Hydra's not going to commit for the defuse. This gives Hook a little bit more time to play with here off the backside of this pinch. Could he finally come back over and take this down? Finds the first cleanly, steps away, 7 seconds on the clock. You got to go. Shots are through though, and Ghosty comes up big, but unfortunately, it doesn't come in time. So it's going to be a 1v2 clutch up with Optic on the board.
Right there, that was Hydra trying to use a little bit of the def cam to his ability. He's thinking as soon as Shotzi watches that kill cam, he's potentially going to hop that bomb, but Hook plays it to perfection. Stalls out the game clock, only needs 1 kill. Secure the round there for Optic, and a man disadvantage, they tie the game.
Perfectly reset. And yeah, have to make sure he hasn't hopped it on for the defuse. Perfectly played by Hook. So 1-1 count. Nades over the top here for the defense as Thieves are going to try to dive on in towards Laundry here. Hook try to beat the timing by getting to Shelves and Elephant quickly. Opening trade gets us to another 3v3. Bomb down over towards Hole.
I don't know if Optic are going to have that information if the bomb is going to be down, but the teamwork is going to be on display. Everyone rallying through B Street. A couple shots go down from Scrap. Everyone's sending it now.
Oh, a little bit of team damage on the Dashy. They can't fully follow up on Scrap's low health pool. And Hydra, wow, is going to make his way over towards Burger as Scrap rechowls the same angle and eliminates Mercules in the blink of an eye.
Now, if you're the Thieves, just don't get isolated in a one-on-one gunfight. Everyone rallied together. Hydra already takes a lot of space through Burger, so they have to be putting pressure on the pinch. Scrap's not going to give it up, gets the info, shoulder, shoulder, a little jumpy jump. Now this is where we work the objective.
Big win from Hook. Puts a little bit of pressure on this A bomb site. And Dashy will link up with him. Hook caught on the mantle. Man. Perfect read from 100 Thieves. And Hydra again with the AR. Makes good use of it. So it's just down to Dashy. One of the most clutch players in Search and Destroy this year. 1v2, but this is going to be a difficult one with the plant going at B.
Captain Clutch pulls something out of nothing. Already has found one on the round. But it's a perfect post-plant setup. Everything is covered for Thieves.
Has to beam one. Ghosty just going to hide, but I think his feet have been seen. Opening shots to Ghosty, clean, but not clean enough. The team shots right there to respond to the play. And 100 Thieves keep this an all-offensive affair.
And again, Thieves on the offense were just prepared for what Optic were going to throw at them. That time it was a pace change-up, aggressive through mid-DVD. You strike for the first blood. You had the early man advantage because Scrap commits over towards B Street. Once that bomb gets planted and Hook gets caught on the jump up. No tax in the back pocket for Big Brucey. And a perfect post-plant setup allows Thieves to take a slight lead.
See what we can do next time around. Mercules going back to that same angle where he had been car bombed out of. This time, though, Thieves is going to stack the box right in front of Courtyard and Glass. Hydra's going to step up towards Shelves, and this is an aggressive defensive setup, largely focused on A.
Yeah, Hydra just has them on their toes. Last round, he runs an AR, plays long distance. This time, he's already pushed up on your DVDs. So Optic need to have a slow and steady approach to this round, but you're going to walk right into the preamble of the Paco Taco for the first blood.
He gets out here at the door pop, and we'll see Hook for just a brief moment, but most importantly for Thieves, it's a 4v3, and Scrap is still in a very cheeky spot. Nades coming up over the top. Yep, and that's just an instant call to pop on up. Trade will be there, 3v2, but Envoy with an AR will lock down street side, leaving Dashy once again by himself.
1v3 for Dashy, already going to be spotted. Wins the gunfight there versus Hydra, but too many people still alive on the side of the Thieves. Get the trade, close out the round, 2 in a row now, 3-1.
Throws consideration now to what Optic need to do to respond. And like you mentioned, just the catalyst of what does Hydra want to use weapon-wise just keeps this 100 Thieves really at both sides about keeps it a mystery in terms of are they actually playing aggressive? It's just so tough to tell. So we'll see if Optic can try to turn the chessboard back into their favor here at this next attack, or probably next defense, beg your pardon. Nades not really going to land too much. Envoy tossing one to see if it connects over towards Courtyard. Will find the trophy system, but Hook, meanwhile, has gotten one. And look at the quick play starting to develop here from Shotzi. He's going to find the second.
Hey, you just don't expect that to be the case if you are Ghosty. You had Hydra watching mid-3, but Shotzi, mission impossible, making it look very, very easy. The utmost confidence to just sprint right up the middle of the mat, put yourself in blue, and it also helps when Hook finds that first blood. Just sets him up for a free double. able to stop the bleeding. The adjustments came in. Optic now down 1.
Yeah, and Hook finding that first blood towards Street in particular is what makes that call for Shotzzy so simple. You get the kill, plus you also get the information there's another one there. You thread the needle, and then this just what you expect from the movement god, making it look easy, bouncing from object to object. And so we get back to within 1. Optic now on their next attack, and it's a very similar setup once again.
Mercules is going to delay, push over towards the street. Last time he got first blood by a nade. They're going to step up the tempo. 4v4 retake now.
Yeah, if we don't see Hydra playing inside the shelves, we know he's likely running an AR or at least push back. Let's just go ahead and get the plant down. And Shotzzy will be the vanguard of this post-plant defense. Switching back and forth between the alley and the generators. Hook just trying to look for information, jumping over DVD. Semtex out. Thieves now have to make their call. They've got street control. Can they find a way to break in through the front of the map? Hook able to get away. That's huge. Now over to Shotzzy's direction. He's been pushed back. Can you have anything to actually contest the bomb? They don't know if anyone's on it or not. So Envoy finds first blood. Ghosty a second. And Thieves post-plant clean on the retake.
That was absolutely stunning there from 100T. Because you're thinking, 25 seconds already go down. We gained information that they're mid-street. But most likely, they don't have an angle to get that kill. So someone is most likely going to be working that defuse, but when you go to check it, they were prepared for that play. A great heads-up call because the majority of them had ARs. You needed them to walk into you for you to have the advantage. So Thieves now up by 2.
Beautiful stuff. And that little bit of like a narrative change about Mercules on street side is becoming a vulnerability for Optic on offense. Thieves have taken advantage. After, again, it was just the first round. They found first blood on them, and it really hasn't been a factor since, at least not in that position. Quick play here, Envoy bursting through doors at generators. Defensive stuns to get the early check. Shotzzy just a little peek over towards Elephant, and he'll back down. We'll stay 4v4.
How aggressive the Shotzzy want to play, catches the timing on the Envoy for the first blood. Hydra drops through mid-street, 4v2. Optic cannot let this one go.
No. And for Thieves, they are a bit stuck around Laundry and the front doors at A. Looks like Scrap may want to try to re-clear out this angle that Mercules has been watching. The shoulder will confirm he's still there. And if you're Optic, they're actually going to allow this plant to come through 4v2. Play the numbers.
Of course. Who cares? 4v2, all we have to do is play a trade out. Someone eventually is going to have to make a big-time play. Scrap is going to be spotted at the side of glass, but not able to get out. Dashing, who already cleaned up the streets. A clean 4 dead. Back and forth we go.
Yeah, I'll say. And you're absolutely right. And we've seen this really from all of our top 3 teams that have been out there where we've got numbers. We're just not going to throw that away. I mean, you put the bomb down. We know you have to be playing in that particular part of the map. And you saw Scrap, a couple of damage shots come through over towards Courtyard, but no exit available. And then from there, it's just street control. And you just envelop the point completely. That first blood, though, 50-50 battle. Shotzzy just a little quicker on the trigger. Huge advantage.
And now this is the side of the map where Optic need to figure out, though. Because they'd love to have plays through this A site. But through mid-street for Thieves, they've been successful every single time on the retake.
Love
Scrap already taking pressure, getting a lot of information as well. He knows that a stun just got thrown from the backside, so everyone is accounted for.
Wow, but Scrap getting away with that first blood is a miracle because it looked like Optic were going to commit to the plant until they saw Scrap over through the drive-thru. A trade does unfold, though. That's over towards Courtyard, allowing Optic to stay present inside of A while Thieves are trying to get the wrap around.
You see Mercules, he's trying to line up that gunfight after Scrap, but just going to keep him at bay. Bomb goes down, 3v3, 40 seconds. There's already pressure in towards glass. Hydra's able to find one.
It's the mind games again. You've seen Thieves dominate outside towards street. Every single defense. Mercules changes up his position, but Envoy is just going to hold for the defuse. The spam shot is cheeky, but it's not going to work out. And once again, 100 Thieves just showing you the versatility that they own on the defensive retake.
Like you said, the fact that Scrap was able to find that first blood and get out of dodge, he sets his teammates up. He knows that the play is going to be in towards A. And as soon as that bomb goes down, they are in a position to find the kills.
Hey, let that guy know they want him.
Shotzzy's weak.
This, the last year,
and in a 1v3, Mercules not in a position to even stand a chance in the round. LA Thieves, game point.
And it's been their game from round 1. Outside of maybe the idea of Optic planning on A immediately, there really hasn't been enough to foil what 100 Thieves have been getting away with. I think in particular, on this side of the map, defensively, they have been very comfortable. As first blood comes through for Hook. And he's looking for more. You see the shots coming through, then there you go. Okay, that'll work.
That was quick. Let's go.
This looks like Rewind back in the day.
Yeah, for real.
One. These rounds ending in the first 10 seconds. 4 of 4 down. Super clean round there for the Green Wall to extend this S&D a little bit longer. But now they're going to the side of the map that they need to figure out. Just beautiful bait and switch. Teamwork on full display. Round 10. Here we go.
Got to have something on this side of the bomb, though, if you're Optic. Have to have something. Outside of the quick A plants, it's just been a little bit too easy for 100 Thieves to either have early numbers or in particular just to win the mind games on how they're going to retake. RCXD, that's going to be something a little bit different this time around. Scrap once again over towards Burger. Shotzi trying to stay out of line of sight from the RC. But Hydra's just going to hold it over towards Shelves and force Utility to counter it out.
Now if you're Optic, don't waste any time. Just get the objective down. Scrap already puts himself in a position in the same spot that he found the first ball last go around, but this time the post plant setup needs to be better.
RC coming back in. This is the second one here in this round. That also gets deleted. Envoy shots to Hook, not good enough. Dashy finds the kill into Envoy. And now Hook looking for the reset. He thinks he can maybe make a play over towards Courtyard. This would be huge for the post plant setup, but Scrap gets the read. Now it's just down to what can Merc and Shotzi find. Hydra shut down from the pinch. Can Merc find a second? Tough gunfight. Scrap wins it. Just down to Shotzi. Rechecks his flank. No one home. And what a call. Ghost is going to hang on it. Shotzi cleared in time. No, it's being watched. And Scrap will find 3 in the final round to even up the series after a 6-4 search.
Beautifully played Rewind, Search and Destroy from start to finish. The defensive side for 100 Thieves, the retakes for 100 Thieves was way too much to handle based off of what happened in round number 1.
Correct.
The opening nade onto Mercules was way too much, and we have a tie series, ladies and gentlemen.
Little things can lead to massive differences. And as Jay had mentioned, he's got all eyes on what happens at the control. We've got Hacienda, should be a square up as Thieves and Optic stay tied going into map 3. We'll be back with you on the backside of the break. A 1-1 affair here in our final quarterfinal between Optic and Thieves, and honestly, both maps pretty convincing for one side or the other. No, the Search and Destroy goes 10, but outside of 2 different 15-second rounds for Optic, Thieves held the edge, it felt like, throughout the majority of that rewind. Search and Destroy leads us to a level playing field going into our swing map. Hacienda Control. Take me through it, Jay.
And this is the map that I have had highlighted. I could care less what the hard points and what the Search and Destroys are. The Hacienda Control between 2 juggernauts. After the most recent patch update, updated spawns, you get more opportunities on your offense. And both teams have been able to test it so far this weekend. Optic had an insane comeback versus C9. 100 Thieves split with
Winning
Gentlemates.
Pokemon cards.
We have the current best control team in the game going up against the former best control team in the game. This is just who wants it more.
Absolutely the case. I think just an overall look at what we've seen so far this weekend. Who can figure out the attack first? Because that has been, I think, the biggest impact post-patch. The only other side about this is Optic, largely thanks to their slaying presence, have dominated all of their opponents defensively. Now that told, it has included some relatively soft opponents, but regardless of who they've played, they have done really, really well on the defensive side of the zone. So questions to be answered here for 100 Thieves, whereas like you mentioned, Optic are riding a 5 control map win streak. A lot of the results very one-sided.
They just have way too much slaying power. We saw a sample of that in map number 1. Everyone going positive, everyone clutching up on their one-on-one gunfights, but now Thieves have soaked themselves on the main stage. They know exactly what they're going up against. Mr. Brucey, absolute beamers every time he shoots that Amos. But the most important people on a map like Hacienda are the SMGs. How impactful can you be? What openings can you find? And how long can you value your life in current situations?
That's the big one at the end there, because when we've seen Thieves, especially day 1 against Gentlemates, they were getting Envoy and Hydra into some really good positions defensively, but over-challing, looking for that extra step to ensue a nasty spawn trap. It looked that they had learned their lesson the next time they had played it, but that's hard to say because they lost the map. So we'll see what exactly has been cooked up in the lab, as it will be 100 Thieves on the attack. Optic starting up on their really, again, dominant defensive side in a 1-1 map. Let's get it going.
100 Thieves approach on the early attack. Everyone through well side, nades over the top, looking for an opening kill, but information already gained on the side of Optic. You have all mid-map control. We just have to pre-aim and find our one-on-ones.
Well, Hercules takes the opener, steps away, keeps his life up top at patio. Dashy not seeing much over the middle of the map, is going to try to come assist this with Hook on the pinch, and that is about as perfect as it gets when it comes to reading an opening breakoff from 100 Thieves. Nade will push Mercules back, but he's got both weapons to play with and is happy to step up with the stun, but shut down by Envoy, and Thieves will be able to reestablish some offensive success here.
Now, if Ghosty can win this one-on-one gunfight, Optic are going to be not in a good situation, but he's just going to be able to back them down. Shotzzy repositions, finds one all the way on the OE. Now, time's still ticking, and Thieves don't have a tick.
No, not yet, but they're working on A. Halfway through the first tick, clock stops at 50 seconds, and they're also still putting a little bit of pressure over towards the B side of the map, so it's kind of 2 things at once right now for Thieves. Optic having a tough time dealing with that, and the Scrap finds himself on 4 in a row. He'll also secure the first tick.
Segment already locked. Hydra, unfortunately, is going to fall in a very crucial position there, but now it's Envoy's turn to fill that gap. Gets the timing onto Mercules, goes for the town. The Dashy, he makes him pay for it, but the second segment already is done.
And the third's being worked on. Hook not able to get the pinch off through Fireplace hallway, so it forces the play from the front, and Dashy top window can only do so much. So extra 60 seconds gets tallied. Thieves with the 2-life edge.
Now you have so much time to work with, and Scrap on 5 in a row. Very close to earning himself that cruise missile. It's on Shotzzy to try to locate where he is or potentially just get behind them. Scrap found an opening.
Number 6 lives for 100 Thieves, and Shotzi's cleaning them up. Hydra looking for some sort of a trade, but Mercules right there to pick up where he had left off, now on 5 in a row. He has had an incredible defensive start, 14-5. Holy cow. So Ghosty will see what he can do with his last life. Maybe tally a couple extra kills to reduce that life deficit just a touch, but it'll stay at only 4 ticks of progress. Not the worst case scenario for Thieves, but just a better bounce back from Optic in my mind.
You got 4 segments. You also have a cruise missile going forward in the rest of this game. Ghosty trying to at least end this round, potentially on a streak, but Optic are not going to allow him to stay alive. So even with the early A capture and a lot of time to work with, Optic with so much pressure through that B side and all through top secret hallway. Just never gave Thieves a clean push to the objective. And they take the opening defense.
And this is just kind of par for the course for Optic. I mean, their defensive side over the last 60 days has been unbelievable. Not only do they stop progress from happening more than any other team, but they also finished the round with the greatest life differential in their favor. The offensive side, though, has been, I think, the part where we really look at and say, wow, these guys.
I can't swear at him, man. Probably not. This is sick.
On the offensive side, and we'll see if that will carry here into this pivotal matchup.
Let's see if Mercury's can be efficient early into this round, because he ends that round on 5 in a row. Halfway towards the cruise missile, great team shots to take care of Scrap, and an early 2 dead.
Yeah.
Gonna allow you to hop on this 8 point for free.
And you know Ghosty's playing over towards patio side, so you can get 2 players on, try to get this first tick done, maybe even do more if you can find some sort of a stretch out by Shotzzy. Oh, and the response from Mercury's around the back. Gets shut down though before maybe even that first tick fully gets captured. No, instead it is locked. Shotzzy taking his route over towards the B side of the map. Dashy quick to join him, but Thieves have responded.
And now they have the numbers to flood the way back into B, but you don't got the gunny like Dashy. Going out, lines up all 3. Now the close falls for the green wall. It's going to allow them to stack over towards B.
What an absolute set of shots out of Dashy. Can now play with some elevation over the corner. Ghosty, nah, get out of my face. Killing spree for Dashy. Mercury's locking things down towards patio, and Hook's cleaning up the spawn. What a turnaround, thanks to Bruce.
That's already 3 segments gone. If you are Hydra, you cannot afford to chow this. That time is going to be extended because Shotzzy on the OE just pulls him on that side of the map. Now it's Dashy's turn to potentially earn himself the cruise missile, but you're up by 7 lives. You got so much time to work with.
Indeed you do. Ghosty shows himself up top on the patio. Mercules taking an extended route over towards Rock. The 2 ARs, the last ones remaining, and Mercules wins an isolated 1v1. Little oh my God! Slammed. 6 for Dashy, shut down through window, and outside of the cinematic kills, it's actually Thieves who benefit off the eliminations.
Now only down by 4 lives is the Thieves. Able to manage the absolute montage there from Dashy and stabilize on the map. All of Optic trying to find their way on out, sending pressure through Rock. The stun is able to connect, but you're probably thinking Hydra's here alone. Nope, Ghosty's got his help.
But Ghosty falls quickly, doesn't make a difference. The damage credits the assist as Hydra collapsed on to 2. And Optic have to take a breath. Still a 3 life edge, but stuck. Trying to work their way either through Secret or through Spiral. Scrap a couple of shots, does not finish the kill. Hydra following back up, back and forth. Pinstripe goes the kill feed. Back onto the point though, go Optic. Big win by Hook, and the clock pauses at 109 with a second tick of progress looking good. Hydra, yeah, how about that for 2? Stops the progress just before the second tick gets locked.
Hydra's been the safety net every single time, but you don't really have the ability to play trades. That 5th segment is almost close to being locked, and Optic are up by 4 lives. You already have Shotzzy in a position playing for spawners. They get the read on him, and they win the gunfight. Beautiful plays off the respawn to get that read and get that kill.
What a fight for Mercules, down to had to have been half HP. Still forces it versus Hydra, gets the win. Scrap.
Wait, what?
Not able to stop that second tick of progress from being locked. But doing the job inside a connector, at least for a time. That's 3 dead. Mercules gonna keep the clock in a pause. It's a 7v2 on top of that. Hydra has to clear this quickly, but chooses the incorrect corner.
Power, but the problem is they can't get their job done. I don't know why.
He needed to find Ghosty, and there it is. Optic quickly up 2-0.
And I was thinking it was all about the SMGs, but the ARs right now for the Green War are hitting a different level. Mercules dominates in the opening round. That round all goes to the Batman. As he just popped takeover at this B point, we gotta see it again. Freebie number 2, and then who is it? Doesn't matter. I'm going for the ego chow. Big Brucey feeling it on the main stage.
Unreal. And yeah, there it is in slow motion. The Bruce coming through. Unbelievable stuff.
That's diabolical, bro.
And that's in a moment again where Thieves are about to put you into a bit of a spawn trap. But Bruce locks things up, extends the clock an extra 60 seconds, and how critical is that?
Yeah.
And on top of that, I hate to just kind of overlook it, but Mercules is 21-10 for crying out loud.
They're popping takeover, and now on the defensive side, you have a cruise missile in the back pocket. Potentially use it if you are Thieves to try to extend this game, but they haven't.
Unreal.
Everyone through top open. The rookie makes them pay for it with an opening double.
And the thing about it is that's a 3-man hit for Thieves. Mercules doesn't actually see any of it. It's just a late check, and the dead slide allows him to get 2. And now Shotzi could just manipulate and play off of the spawn timings of Thieves. And he's seen both players cross spiral. Doors will close, so maybe a sound cue here. And that will help out Ghosty to at least secure the flank. But for Thieves, limited amounts of success as they only get about halfway through the first tick at A.
Time is ticking, man. You know that consistently off the respawn, you gotta be worried about behind you because the SMGs are just getting lost, but Thieves are clutching up. 3 dead in the feed, make it all 4. First segment already locked the double stack, make it the triple stack at A.
Hercules just trying to make sure patio stays clear. Looks like a chalk and rotate type situation. They do find Ghosty. 1 life edge and a minute 50 on the clock here for Thieves to work with. Stun comes through, Hydra avoids it. Can't finalize the shots though onto Shotzi, who gets away with the kill onto Envoy. So even life count, but Thieves have some forward and extended pressure through Wine, and there's an opportunity to put the pause immediately into play onto B.
Now there's so many different angles Optic can approach from. Shotzi working on pitch, wins a massive one versus Envoy. He needs to start to clutch up on some of these one-on-ones because now you're going to get overwhelmed.
Yeah, you don't know that there's 3 there, but Scrap's able to find a couple of hit markers through the wall. Doesn't finish that off as Shotzi finds the double. That will clear off the second tick of progress. But things once again stabilize and both teams take their respective corners.
Minute and 30 left on the game clock. Shotzi again going for a repinch. All of the 100 Thieves are stacking on Well's side, and the rookie is ready and waiting.
Hellstorm called in. That finds both Mercules and a teammate. So nothing gained, nothing lost. Minute 12 on the clock. Dashy from the window. Shut down by Scrap. Shotzi on 4. Just going to hold this off angle. They're not affected by that stun. That one will hit, though. And Scrap will realize that Optic defensively are playing very far forward. And yeah, they're going to take extended routes. Unfortunate teammate comes through, and now a chance for Thieves to stretch the map.
Yeah, that's 2 dead now. Now you're banking on Mercules to be your safety net. Catches the angle on the pinch. Dashy staying alive on the opposite side is going to allow the teammates off the respawn to be in a position to find these guys in top office. 15 v 14.
Bounce.
40 seconds to go. Beautiful stun there out of the nuke. Man advantage still in favor of Optic.
You know Hydra's playing around the back. Dashy, this is all about timing for him. Stun, Nate gets tossed. Hydra knows exactly where he's at, and whoa. For a second there, you thought Bruce may have snapped onto him, but not the case. Shotzi playing backside fences. Hydra caught between a rock and a hard place will drop. Under 30 seconds in the last 9 lives here for Thieves.
Basically the last push right here. Envoy, if is there any moment for you to dominate on the map, this is it. You have top plat. You're in a crucial position to get a couple players off the spawn, but your teammates can't leave the spawn of their own. Shotzi has a blocked. Envoy, but only 8.7 hops on.
You know that Dashy's playing around the back. The ARs take care of that. Now it's just all about the focus from the front. Offensive nades being tossed. Envoy will drop it. Scrap takes his position. Hook playing inside the 10. Can't really do too much. Third tick of progress coming through rapidly. There's the challenge from Shotzi. He finds the first. Follow up here on the opposite side from Hoop, and Hydra's got the read. The shots though aren't clean enough. 4v3. 8.7 on the clock. It's just down to if Scrap could get here. May not make a difference. Optic defensively are in place. Just comes down to overwhelming and finding the final shots, which they do. A 3-0 control for the green wall.
Best control team at the right time. Even when it goes down to the nitty-gritty, 5v6, they are putting themselves in positions to always play trades. They are not afraid of the chow. All the momentum on the side of the green wall. And they dominate in that control versus the second best control team in the game. The update has not treated Thieves well, and now Optic in firm control of the series.
It's just one of those that you look at the individual moments and think about the mind games that plays as well. A couple of the challenges where Mercules is half HP and he's still winning them. Dashy, impossible 1v3 moments, and he's coming away with just about everything every time. Yeah, just when Thieves start to find some sort of success around the zone, somebody hits you from a flank, someone hits you from a pinch, they just don't expect it.
Yeah, and it was so tough too when they were setting up for that play over towards B with the cruise missile. Because once Mercules opens up with that first kill, you're already man down. And then you get a kill with the cruise, but you also take down a teammate. So it's a 3v2 in favor of Optic. You don't have the numbers, so you were forced to slow down once again. But when you look at the numbers on the side of Optic, the assists are not the best. They are not the best. This is all individual. We're talking about a super team that was built for 100 Thieves. No, ever since the addition of Mercules on the opposite side for Optic, that is what they look like. A super team winning super gunfights and looking super in prime form.
53 total kills between Dashy and Mercules.
Unreal, man.
Lord have mercy. Wow, if that doesn't set the tone. But again, let's take a breath and do the diligence on the other side, because now we're looking at a rewind hard point. And if you're an avid fan, or even just a mediocrely avid fan about Call of Duty, you know that Thieves love this map. So it comes down to, can they find success here? Because candidly speaking, they have shown vulnerabilities. They did lose this to Vancouver earlier in the weekend, but to be fair, Surge are looking like they're in prime form. But still, fact of the matter is, this is a map that Thieves are looking at in the series saying, we have to win this one.
They have to win this one if you want to try to force a game number 5 and not bank out back-to-back tournaments top 8. You ended off the season going back-to-back. In a bad place in a couple weeks ago. You might have the same result here, just with a different opponent. Optic are playing on a whole different level. All of map number 1, they had the fundamentals and they had the slaying in play. If you are Thieves, rotations need to be your main focus, but you need to be able to win some of these one-on-ones. You cannot lose them in crucial spots.
Yeah, and I think in particular, you're looking at the ARs versus the ARs. Take down Mercules or Dashy first, and then let Envoy and Hydra run the routes that they want to run. But at the moment, it's been quiet for Thieves fans in the last about 20 minutes or so throughout the halftime break and the control. Need to see a spark of life here. And again, this series has been one-sided maps essentially for one side or the other, and that's kind of what you need to think you need to see here for Thieves is come out, take your map pick, dominate it, get us back to a best-of-1 map 5.
It needs to be teamwork, makes the dream work as well, my friend.
One more game.
Right now, core 4 of Optic. Playing some of the best Call of Duty I've ever seen, and I've been around the scene for quite some time. As we spawn into the rewind. 100 Thieves, backs against the wall. Not spawning on the preferred side. Optic are looking to just hold this side of the map, and you already find a kill. That's insane stuff from Shotzzy, but the instant response there from Thieves.
A little bit of team shots, I imagine, from Dashy, but still. You see the one-tap pop-off is a little bit different. Thieves will stabilize, kind of evenly out-trade that, and get under the hard point for the opening time. Hook trying to follow up through Elephant and a little bit deeper. So again, early pinch routes being established while the rest of Optic are focused on the outside street.
Hook's gonna get caught on the pin, so this is where you start to get aggressive with these kills. Hook's gonna spawn all the way behind you. You're going back and forth in the trade fights, but at least for now, Thieves have been able to flip the spawns. And with 19 seconds over P1, you will absolutely take it, but we need gunfights to secure this side of the map.
Yep. Taking what's in front of them, though, are Optic after that double from Hercules. Seeing the hard point vacant, he'll step in for a little bit of time to counteract the opening from Thieves. But the battle over towards the backside of P2. Critical one. Shotzzy even has the stun to check out backside Dumpster. Knows that they have Hydra back there. Hercules diving forward, takes care of it. Last player in the back is Envoy. He's done well to catch a couple, plus also nades to keep himself alive. Scraps trying to get here to help. It might seem a little bit over-ambitious, but this is an important 1v1 on the backside of the map, and Hercules will take it once again. Optic gonna have the numbers. Can they finish off the kills? No. Hydra, Scrap find a couple, and who gets pushed back? Thieves stabilize.
And it all starts with Envoy finding a massive double, blocking the spawns and giving his team the advantage in the numbers. To flip the map again. 30 seconds still remaining here at P2. A push from Hook around the backside, and this is where you don't want to be, because now if they get aggressive, they can start to spawn you behind you and chain it to that P3, P4, but at least for now, Dashy stabilizes around the middle of the map, but you let people out.
Ghosty Scrap finds the first two. Envoy shuts down the rotation. That's all for dead. And that disaster respawn situation that you were calling out, Jay, is now well and truly in play. And it's not getting any better. Oh my goodness, Scrap 10 and 3, 6 in a row. A flawless rotation here for Thieves.
Oh, and they can blow the game wide open here. Scrap knows that he's playing the OE. All he needs is one more gunfight. Cruise missile earned. 7 in a row. Hydra also has one in the back pocket. They are lighting up the kill feed, but Scrap does let one by. Can Hook make a very crucial play, potentially to flip these spawns?
Envoy mixed up over towards Dumpster. 40 seconds of a fight for here at P3. Scrap on 9 in a row. Teammates still spawning favorably over towards the right side of the map as Scrap will try to keep the rotation back in safe. Shut down. Dashy's nade collects onto 2. What a lifeline here for Optic, because you're absolutely right. It looked like just based on the rotation, Thieves were about to be up 120-5, but instead, Optic right back into within 20 points.
Now they're in a tight setup. Everyone has to clutch up on gunfight because already one player is going to spawn all the way across the map. And the same thing could be said for Hook. A trade fight all through mid-side. Shotzzy's able to line up a double. Can he get the triple to secure the spawn? No, he does not. Envoy stabilized, but Optic need to find an early break because this is a money hill.
Yes, they do. Slow start from both Shotzzy and Hook. A lot of it thanks to what Scrap has put together early. speaking of, he's in a little bit of trouble. Backside truck. Goop trying to push around. Dashy right there to help out. Ghosty trying to follow, but Mercules with the perfect timing on the pinch. Oh, Mercules! Almost finds 3, but Hydra and Scrap find the kills they need as soon as their teammates pop up. So a chance to fight for this once again. Back and forth we go. Shotzzy trying to break on through to flip the spawns around, but not going to happen. 100 Thieves break past 100 points. Now it's down to Optic. How do you play this? We'll take a listen to see what they decide to do with the Bravia Optic Gaming. Listen in.
We got this time. Yo, ain't off the scrap, ain't off the scrap. Yeah, make sure we got change. Go right. We're good. Easily come back. Officer. So champs. Yo, close fight. Scrap. You one dub. Okay, Scrap. Yo, one guy's down on me. He got through. Back right up. What's it blue? Okay, he's still dumb. I'm gonna carry our. He's going all the way around. What's full pitching yellow? I'll pick it up. I'm still close white. I'm pitching these kids. He's going outer yellow. I'm pitching these kids. Behind the stage. Yeah, behind the stage. Stage behind us. Yeah, one guy's going RV. He's two behind us. Behind us. On the way. Another one. Nice, good one. Last guy's inside. Y'all needed it, watch out. He's on the right crate. I'm gonna pinch him. I got triple time. Either two on the crate. I'm pinching. There you go. No, Hydra's there. No, I'm not. I stun him. I got detonated. I have your help. 3 here. Too close. All got it. Another one. Scraps their side. I'm pitching. Sit down. One more. Watch out their side. I have your help.
Oh, that's...
Okay. They're spawning right, I think. I have their side. I'm on it. Yo, minus actually dead. Okay.
Oh, shot.
What do you bluff on the 18? One shot. On the 18.
218. Dub. Outer RV and 18. I have your pitch. Brandon, stay on. Outer RV and 18.
Rhythmic Paco, 1 shot on time.
Okay.
He's going. Good time. Our side.
Yeah, 2 on time. I'm gonna hit Zig 1 time. 2 on time. He's watching Zig, 1 shot. Nice. Zig behind me. Challenge.
I agree. I'm a blue. I don't know where he's from, by the way. One shot option.
Okay, stay alive, go.
Everybody shooting me.
I have your help in a sec.
Yo,
Zig. I have Zig.
Yo, mid-street dead. What's it blue?
Nothing Zig.
Watch out blue. Watch out blue. He's literally blue.
Oh, you got him. Okay, 8 it. Last Hydra. Last guy.
Let's go.
Stage in glass.
Tell you what, Jake, considering that Thieves have really looked good on rotation, Optic have really put together the points when they need to most. 40-point game, though, still in favor of Thieves.
You also got to keep in mind that Scrap still has that cruise missile in the back pocket. A 20-10 start. He is taking over. The slaying is now here for 100 Thieves. You're currently up by 50. You have the side of the map that you currently want, but now this is where the spawn's getting a little bit freaky. Everyone out. Optic technically chain this ending of the P1 to the P2. This is their way back in the game.
Dashy's going to take the long route back just to make sure the extra extension through Burger is at least held honest. Help from Mercules to trade out 1. The hard point will open with some question marks on who's going to control spawns. Optic able to find the kills when they matter most, though. And as P2 opens up, it's Optic in control.
You might have to invest the cruise missile here.
Yeah.
Because this is a full 60. You're spawning all the way across the map. Optic are fully set up. But extra layers already being created. You're not expecting Mercules to be at Burger. He already wins a one-on-one. Now he's stalling time. Hydra's not going to be in a play. Walks right into the pre-aim. The young gun is lighting them up. Almost finds kill number 7, but it's basically a tie game.
And with 30 seconds remaining, you don't really have the option to pull the cruise anymore. So now you're just kind of finessing for the exit time and hoping that you can get a rotation over to new. And even that's not looking very convincing. Optic have awoken in the back half of the first set of hills, and now have a lead. 160-152, 17 seconds of Scrap looking like a guarantee, and you may have an opportunity to rotate through Street. But Ghosty shuts that down. Spawns will move, but Thieves a chance to try to finesse over towards Street.
Yeah, but you don't want to die in this scenario because you're consistently going to be spawning behind P2. Optic for now have been able to flip the map, but the only player on this side of the map is going to be Shotzzy. Does he have another miraculous play? He's getting overwhelmed. Ghosty trying to chase him down, and he's so hard to keep track of. He's stalling so much time, and they have lost each other at this point.
Well, Ghosty's going to benefit well, or so he thought. Mercules trying to save the day. Damage onto both players. Ghosty finishes the first, but Shotzzy still alive. We've got a conga line over on the left side of the map with the spawns. Ghosty now on 4 in a row. Heating up as Scrap follows up behind that, and a potential lead swap as Thieves continue to control the hill.
You could already see Hoop thinking about the next play. He knows it's going to be very difficult to find a break here at P3. Lead change here for 100T, but Hook has worked his way behind enemy lines.
Awareness, though, good for Thieves on the play. Hydra just trying to find the angle. They cannot find Hook. There's the shots that they need to know exactly where he's at, and he will drop. Scrap time, though, goes back to Optic. it is. Tight game and an absolute slammage comes through again as the ARs for Optic continue to give them a chance, and all of a sudden, you look down towards the minimap, they've won spawns, they've won the hill.
And now Scrap needs to invest this cruise missile. You cannot keep that in the back pocket for this long. You're going to try to attempt an early break with the gunny, but 2 of your teammates are going to fall.
Yeah,
now off the respawn,
he's
everyone has to flood through mid-street. Cruise missile needs to be called.
Hydra's gonna hit the deck. Here's the cruise, called it perfectly, but the kills come through for Optic as soon as the tablet gets pulled out. What can Ghosty find? As the information starts to get called in, he finds the first, but no one else is here to stop this. That should be a free respawn, and it is. Hook right back into position to help this defense in the hard point. Dashing on 5 in a row. You can feel it if you're a Green Wall fan, as this last 20 seconds is looking good. Ghosty can only finesse his life for, you think, for so long, but he finds 2. You just have to challenge the hill, and Dashing shuts it down again.
You heard Mercury's in the listening, just like Champs, a slow start, but so far a phenomenal finish. Only need 30 seconds to put 100 Thieves again in another top 8 placing.
It's going to get to around 235. Generator's about to open up. You have to have it right here if you're Thieves, and you need to have it out of players like Envoy, players like Hydra. The subs have to sing a song here.
Dashy already finds 2 though. He's allowing his SMGs to try to work their way on in, but Hydra with the switch up is able to find 2 of his own. But Shotzi, the man on a mission that makes it impossible. He's making top 2s, so damn happy. Pops on 4, they need 10.
They could possibly win it off this next hit. 1 for Hydra, but everything else has to come through quickly, and Shotzi's not done. 5 in a row. Can he find the 6? This needs 1 more. Dashy follows up, and Optic Gaming take down Thieves on the path to semis.
What a series between 2 juggernauts, but at the right time, where they needed to be in their best form. Optic are simply looking unbeatable. You can never count them out. Shotzi hitting the pose that he's known for. And Hook's father, again, super proud of his son. The entire team fired on all cylinders versus some of the best players that we have in the world. And they move on to Championship Sunday.
What composure. What resiliency. You call it perfectly. Merc was the one who makes the calls. Yo, this is like Champs. Let's chill. We got this. I think there's another mature moment from him is when he's like, I got this pinch. Oh, Hydra's there. Never mind. Comes back into Gens, and that's when the map starts to turn around.
Bro.
That first P5 that we have.
Generational
Unbelievable scenes from Optic. That coupled with the dominance on Skyline, a map that a lot of teams have played this weekend and have struggled to figure out, at least in terms of finding complete controlled wins. And then on top of that, talking about the word control, Mercy me, you just beat down Thieves in their best mode, 3-0 on Hacienda. These guys are looking nasty.
I just don't know for the remaining teams left in this tournament what maps you want to play this squad on.
No clue.
Because they are in final form in every single one of them. They can play whatever hard point. They need to fix up the search and destroy, but it doesn't matter. Tomorrow, they go again.
It's another Championship Sunday for the Green Wall, but there are more teams in play on Sunday. To give us our final reactions, we head back down to the stage with Fancy with the final interview.
Shotzi. You guys carried that momentum from 3 major events back to back and then into Riyadh. How do you feel right now?
I feel amazing, man. I'm just surprised. I'm honestly proud of my team. They are literally the best players in the game, and I just do my thing.
Absolutely. Well, 100 Thieves are out. FaZe is out. There is nobody that's favorite into this tournament still lasting. Do you think you guys are winning this?
That's the plan. We can't take anyone light. But yeah, as long as we play our game, I definitely think we can win.
Absolutely. Well, you guys just won an elimination match, and you know what that means. You get to crush your opponent's key. Are you excited?
Yes. I've never done this, so I want to do it.
All right, let's go into the key crush and get the show on the road. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 at the Esports World Cup have been locked with the semifinals starting tomorrow. And Shotzi is about to destroy one more key.
Let's go.
Well, you destroyed that thing in half, but this marks another year where 100 Thieves do not steal a trophy. Listen, next up, in the semifinals, you have Team Heretics. They've been flying through the group stage. They're watching right now. What do you want to say to them?
I want to say something in Spanish. Let me try to think for a second.
Take your time.
Honestly, I broke. Good luck. Good luck to Miami.
All right, good luck to you and good luck to them. Let's go to Blaze with the exit interview.
I'm here with Scrap right now. Can we all make some noise for 100 Thieves, everybody? What a season it has been.
Yeah.
A lot of amazing moments on the main stage throughout the year for you, Scrap. You guys don't get the job done today.
Scrap
what
said
happened here in this
that was the
matchup
most
with Optic?
important.
Yeah, you know, they were a better team at the end of the year than us. We didn't have good practice. Honestly, the practice was better going into this tournament, but obviously it didn't show.
Yeah, it just didn't come together here towards the end. Now, you know, being here in Riyadh with these fans, I know you guys have received a lot of love. You got a bunch of fans here in the front. What has the experience been like for you, man?
I mean, Saudi Arabia, this shit is insane, bro. Like, I've never seen a production at this level. The fans are unbelievable. I appreciate all of you. And yeah, man, it sucks.
Yeah, it does. But, you know, when it comes down to the Thieves, a fantastic season for you guys. You go back to back. Just kind of, you know, just thinking about it all as a whole, how do you feel about what you and the boys were able to do this year?
Yeah, you know, I don't want to get emotional because, like, this shit means so much to me, guys. You don't understand. But the season as a whole was good, I guess. But to be honest, the end of the year is a failure. I'm here to win the big tournaments. The majors are kind of just like a stepping stone. And yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is, man, but your passion is so strong on the stage. Everybody loves you out here. Anything that you want to say for the fans as you close out your season?
Yeah, no, I appreciate all you guys cheering for me all throughout the season, even in the U.S. I appreciate it. Shout out my family back at home. And everyone at Thieves, all the Thieves fans at home as well. Appreciate it.
All right, y'all, that's going to do it from us. Chris, take it away.
Thank you very much, Blaze. And Papa Hook, I owe you a steak. That's right, your son got the job done. The rest of my analysts saw it coming. Optic Texas finishing in 4. Now with the Optic Gaming logo moving into our top 4, Alley Cat, what's next for them?
What's next for them? It just seems like domination. It doesn't seem like anybody's really truly tested them. I mean, out of all the matches they played this weekend, this was the closest one. And even with their backs against the wall, we saw shots of 2 and 10. That is not often. And not only that, he came back almost even. He made some of the most heroic and game-changing plays near the end to solidify them this win. It is unbelievable what this team is capable of doing when they are at rock bottom.
Enigma, everyone said Champs was a fluke. Now Optic proves that was not the case. They go through 100 Thieves. They've already beaten Boston, Vancouver, Toronto, teams that are still in this tournament. So what are your thoughts on this squad right now? How well is Optic playing?
Oh, easily the best team in the game right now. It's absolutely undeniable. I mean, we all spoke about it. Was this a honeymoon period? Was this just a case of them getting that fluky run? No, they have now taken on pretty much everybody, decimated them, and carved their own path deeper into this tournament.